realize how old your kids were. I had like I had the impression they were older than that, but I guess not.
True.
I mean, they're toddlers. Well, I guess
Hot damn, we got a new
when I
angle
mean,
on
I guess
Lactoid.
when you would stop. I'm trying to figure out when you would stop calling them toddlers. Like maybe like 6, 6 when maybe 5. So I mean, one of them is getting close to no longer being a toddler.
Okay. Yeah, I thought maybe maybe one of them was growing a beard. You're like, you can't tell me what to do anymore,
How
Dad.
old do you think I am? Jesus.
What, you've got what, 6 years on me, if I remember right? What,
I'm
no. Fuck, I can't remember. I
How
know
old
I
do you
just heard
think I
you
am?
tell you said it the other day. It's like, are you 35? 38?
33.
Oh god. I was thinking you were a little like had a couple more years on me than that.
I mean, I've got some gray, you know what I mean? So I guess
Hell
that,
yeah.
but I'm not that old.
Hmm.
Well, I just I'm
I
kind of
didn't go
shocked that
back to
you're only a
vaping,
year older than
by the
me.
way. All right. And this is Fume. And this thing is dope. It's keeping me from vaping.
Yeah, it's a new
I'm
thing
breathing
that
in.
YouTubers have been pushing.
I'm
And
just
it would.
breathing in fucking essential oils. It's actually pretty good.
Oh, okay. So it's like essential oils that flavors the air, and then
That's it. You're basically just breathing in like essential oils. Like there's no electronic or anything. It's just a little thing filled with
Mm,
this. Ah, god damn it.
hmm,
mm.
I'm not
interesting.
sponsored, but like I kind of wish I were.
I mean, they're
As I,
sponsoring lots of people.
as I rip my bong, you know.
I mean, dude, I was about to say, Fume is one of those people that like will even sponsor libertarians, right? Like, there's only a couple of companies that will touch libertarians. It's like Fume, Sheath Underwear for some reason. There's like 2 other companies, and then it's like that's it. Like, this
Is
is like
Sheaf the one with like the for the large penises or something? Is that the one I'm thinking of?
it's got a pocket for your penises. It's like the
Okay,
exact
that's
opposite.
okay. All right, sure, sure. Um,
Little dick underwear. I mean, it's not actually little. I've used one
Oh my
similar before,
god.
not Sheath, but like one where like you put your fucking shit in a different sack. And I was
yeah.
like, this has got to be terrible. And then I tried it, and I was like, oh, this is actually nice. This keeps my fucking sack from getting in between my legs, which is kind of dope. Like it's weird as fuck at first, and then
And the
and then you sit
and you want
down and you don't have to readjust
Yeah, you
yourself
don't
from
have to
like
readjust.
sitting on your nut sack, and you're like, "Mm, this is pretty nice. It's like a
you
bidet, you know what I
you
mean?
want
Like you
Yeah.
get what you're like, I'm not doing that shit. That shit's gay. And then you get one, you're like, ooh, this is pretty good. This is pretty nice.
and you all wanted this. You all wanted the small talk. All right,
That was
I'll
cool.
tell
something
you
new.
another one that'll sponsor you. All you have to do is apply. Is Blue Chew will sponsor you as well, and they pay
I'm not
pretty good.
fucking I'm not sponsoring a company I don't believe in. I don't think fucking people that don't have erectile dysfunction should be taking fucking medication like that.
So I'll take money from whoever wants to give it to me.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean, like, I'm not gonna sponsor something I don't believe in. Like, I mean,
Gotta
I
I
get
mean,
it. Like, it's like,
what else are you gonna do whenever you rail line, like, the good stuff, and then you need to, get hard afterwards. You gotta have some kind of benefit, you know?
I
I
feel
mean,
like
sure. I mean, yeah, if you have ED, sure, but like it's very clearly marketed towards like fucking dudes in their 20s that like I don't know, need to fix whatever fucking diet problems they have and stop watching porn. But like to compensate, they're just gonna fucking take take medication that you shouldn't be taking.
um uh, yeah, I don't want to get a composition in that. But I think like it would make sense that libertarians, in my opinion, would be like the best people to sponsor from a corporation standpoint, right? Because like eventually you're gonna get into some shit, right?
Libertarians hate corporations.
Well,
And
I'm
unlike
saying
communists, we don't ally with them, right? Communists are super pro corporation whilst pretending to be against them.
sorry.
Libertarians are the
I mean,
only
I mean
actively
business.
anti
Sorry,
corporation.
I'm sorry. I mean business, right? Business.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, yeah, small
Okay, all right.
businesses and shit. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, okay, sure,
But
sure.
like big businesses that like usually have a massive marketing budget to like
Hey,
advertise on
Rich.
like, social media.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
It,
we're not.
yeah,
They
yeah,
don't
yeah,
like us.
yeah. That's what I mean. I'm sorry, excuse me. I might have said business though. But it would seem to me that like if this group of people, like when that business gets into some shit, right? Something's happened. And apologies need to be made. From a libertarian standpoint, well, like as a company, I think you should be able to do that thing, right? Oh, did you break a regulation? Well, I don't care, and I surely won't condemn you for it. That regulation wasn't fair to begin with. And also, fuck the government. I feel like they'd be your greatest offenders.
I mean, yeah, I mean, like from like I understand where you're coming from meme wise, right? Like, for the jokes, etc.
Mm.
But I mean, like any company, like they don't want anybody actually talking about anything other than their product and how they like the product and then
Yeah,
selling it
pretty
to
much.
whatever their audience is. The
Yeah.
moment you start talking about politics involved in your product, you just destroyed your fucking product, right?
Mm.
I mean, look at like Black Rifle Coffee, right? Like they came out to be like, we're the conservatives coffee, right? And it was fine because they were hitting a niche target audience, right? Which was, conservatives that want to drink, Starbucks, but don't want to support Starbucks or be seen like, the kind of fancy, not a real man kind of guy that drinks Starbucks,
Mm.
right? And everything was fine until like the CEO got asked some difficult questions about Rittenhouse or like January 6th, and then he was like, I don't really support these people, and then it's like, fuck you know what I mean? Like it's just like being involved in politics as a company is just always going to be like it's a balancing act that you just don't want to be a part of.
Mm.
I mean, you can just go
Yeah.
full send like Hobby Lobby. They just gone full send on it. They're like, yeah, let's go,
True.
baby, and it's worked out real well for them.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, like, but then you become a hostage to the political views of your audience, right? Like
Mm.
now you're no longer just a hostage to the market pressures of like, what needs to be bought and sold, et cetera. But now you're a hostage to kind of the PR campaign that you sold to your audience of like whatever your political views are. And those things shift with the wind. And like that puts you at odds with your suppliers, with other companies, with government regulators, et cetera. It's just for almost any product, it's a terrible idea.
Yeah.
Unless your product is explicitly political or deeply tied to politics. Like you can get away with it if you're selling like My Patriot Supply, right? Like they can get away with being a political company because their target audience is also like their target political demographic. Like they're 1-to-1, right? Like politically involved conservatives are the type of people that are like preppers, right? Like these are the same people, and in not 1-to-1, but close
Yeah,
enough, right? To where like they can get away with in like pushing the political angle is a market drive to get people to buy more. Like if you can sell politics in a bad way, then you can sell more prepper food.
So let's get started because we got everyone here. It's gonna be a bit of a smaller
Oh, is
crew
Corey
here.
coming for the second?
No, Corey is. Sorry. Well, Corey's he might maybe, but he's got plans. Apparently, family. People care about him. I don't understand
Lion ass.
But I want to say hello, everyone. Hello to people in the audience. Hello, your boy Heavy T, Majin, BMAC, Intense Complex. Intense Complex says Fabian's voice is 45. That makes sense. But we will get started. Merry Christmas to everyone. Thanks for stopping by. Really do appreciate you being around. We're going to introduce all our great friends who decided to join us, and I'm really grateful for that. So let's start with our friend Lactoid. Lactoid, thank you for being here. An all new look, right? He's got like a fancy shirt on. He's got he's got a side profile, right? I feel like he's trying to this is him upgrading his stance on the Twitch pecking order.
Yeah. First of all, how do I sound? Do I sound okay? Is everyone in the audience, everything okay? Perfect.
You sound clear, but with a slight echo.
A slight echo. Okay, I'll work on that. We're this is kind of a work in progress. So I got a new desk, and I've definitely noticed some pretty incredible changes in terms of wobbling, which apparently was a pretty big issue before, but not anymore. And new camera angle. So looking forward to that. Once I get all the kinks figured out, we should be all good. So join me at Like Toy TV, Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, and see the progress. Thanks.
So the side profile, right, like gives me like heavy like podcast vibes, like there are like just angles that people different use for like different formats, and this is giving me like libertarian vibes here. This is like like a very friendly way of talking about how we're going to take over the government, bring it all down for the sake of our.
You're giving me
For the sake of
ideas,
freedom.
Prime, for maybe a podcast. I'm not sure.
Uh, Thanks so much, friend. Next, we have our friend Scott, who is here with us. Thanks for coming through, Scott. Like we weren't sure it was going to happen, but you're here anyway.
Yeah, I'm here despite, I've had a busy weekend, but nevertheless, Merry Christmas, everybody. I'm happy to be here. These are fun conversations, and I think they're decent topics too. I'm actually excited to talk about the second topic. And so, I was surprised there was going to be two topics. So like, it made me really like want to be like, no, fuck it. Fuck you, grandma. I got to go home early. Which I didn't. All right. I was the last to leave. All right. You can find me. All right. I promise. But nevertheless, you can find me, Fabian Liberty, Twitter, YouTube, Rumble. You can find me on Twitch there too, but nobody's there. So, I mean, if you want to like sub there for no reason, I won't be mad.
I'm just like imagining Scott like being out of the way, grandma. Hey, wait a minute. Is this the grandma you told me about before? The second wave feminist grandma?
Yeah. She's a sociologist. Yeah.
Oh my god, this is the one I want to talk to.
And she's also a crazy cat lady. And when I say crazy cat lady, I don't mean like she lives alone with a bunch of cats, right? Like she has a husband. I mean, she has a fucking trailer with like 40 cats in it, as well as like 20 cats that like hang out on her property and a bunch of cats in the house. Like that's her dream, is like cat preserves and shit. Like you go there and it's just so many cats.
Makes me want to talk to this woman more. Like
She's a trip.
and I want to know like what I want to do, right, is assemble all
She's
the
married. So just give you another thing. She's married to a hardcore, like conservative Republican who is one of the few people in the world, like one of like a I can't say what company he works for, but it's a major like tech company.
Yeah.
But basically he's called in when like he worked on the Discovery, the Challenger, anytime basically like like really large companies can't figure out what's wrong with their computers, they call him. So like he'll just randomly fly to China or like to NASA or something, because the people at NASA aren't smart enough to figure out what's wrong with their computers. And so he's like a hardcore conservative autistic dude who I love, but he's also batshit insane. So it's a crazy household for sure.
No, this is great because, like I was saying before, I want to like assemble all the influences, right? The inputs that created Scott, right? Like I want have them all in a panel, right? And we'll get the full picture.
It's a perfectly balanced panel.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
No, for real, like I remember like even as like a very young child, some of my earliest memories of Jimmy, my step grandfather, like coming up to me and being like, "Have you ever been pistol whipped?" Like just randomly, and be like as like a 4-year-old, like what? He's like, how much money would it take for you to have a dead fish around your neck for a week? And I'd be like, Grandpa, I don't know. And he'd be like, you ever been pistol whipped? And then he would just like walk away, and I'd be like, what the fuck is happening? That's Jimmy, and he's crazy. I don't know, man. I got a crazy family. I don't know what to tell you.
All right. I'm
Testing. Okay.
Ford.
I'm just gonna have to deal with this for a bit, right? And like think about my emotions. But while we're doing that, we're gonna introduce our friend Aiko. Aiko, thank you for being back. I've missed you so much.
Oh yeah, sure, it's great. Yeah,
yeah,
I
you've
love
been-
having days off, for Christmas and stuff.
Yeah, you've been
So I finally have
working.
time.
All right. I muted them. I'm testing. I'm testing. I'm testing. I think it sounds just fine, right? I think it sounds just fine, right?
When you get to put up the tree.
This is the first. So you're saying that like people are doing it backwards? That like where they're starting like the first day of Christmas, like
Right.
and-
Today's the first day of Christmas, and it goes through the 6th. And so you take down your tree on the 6th or after the 6th
Okay.
of
All right,
January.
fair
Yeah.
enough. All right. I didn't know it was a multi-day extravaganza, but
You never heard of the 12 Days of Christmas?
yeah, but I've always thought that. Well, I've always thought the 12 days started before Christmas.
No, that's Advent.
Hmm.
Oh, okay. All right.
This is shit that only matters for Orthodox and and Catholics. For the record.
Indeed.
Nobody else cares.
Yeah, Anglicans, but yeah.
Let's go to our friend
Catholics with
Ty
divorce. Got it.
Furious, who's here with us, who also hasn't been here for a little bit, but really glad to see him. How are you, friend?
Give and take. This has been one of the most wild holiday seasons that I've had in a long time. Some good, some bad. I think most people in my community know about most of it. So I'm just hanging with the punches, and it's great to be here. Thanks you.
Yeah, thanks so much, friend. Roth Barty, thank you for resubbing for 3 months. Can someone please put it on a Santa hat? Yeah, I don't even do that. I'm sorry. Like that's just too much. I have on a red shirt. A red shirt, this symbol means like rage. But that's as best you'll get out of me.
You don't fit my
best as
head.
I will. But thank you for being so kind as to resub and stick with this channel. Thanks so much. Yeah, Ty, sorry to hear that you are having issues, but I'm really glad that you decided to come here. Oh, there's no better way to soothe the soul than to yell at strangers on the internet, right? Like,
Well, unfortunately, Connor enjoys that a little bit more than I do, but hopefully we can actually get into some good discussions because this is some pretty good topics. I'm very happy you asked me to be here.
absolutely. And finally, we have our man Admiral Gibbs. So we here at the Reverie like diversity in our panels, and so we decided to get a redhead, right? We've checked all the boxes that need to be checked. Thank you, Admiral Gibbs, for being our diversity hire.
Yeah, so surprisingly, only my beard is red. I don't know why the cameras make my hair red on this thing, but whatever. It's all good. I also, while we're on the redhead subject, I don't know if you noticed this, but Disney always gives our ginger jobs to black actors, so you're welcome for all the characters y'all have stolen from those gingers. You're welcome. So, I guess cultural appropriation works two ways. I guess just next Brave is going to be in the image of Prime K. So that's all I'm waiting for. But yeah, I'm
Tell 'em.
Admiral Gibbs. You can find me at everywhere: Twitch.tv or /Admiral Gibbs, YouTube, Twitter, all of it. Admiral
Okay,
Gibbs.
so there was a Little Mermaid. That's the only one I know. Are there others?
There's a whole bunch. You just Google gingers turning black, and there's a whole conspiracy theory rabbit hole thing. With this,
Really?
I didn't make this up. It's pretty entertaining. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Okay, all right. All right, sure. Thank you, Hollywood, for upgrading those characters. All right, so let's get started. Topic one. We have, and I hope you, the audience, enjoy these topics because it took me a while to come up with them. So,
Oh my God, there's so many. Sorry, I just looked it up. There's so many redheads that have been replaced by black people.
Yeah.
It's
That's a lot.
Like, holy shit. It's like,
It's a
I'm looking at
conspiracy.
like 50 right now. Like I was like, I didn't even know that was that many redheads like
Yeah,
available in comics.
So they
in DC.
they
It's
basically
like,
just hate redheads. They're like, you know what? Since we hate redheads, we're gonna give it to the other group of people that everybody has problems with.
it's like it's like, oh, I didn't know that half of these were even redhead to begin with. There's so many. I'm sorry.
I think if
I'm
you
sorry
replace
to
the
interrupt you. It
if
was
you
just
replace
so
the
much.
palest looking people with like darker people, then it looks more diverse, right? You without having to replace so many
Maybe.
people. I think that's probably why.
Yeah. Color balance, you mean? Yeah. It's interesting. I think it's interesting. Like maybe, a group that is least represented, replace them with someone else that's like has very little representation. That's interesting. I actually want to put some thought into this. I feel like there's like a thesis here.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Fred. Topic one. The U.S. has a welfare program that specifically provides provides food. Oh my God, I should have read this more closely. Specifically funds food for children during the summer months when they are out of school. It's called Summer EBT. It's a federal program that is administered by the states. It's mostly free money from the federal government. However, states must cover half of all administrative costs. several states, many of them Republican led, have decided to reject these funds. Is there any ever a good reason to reject money that literally feeds poor children? Would it be better if the federal government covered the program completely and totally took it out of state hands? Or should states be able to decide for themselves what help their most needy receive? So it's exactly what it sounds like. Now, this program that we're talking about doesn't give like a whole bunch of assistance. I believe it was $40 per month of assistance. But I mean, if you're needy, then they'll fucking take anything, I guess. But yeah, a small bit of assistance for the most vulnerable of us, and states can decide. They have to like actively tell the federal government whether they will be a part of this program. And a few states, like was it Iowa and was I think the other one was Nebraska. I forget. Not important states, but they've said no. Um, and why should they? Should that be allowed? Should we always be? Should programs be designed to get that help to kids, no matter what? But yeah, so we'll start with our friend Lactoid.
Yeah, so I don't see the need for this program, surprisingly. But I want to make it very specific for this program specifically. Because even though I'm against welfare, generally speaking, for this particular program, if a family is poor enough to get free food, wouldn't they just qualify for food stamps anyway? And if you don't qualify for food stamps, then why do you need this program, right? If you don't qualify for food stamps, if your income is high enough, then ultimately, I don't think you have an excuse, and feeding your children is your responsibility. I did some math on Walmart, by the way, and figured out you can get 115 pounds of food freely delivered for less than $80. Now, the projected monthly food stamp amount for next year, on average, is $189, which is more than enough to purchase. If it's 115 pounds of food, this is more than enough food to feed an entire family. It's just depending on, you can't buy McDonald's. Obviously, I know you can't get that with food stamps anyway, but you can buy things like soda, chocolate, all sorts of junk food, which I don't quite understand why, and I think is contributing to childhood obesity, which was one of the complaints of this governor. I think healthy food is extraordinarily cheap in America. You can get it freely delivered, and there's no reason to have this program since we have food stamps anyway. And if we actually cared about the nutrition of children, we would ban food stamps generally from being spent on junk food.
Okay. Thanks so much. Next, we have our friend Scott.
Yeah, so I don't think it's going to surprise anybody that I'm against welfare, right? As the libertarian, anarchist. I will say though that this is kind of the worst form of welfare that you could possibly have. It's the most evil form of government assistance to exist. And the reason is because it's extortion. What it is instead of the federal government having a program for a specific group of people, what it does is it collects taxes, it steals money from people, and then uses that stolen money to say, we're going to give this money to children. And then they go to the states and say, well, actually, you can take this money, but if you take this money, you have to match this money, right? So this was going to cost Iowa $2.2 million, which would require Iowa to then raise their taxes. And so what this is this is a means of forcing a governor to raise taxes and support welfare programs. And if they don't, then it can be utilized against them in many ways. So this is an example of like why Bernie Sanders, everybody remembers Bernie Sanders, he got a D from the NRA, and like people were like, you didn't get an F for an NRA, right? And there was a lot of discussion about the Violence Against Women Act and the fact that it was tied to the assault weapons ban. Now, why is the assault weapons ban tied to the Domestic Violence Act? Well, the reason is that if you don't vote for it, then they can hammer you with the other portion. And so you saw this even in the article. A state senator said it's extremely disappointing that the Reynolds administration is planning to reject federal money that could put food on the table for Iowa kids. This cruel and short-sighted decision will have real impacts on children and families in my district and communities all across Iowa. Except they're not refusing money. They're refusing $2.2 million in enforced increased taxes. And so I think it's horrendous that they do this, because if they reject the money, then the people of Iowa have their money forcibly stolen so that it can go to other states. It's a way of stealing money from them to go to other states. And so they have to accept it. And if they accept it, of course, it comes with even more taxes. This is an utterly disgusting way to fund any program, even if you believe in the justification for taxes, which I don't. Even if you believe that welfare works, which it doesn't, and it's stupid to think that it does, it's never worked and it never will work. Even if all of those things are true, this is extortion to try and oust Republican politicians or conservative, fiscally conservative politicians, by saying that they're doing things that they're not doing so that they can lie to dumb people, also known as Democrat voters.
Thanks so much, Fred.
Of course.
I'm glad we're being.
And let me just add Republican voters too.
We're being kind on this holiday season. Let's go to our friend Heiko.
So the first thing I thought of when I saw this bill was Medicaid expansion. I don't know if anybody remembers, Medicaid expansion was part of Obamacare when it passed in 2010, and the idea was that the government would pay. So I think right now everyone who's on Medicare is 62% of it is being paid for by the federal government. The rest is being paid by the state. But if you expanded your Medicaid so that everybody underneath the poverty line was able to qualify for Medicaid, then the government would pay for 100% of the first year, 95% of the next couple of years, and then 90% from there on out. So basically, the matching that would be required from the states would be 10%. And what happened was the red states sued and won at the Supreme Court so that they didn't have to join that program. But over time, more and more red states ended up joining the Medicaid expansion anyway, because that 90% benefit was, I don't want to say too good of a deal to pass up, because the deal is this: it's all paid for by FICA. So if you live in a red state, you're paying into that program regardless of whether or not your state accepts that money back. And because they get 90% matching, from the point of view of a benefits administrator in a given state, they can get these massive sort of like relative benefits, injections into their economy, while only having to pay for 10% of it on a marginal basis. It seems like they're doing something similar here, only instead of doing 90%, they're doing 50% or whatever the threshold is. And I think that is the strategy. The strategy is to get it to where, in order for states to turn this down, they basically have to say fuck the kids. And they're hoping that there's like some sort of political incentive there for them to take it. And at the same time, the benefit, as you point out, Prime, is so marginal. You're talking about $40 a month. You're not going to be able to feed a kid on $40 a month. Maybe they're already getting something from food stamps. I know that this is a summer program, so it's probably just taking into account the free lunches that they're not getting by not being in school that summer. But I know a lot of school districts already handle that. Like the schools that I've worked with before, in the summertime, parents could swing by and get a week's worth of free lunches picked up in sacks that they could take home with them every week. There are ways in which states are dealing with this sort of thing now. So I don't know that this program makes a significant enough difference.
Okay, thank you so much. And I miss your intros here, right? Most calm and logical that we have. Thanks so much. Let's go to our friend Ty.
Yeah, I'm a little split on this one. Number one, just maybe I misread this, but it was like a supplemental program for anyone who was already on EBT. Is that you get to stack the extra $40 per child because you're assumed to be more involved in summer. Like, I don't really have a problem with this. Like, I can always bitch about how much I don't like food stamps for particular reasons, but it's more about Not that I don't want to help the kids more as much as I don't like the crap that they put in their bodies. Can we make it to where like EBT doesn't cover high fructose corn syrup and basically sugar cereals? Like, can we stop that? That would be great. I can haggle and I can rave about all this shit, but the long and the short here is I don't really care. It's $40 per kid. It's not even that much money. It's literally a piss in the ocean. I'm fine with just chalking up the thing and saying, all right, you help the kids. Let's move on to the next subject. So
And finally, our friend Gibbs.
Yeah, so if ICO is the most logical, then I'm going to be the most illogical and say, fuck them kids. Like, I mean, it is just outrageous. Like, I mean, I'm not going to go into all the nuance that Scott and Lactoid went into about how you, all the numbers and everything. I'm just going to say it's outright shameful that we're sitting here teaching these people that they can live off the government's teat. That's really what it boils down to. If these people can't afford to pay for these kids, they shouldn't have these kids, right? If they can, it's basically that simple. It's really that simple. It's all the parents' fault, And I know that Iko mentioned this kind of earlier. He said that some of these schools already kind of do this. I know that many of the schools do this, and it boils down to I hate to be that guy and yell states' rights, but I mean this is a states' rights issue. If the states decide they don't want the federal government to be involved in their business, and they want to say, hey, fuck the government, we don't want this money, we don't want to be a part of this program, they should have by all means have the right to do that. And it's really that simple.
All right. Yeah, I guess we'll just jump into it.
Pretty based.
I was
So
saying
can I
like
clarify the program?
okay, no, go ahead.
Well, this is just for everybody's sake, right? So like, no, you didn't misread it, Tiberius D, but it's like there are multiple ways to qualify for free school because there is no free school lunch, but there are multiple ways to qualify for it. So if you do qualify for it, right, that is what puts you on this. So TANF is one way to do it, SNAP is one way to do it, but there are also other like programs where people aren't on food stamps, but they do get free school lunches because they fill out paperwork with their school basically saying they're under a certain amount of money. And so then it would give that. So yes, it would be supplemental for some people, but for other people, it would be money just by itself because they're not actually getting any other form of welfare in terms of like food stamps or EBT or anything like that. And for the record, in the US, that'd be anywhere from 30.5 to 28 million in the last few years, kids. So that would be $40 a month times 28 million, which is a lot.
Yeah, so and I agree with what Aiko said previously that like part of it is just realize this is a response to it. Yeah, part of it is simply that uh most of those kids are getting free lunches in school, but like outside of those school months, they aren't. It's supposed to offset that. I mean, that's why that would be the difference. Like, so the parents can still be on welfare. They have qualified for welfare, but during those school months, this is an additional burden since they don't have that one meal per day, and so it's to offset that.
Can I ask? Let's just say my math is correct. That it's actually that it truly is the case that you can get 115 pounds of food for under $75. I think I worked it out. It was like a whole bunch of chicken, rice, bananas. Cheap but nutritional food. If you can get 115 pounds of food for much less than what the average person gets on food stamps, why do you need the extra $40 per child?
So
Well, assuming that everyone that's doing this is on TANF, right? Because as I said, there would be people that would get this that wouldn't necessarily be on.
But if that's the case, then their income wouldn't be low enough, and then they should just be able to afford the food.
Well, so not everybody that qualifies for welfare utilizes welfare, right? So there are plenty of people that qualify for food stamps but don't use food stamps. But when it comes to all of a sudden having to pay cash money every single day for their kids to go to school, they're like, holy fuck, I don't have this. And it's easy for them to fill out paperwork and give some quick tax information to their school to get their kids free school lunches. They would ostensibly be people that aren't necessarily on food stamps, would qualify for food stamps if they applied for it, but they don't because of their pride or their ego or because they
Okay.
don't feel like they need it. But then they might kind of get automatically enrolled in this program because they have free school lunches. I'm recognizing that that's probably not a majority or even a sizable minority.
Do
but
they
I
always get
guarantee
automatically
you,
enrolled? Do they always got automatically enrolled in this? Because that's a scary thought in and of itself, right
Well, I
there.
mean, if it's automatically,
I
then it's always.
I don't I have no idea, right? That's not something I specifically researched.
So let's just limit it to the
and
people
also
that
this is
get,
a new program.
right.
This program came out in 2022. So
Let's
there's
limit
not a
it.
lot of information on it.
Let's limit it to people who get food stamps, right? Which is likely the majority here, perhaps not. Who knows? These people who are getting food stamps, why do they need the extra $40 a month?
Because it's. I mean, I don't. But of course, you already know where I stand on this. I would massively increase any sort of program like this. So I think $40 is just too meager. But like, if you are of the income level where you would be qualified for this, like anything helps. Like anything helps. They like a lot of people on that level of income put together a number of governmental programs to help them survive, to help them keep their apartments, to help them get fed, to do any and to make sure the utilities are paid. So it's all of this like comes together. Um, so you're saying that like though, if you could give them a hundred and was it 15 or $50
Well,
package.
next
189.
year, next year the estimated average food stamp like amount is going to be 189, I think, per family. Now this year it was, I think, in the 150s. Now I literally, and perhaps this can change. I don't think it's going to change all that much, but you'd be surprised in how dirt cheap, chicken is right now. Beans, rice, bananas, all sorts of eggs, staple foods, right? Where you're perhaps not going to be able to buy cakes and soda and sugary cereals and the things that people on welfare that are actually spending this money on, right? And General Mills, obviously lobbies the government to continue to allow people to spend money on these things because they don't give a fuck about obesity. They just care about moving cereal. If we limited what people could buy with this stuff to just staple foods, not only would we help reduce the obesity problem, but there'd be more than enough money there to ensure that everybody on this program was more than well fed. And so if that's the case, then at the very least, for people on food stamps, this $40 an extra per child, it just seems not only, I guess, redundant, but also just an extra complication, right? An extra thing to administrate.
So one of the I'll let Scott go, but then I want to respond to everything.
Yeah, no,
Scott's saying. Go ahead.
the thing is that like this argument doesn't really make any sense because you're affirming the positive right that like my money, it's okay to steal my money to feed to other people, right? So the moment that you affirm that positive right, you then start to say, well, like I can negotiate that positive right to the most extreme condition.
I'm a
Right? The moment you
negotiator,
say that
Scott.
it's okay. Well, no, but the moment that you say that it's okay to steal money from me to pay for kids that are less fortunate is the moment that I can say, well, 44% of Americans can't process folic acid. So they can't have that fucking enriched flour or that enriched rice that has folic acid or that
Brown
bleached rice that has folic acid, right? No, brown rice is enriched flour is enriched
That's
as well.
some weak
You have to-
bloodlines.
you have
Okay,
to-
then replace it with
Like-
beans, right? Just double up their bean count. The beans were also cheap, okay? The beans were not
Right,
expensive.
but that's the thing is that like I can then negotiate. I can then start talking like when we start talking about health, right? The optimum health is going to be expensive food. The optimum health is going to be nutrient dense, grass fed steak, right? Are you going to argue that all children deserve and must have government funded grass fed steak?
Actually,
shipped in from
actually,
New
as a
Zealand and Australia?
rancher, I now have flip sides. If the government wants to fund every children
There
getting
it
grass-fed steak, they can. You know what? I'm on board.
We're
with that
seeing the
program.
problem in real time.
There
We're
we
seeing
go.
literally what General Mills is doing in real time, right? They're like,
No,
oh
yeah,
shit,
literally,
we
that's
can move cereal.
That's my issue, right? Is that like
If they're willing to do that, I'm in.
if you advocate for a positive right, and then you say, well, you've got enough, right? The moment you do that is the moment you're already in the communist logic, is the moment that you're already in a position where it's not right that wealthy people have access to things that affect their health that poor people don't have access to. And until we all make the same amount of money, until we're all equally poor and starving, it's not okay.
Scott, I don't disagree with you that I'm like welfare generally is bad. I'm just trying to build a bridge here of this very specific program. If we already have, these other
bite the bullet when we're talking about kids.
I'll bite the bullet, right? In a perfect world, I'd cut all this shit, okay? But in this world in which that's not going to fucking happen, if we're already paying for this, like, why are we adding more onto it at the very least, right? I'm trying to meet them halfway, right? I'm like Martin Luther King, and you're like Malcolm X here. I understand you, like you're going to ham, right? But I'm trying to
meeting them halfway is why Michael Malice says that conservatives are just progressives going the speed limit. It's like you constantly meet them halfway, which means you constantly say that it's okay with what they're doing, or that you'll accept what they're doing. The only right answer is fuck you. That's theft.
And then they're going to take more of your fucking money anyway, because they're going to say, oh, these fucking idiots, they want to get rid of all the food stamps. So we're just going to tack on this extra $40 a child because they have no real argument against it, because we're not going to get rid of food stamps. That's ridiculous.
So
you say that, and it depends on how many people you convert in the process.
So two things, Scott. Like, I love that saying, right? Because I'm constantly saying, yes, like, why are we compromising with awful conservatives? These people are holding us back from actually achieving a better world. So whoever said that, brilliant. Love to see it, right? Progressives in the fast lane. And to Lactoid, yes, thank you for building a bridge. Clearly stolen from a hard worker who actually took the time and to put the resources into constructing that bridge. Took that risk. But here you are, just appropriating.
Real libertarians and ANCAPs, we don't want children to starve, unlike socialists.
But okay, so I wanted to respond to what you said. Then Aiko, you got your hand up. All right, so
yeah.
So like,
I just had a quick thing.
Sure.
As long as we're thanking Lactoid, I want it, because it's been a while since I've been here. I want to thank Lactoid for talking about how cheap eggs have gotten under the Obama administration, or under the Biden administration. It's great praise, indeed. Because last time I was here, we were definitely talking about the price of eggs, but not like that.
Food has consistently been getting cheaper over time since the fucking, as long as we've been measuring this shit, especially since the 50s. Food's been getting cheaper. Food is dirt cheap. If I can literally if I can work out on Walmart like .com to get 115 pounds of healthy food delivered to you for free, okay, there goes the fucking food desert argument. If I can get 115 pounds of healthy food delivered to you for free,
that's impossible.
I will send you a link. I literally have worked this out. You can go right now, Walmart.com.
And I will look through all of it, how it's all fucking poison.
Okay, beans, bananas, chicken. It's not poison. Come on.
Okay.
Chicken certainly is.
Let's assume.
Oh, what?
Okay, I don't know what conspiracy theorist says. Let's.
It's not conspiracy theory.
You know what's not cheap? You know what's not cheap?
That modern factory farming is shit.
Chickens are vaccinated, right? Don't you know that, Prime?
Yeah, heavily vaccinated.
Terrible for you, man.
So like that, I was going to respond to things you said previously. I want to start with saying that it would be great if assuming that everything from Walmart is healthy at the price that you've given, right? These are quality products. I think that's great that we could package them together and give that as an option to individuals. But even then, that's not going to work all the time. Right, like, so these people are the target audience of welfare, often working multiple jobs, and don't have time to prepare meals in that way, right? And so, like, it is more useful for them to buy something that they can just plop down for their kids. And hopefully it's a healthy thing, or maybe it's not, but they got to get to work. It's very important. And as Lactoid will say, right, they need to be there to honor their contract on time, or they're stealing from their employers, and it's going to be a problem. So, but Ty said this previously, talking about how we should limit what people can get with their welfare welfare bucks, and I disagree with that completely. We should give them the most freedom to figure out what they need. When we put barriers in all the time for these welfare recipients, and it makes it harder for them to just get fed. Period. That like the things that are allowed on the list, first of all, are political, as you guys have already implied, right? They are politicized, and they simply may not be available in their area for whatever reason. And so it makes it much harder to like assemble any sort of a healthy meal. So if you just simply opened it up and allowed people to make those choices for themselves, I think that's libertarian.
Two-
I love
two-
how you're
two-
slowly
two quick-
becoming libertarian.
Um,
over time.
Two quick
You're
responses.
recognizing unintended consequences of government action, and you
Okay.
like just redistribute wealth because it's the only fucking thing the government can
the
actually
best
do.
way
without fucking
is
up.
to always limit to lower barriers to that assistance, and in fact drastically raise
Which
the
is a
amount of,
really fancy way of saying just write a check because the government sucks at everything they do.
Sure.
So,
Okay.
Prime.
We're building another stolen bridge.
No, I'm
I'd love
opposed
to
to this.
see it.
I'm
Let's
opposed.
do that.
So I'm opposed to
All
this. There's a couple. It's really clear need to respond. First of all, poor people on average work fewer hours per week compared to like middle class people. When you actually look at overall
Yes.
income brackets, it's not true that they're working all these extra hours. I mean, you could probably find somebody that does that, but
Yeah,
sure, but on average they're working less. So most of the time they
Most
actually
people
have
don't stay poor.
they have more. Yeah, of course they don't stay poor because they're actually working, right? The ones that are actually staying in that bracket are the ones that are making that average be a lower amount of hours worked. Also, this cope that like you can't throw eggs. Come on. I mean, I understand that you could be in a rush for things, but eggs and chicken. I mean, that's what 5 minutes. You just throw it on the
It's
grill
only
or
five-
throw it on the
it's
fucking
only
Yeah.
five-
on the frying
Right,
pan.
right.
Yeah, that just,
It's amazing how people can't escape their own perspectives. It's amazing watching it happen in real time.
Well,
That, like,
let me ask you a question.
hey man,
there's a
I'm
point
a-
though.
I'm a bachelor who doesn't have any children. And I'm not saying that you can't have an opinion on this, but like I'm a bachelor who doesn't have any children, who doesn't have to prepare, like get them up, get them fed, get them like into transportation, whether that be my transportation or someone else's transportation, into school, get to work, maybe multiple works, multiple jobs, and travel to my work, which could be an hour or more away on public transportation. So if you miss the bus, then that's another problem that you're having. I don't have to worry about any of these things, but yeah, like it's just like 5 minutes, guys, right? Like I at least I think so. I think it's 5 minutes to prepare a healthy.
So
meal,
it is.
and that's
Let me
Well, no, it is. It is.
and for multiple kids, right? Like it's amazing where you can't escape your own perspective and to say, well, I'll just add this on
No.
to all of that, and this is fine, right? This is not unworkable for anyone else because I can't imagine how anyone else lives.
Prime, there comes a point in which like staying in your own perspective at some point just becomes enablement, right? Like, yes, the heroin addict in their perspective, I can't possibly understand heroin addiction, and you can make a million excuses. You can make a million excuses as to why, for some reason, you can buy soda with food stamps, despite that having no nutritional value, repeatedly being denigrated by the American Association of Dentists for being just devastating on children for both their teeth and their overall health. Yet, for some reason, we got to remove this barrier because somehow, let's just remove the barrier for alcohol and cigarettes too, because I don't know what it's like being a smoker and needing cigarettes every day. I mean, from their perspective, I can't even imagine I must allow them to spend my money on cigarettes because I can't
No,
possibly understand their perspective.
Well, hold on. And to add to that,
Like I
and to
told
add- and
you,
to-
the moment you accept it is when you start the negotiations.
no, and to add to that though, like what you're asking is to pay for other people's poor decision making skills. Let me ask you a question, Prime. If I was we're on this panel and I accidentally shoot Tiberius here.
Accidentally.
Jeez, the
Accidentally,
love. All right,
Right.
look, I want to start
Yeah.
fighting everybody at this point.
Yeah,
Goddamn.
say I accidentally pop him, right? Do you think that I should pay for those medical bills, medical expenses, or do you think that you should pay for those medical bills and medical expenses?
I think as a society we should care about.
No,
our
fuck all
fellow
that.
man.
That's
so as a
terrible. I mean-
society, absolutely, we should make sure because
No.
if you don't have any money, if Gibbs, you don't have any money, that doesn't mean Ty doesn't deserve care, right?
Sure, but I mean that's
Ty,
still
for
not
all
the-
his many
Us punk ass
faults,
should get
deserves to live.
insurance.
No,
So
absolutely not. Absolutely not. I mean, the idea that I should have to pay for
Because of the
somebody.
okay,
No,
sure,
yeah,
right.
somebody else should just because somebody else makes one. I made a poor decision and I fire a gun, recklessly. Doesn't mean that the rest of us should all go pay for my reckless behavior. Just like someone chooses to have kids
But
when they
what if
weren't
Ty
ready to have kids.
dies? But
Well,
what if Ty dies?
that's a whole nother debate. But the point is, I shouldn't
No,
have
it's
to pay.
not. No, no,
It
it's
is.
this
It is.
debate.
It's
It's
absolutely
this
not.
debate.
No,
How is it not the?
Hey,
You're
can
saying
Chop
you
Liver
shot
get in
Ty,
here?
right?
absolutely not.
Look,
Absolutely
Ty
not.
is bleeding, right? Blood all over the
Listen,
place, right? Like, and he's like Kill Bill style. It's
Yeah,
just
I mean,
raining
and it,
out, right? And we got to patch him up. And
somebody got to patch them up, but
we
it
have
shouldn't
a
be. I
Ty's
doctor.
shouldn't have.
bleeding on
A
the
I
doctor
shouldn't
is
have
in
to
the
pay.
next.
Somebody else
A
shouldn't have to pay for
doctor
my
is in
mistakes.
the next room, right? And they're ready to patch Ty up. But like, look, man, I need some money to
Well,
make
luckily
this
that's not how they
happen,
work.
right?
They're gonna hit him with the bill afterwards.
Because they're a worker, right? And we don't want to steal their labor, right? According to Lactoid. So we got to pay them. We got to pay them.
No,
And you're saying that, like,
absolutely
well,
not.
if you don't happen to have $50, right, then the rest of the people who might be there, they shouldn't pitch in to assist.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm absolutely
Okay.
100% saying
All
that.
right.
Fuck that.
So
That
Like,
used
why
to be
should
how
I?
it worked with fire departments.
Yeah, why should I
okay.
have to pay for somebody else's bad decisions with having kids? Secondly, the other thing you're talking about is what we
That's a
call
lie, Echo Rich. That's a lie.
the other thing you're talking about is accountability and laziness. You're telling me you can't throw 15 ingredients into a crock pot and then leave your house for 6 hours? Give me a fucking break. It literally, this is how it takes.
It's too
And you
hard.
got
There's no
it's
They can't afford.
too
They can't
hard,
figure out the crock
too
pot. They're too
hard.
busy working 14 jobs in a row.
They're too busy working for all these kids they shouldn't have had in the first place, and then you expect me to pay for all this bullshit. That's what you're saying. Like, it's ridiculous. Now I'm starting to feel bad for General Mills. They're like that's how you got me
Jesus
right
Christ, come on,
Like,
man.
Jesus, it's terrible. I
Ty,
can't
go
believe
ahead,
it.
give it a try.
All right, so like the simping for General Mills, I'm not gonna stand for because like I've got a bone to pick with them motherfuckers. Like they absolutely are pushing a bunch of shit. Like they actually funded studies to the degree where they were actively arguing that cereal was more healthy than red meats. Fuck that noise.
Weren't they part of the corrupt studies that on trans
Yes.
fats as well?
Yes,
That,
like
the
General
entire idea
Mill.
that like red meat is bad for you was actually just General Mill and a couple other people buying off doctors.
Yes. All right. Let me in here, Scott. So like first and foremost, okay, we already do the whole food stamps thing where like we at least are supposed to be saying, hey, you cannot get this or this or this. Like every time I check on my my Walmart app, like it'll be like EBT eligible, EBT not eligible, that kind of shit. So it's like it's clear that we pretty well gatekeep this shit as it is. So I don't think it's like too hard to like go that extra mile. I'm not pro UBI. I'm actually pro like, hey, if we're gonna give you money, and like aid, I want it to go to the things I want it to actually go to, and I don't want you eating shit. Like I can have you buy a fuck ton of ramen noodles. It takes 5 minutes to do. You throw it in the microwave, but that's not the quality of life that I want you to have. And more particularly, if you're raising kids, I understand that things are hectic for you. I don't want you to do the 5-minute meal. I want to empower you to do that 30-minute meal that feeds the family of 4. So you know what? I will absolutely like take the money out to actually do that. But no, I'm not gonna go with the prime thing of like, hey, these people are in a hurry. No, take time for your fucking kids. If I'm gonna pay you the bills to fucking give you good food, take time for your kids.
You guys are awful. You guys are awful. Not being able, and this is just like the regular problem with when you're dealing with conservatives. That like they can only project themselves onto
Conservatives
the world
have children, so
not,
they can actually understand that.
yeah, sure.
You being a
understood.
lefty, you don't have any fucking kids,
Understood,
so you don't know what the fuck you're
right?
talking about.
Sure. Oh, okay, sure. Understood. Right? Like, but like they can project themselves onto the world. And they copy and paste their experiences. And so, like, of course, Ty can say, like, oh, I want to encourage you, as if these people don't want the best for their kids any which way, right? Like, this is like this paternalism for people who happen to be less privileged. It's like infused in all of this. Now, there's
How do you
all
know they're
kinds
less
of reasons.
privileged?
And
How do you know they're not
like
just lazy?
less
Right.
privilege and moralizing? Good work, thank you so much. I almost forgot about that. And moralizing these individuals rather than, hey, one we find ways to help them while they're in this position and then raise them from this position. How can we work within your lives to make that happen? let's not assume the worst of these people, if they're not criminals, not crooks, not unfit parents, not any of those things, but just like
Well,
individuals who
clearly they
really
are
are
unfit
good
parents if they can't
Well,
afford to pay enough food for their
Of
food at the
course.
restaurant. So maybe
Of
they should
course.
be parents.
Prime,
So yeah, they are
let's.
unfit
I want
parents.
to do a bridge
Yeah.
again real quick.
Yeah,
So
why don't we like sterilize the poor, right? They're not like fit. Like
yeah, let's not get too base
That's a
for
rights
Twitch.
violation.
So Prime. So
Like you stealing from me.
you
to feed
agree
them.
that you shouldn't be allowed to spend food stamps on like alcohol and cigarettes, right?
Alcoholic.
Alcohol and cigarettes, right?
Alcohol. I'm sorry.
Alcoholic cigarettes. That sounds like a great new product.
That sounds like a product to be made.
New product just dropped, boys. Let's go.
I would prefer that those food stamps weren't spent on those. Yeah.
Well, hold on. Not prefer they weren't spent. You would agree with a rule saying, hey, cigarettes and alcohol don't provide you nutritional value. And this is supposed to be a nutritional supplement program. So you're not allowed to buy them with this, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Sure.
Fair enough.
So soda, which has no nutritional value and is like consistently ranked as like a contributor to childhood obesity and destroys teeth, which is linked to late-term health outcomes for people. Shouldn't soda also not be allowed on EBT and SNAP?
The only thing I understand what you're trying to say, and I guess I overall agree with you. Um, however,
No, I'm taking the W already. Yeah.
You brought him to our side. Thank you.
No. Certainly not. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I have a better perspective on how people who are less fortunate live, right? Like, if you think, oh yeah,
Wait. Why is that?
Wait. How many times have you
How?
eaten
If I-
government cheese?
Like-
Like I've eaten government cheese a lot.
Why
of
do you
times.
keep saying that you
All
have
right, what
like
do you,
this superior understanding of everything? Like,
Yeah, I grew up
who
pretty
else
poor.
here has kids? Does anybody here have kids other than me?
Who else has grown up?
I owned a couple of fish once.
Yeah, I don't. I
Like,
disagree
I've
with the
grown up
statement
poor
that you
too.
can't
So,
that
I
we
don't
can't
understand.
relate.
Okay,
I like
great,
to like
right.
the poor
great,
factor.
and
Like,
and
yeah,
I
some
can
of us
no,
worked our way out and
you
didn't want to
and
be
I
lazy.
can understand, but still, it seems that only I'm the one, and maybe I don't know, but who can understand that there's a whole spectrum of experiences beyond my own, and I can empathize with those people, and I can try to design programs that more effectively address their needs.
Yeah, I can
The
empathize with them.
you-
They need to
and
work
the
harder.
only
It's not
case,
being
what I was
fucking
going to say the
lazy.
last
Your
quote is that, like,
belief.
the only reason. So, hold on, I'll do it for you in a second. But to
Mhm.
the only reason why I'm hesitant is that, like, I want poor people to be able to enjoy things, right? As well. Now, hopefully, they'd have enough money to at least be able to cover soda on their own, right? On their own money that they've earned through a job or whatever. Hopefully, that is the case. But let's say there are people who can't. Like, I'd rather them be able to have some enjoyment, in their life. Some things that,
Enjoyment. Wait. When did that become a metric that we measure anything by? Like that's fucking bullshit. Like I
I
hate
mean,
to
we
be a
do.
dick,
We
but like,
have
but
to
like the
mention that.
idea that
We
I'm
literally
paid
do.
so that
We
other
do
people
that.
can
We
enjoy
actually
shit.
do.
Listen. This was the original argument
It's
was that we're keeping
freedom of
people
fulfillment.
alive. No, the original thing is we're keeping people alive with these things. These are things they can't provide for themselves, and we can argue about the reasons or all we want. But the reasons why we're giving them rice, beans, chicken, all the food stamp stuff is so they don't starve to death. That was the original. Now you're telling me, oh, we need to make sure that they're enjoying these things. Let's just make them have steak and lobster, like mandated by the
I would love
government.
it.
Send
Let's
shit to them.
mandate
Like
steak.
everybody
I
gets
love
steak
it.
and lobster.
We're
Yeah, let's do
on.
that.
We're
That's
on the
ridiculous.
same page.
Absolutely
Mandated steak
ridiculous.
So
and
Prime,
lobster, not for middle class individuals,
Prime,
for
that is
them, right?
disgusting.
Only for the poorest
So
individuals.
the line of enjoyment you're arguing is somewhere like there's alcohol and cigarettes, clearly no, but then there's like a line, and then sodas. Like we want people to enjoy. Yeah, no nutritional value, but we want these people to have some enjoyment, just not like too much enjoyment. We don't want them like getting drunk, right, or subsidizing their PS5s or whatever. But we want to subsidize their soda, despite the fact it's killing children.
Killing children, I think, is
Heart failure, number one heart disease.
I'm saying the risk towards of soda, and it's not like, well, I shouldn't say that. I think the risk of imbibing soda is like far lower than alcohol and cigarettes. Like, can I say that? Can we together say that, like, taking alcohol, taking cigarettes is worse than soda? Can we agree to that?
That's actually
No.
probably in this specific context, it's actually probably not true because the likelihood that you would use food stamps to buy cigarettes for your children is pretty fucking low. But the likelihood that you would use food stamps, if possible, to buy soda for your children, which is poisoning your children, is much more
Super
likely.
high.
So I would
Plus,
say,
if
No,
they
no,
smoked
no.
those
I would
I'm
say
cigarettes, they
saying in
wouldn't even eat.
general.
They
So
wouldn't
I'm
be
saying in
hungry.
general
So.
for
yeah,
any individual.
I'm with you in general, but I'm saying in this specific context, which is the context of the conversation, you're probably wrong. In general, you're probably right, right?
Hmm. Okay.
In terms
All
of
right.
in terms of this $40 school lunch
I-
thing, right? It's
yeah.
clearly for kids.
I'm not going to like die on the hill of soda. I promise you, I won't. Right? But like I'm saying that like, overall, we should be expanding because I was looking it up. One of the things that you can't buy with EBT is like any hot or prepared meal. Like you just can't do any of that. Right? Like if you can have like a fucking Subway, right? Prepared meal. You couldn't use that for your kid. That's healthy enough, I guess. I don't know, to liberals attempt
No,
to
you
be.
should. You shouldn't be able to do that. That's ridiculous.
It's-
Like, look,
hilariously enough, Subway lost a court case in Ireland because according to Ireland, the amount of sugar content in the bread legally required them to label it as cake
That's cake.
because
Yeah,
it's not
that's
considered
that's the
bread.
thing. Hold on, that's the thing that like
That's a
foreigners do
horrible.
in other countries. They think like American bread is super sweet, in general,
It
and
is.
and
As
they
it
call it
is.
cake. Like I've heard this story many times. But it's
Yeah.
whatever. I don't know.
I
No,
just
but
wanted
like,
to
but
use
to your
Subway as an
point, Prime.
example. It's like
But
it's
to your
healthy.
point,
It's like it's fucking cake.
It's fine. It's not cake.
no, but to your point, Prime, you're sitting here, you're talking about the same thing again. You're saying Subway, right? Like, oh, that's healthy enough. No, fuck that. Here's the thing. Here's the problem with all this, right? I hate to be the Scrooge on Christmas and the Grinch on Christmas, but these
Of course.
programs are
Let's
not
deny kids
designed.
food. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go
they're
ahead.
not designed to sit here and give people enjoyment. If that's a metric we're running by, the country's done. We might as well just give up now. Like the idea that the country's over here providing enjoyment from the food, that's it's so disgusting to me. Like I almost can't even fathom.
Yeah,
Like
that's
put the
right. We
disgustion
should
into words.
provide the
No,
bro.
like
I know.
yeah.
No more
100%.
joy
Hey,
on
that's
Christmas,
totally
all
good.
right?
Or
No
maybe
more
totally,
joy.
like,
Yeah.
I might be okay with them
We're
doing
hitting all the
MREs or
Christmas
something.
How the
classics. I
Grinch
love to
stole
see it. Yeah.
Christmas.
Yeah,
So
like
let's
maybe they should
provide
give them
them.
MREs or rice beans
Ooh.
only, like whatever the like minimum level of sustenance is. That's what they should be
That's
getting from these
exactly
food
right.
stamp
We
programs.
should,
Like
like
it's
bird
ridiculous. Why
feed.
should they
We
be
should
getting
give them
enjoyment?
bird feed
Maybe
or
dog
cattle
food?
feed.
I don't know. Yeah, cattle
maybe.
feed.
Yeah,
It's just like it's got a
indeed.
lot of
That's what
calories.
we should
Well, hold
do.
on. If they're
I
working two
agree.
jobs,
The endless
why can't they
compassion of
spend
conservatives
Yeah,
always
why can't
shock
they-
me.
why
on
can't they
my
spend the money
But
they're getting on
why?
their
Why
two
would-
jobs on Subway, and then they can use the food stamp money on like general groceries for the week?
Yeah, but the idea that I'm paying for somebody's fancy meal at Subway, bro, like that's fancy to some people. This is how I know that you don't actually know about being broke, because I know people that would be sitting here and go, "Oh yeah, we had a nice restaurant dinner at the Long John Silver's," right? Like I know people like this, bro. There's tons of them. They're poor
Okay.
people, and so when you're gonna sit
Sure.
here and tell me like, "Oh
I
yeah,
know. I
they're
know.
gonna go
Yeah, I know that.
enjoy
I
a
know that poor
Subway,"
people
that's
don't live their
my
lives
God.
in internal torture, right? That they try to find enjoyment, and that may lead them to do
Poverty's not
things in
supposed
the
to be
moment.
comfortable.
Hold on. That may lead them to do things in the moment that aren't financially optimal. But like they realize they have a limited amount of time in this world. That as we can see across this nation and across many others, it's very difficult to get out of your starting social class. You'll probably end in that social class. And so instead of like trying to scrimp and save for at every point in their lives, right? Some of them decide, I just want to like have some fun today, and that's okay. That's actually all right.
No, it's
So
not.
I
Not
want to,
if
I
that's
want to,
not
I
what
want to,
Yeah,
I
well,
want
it's
to,
not.
I want to
Okay,
shit
that's
on
fine.
everyone right now, except
Whatever.
for potentially Admiral Gibbs, right? And so what I want to say is it's very interesting because what I'm hearing is kind of the two sides of socialism, right? Like Prime Guys is giving us the utopian version where like we care about maximization of happiness and like we're going to increase happiness everywhere. And then like Tiberius D and Lactoid are like compromising with like the dark breadline scary socialism where like we're going to feed you but only the sustenance that is required to continue to work in the factories and continue to output the mechanisms, right? And so here's what we know actually and objectively, right? What this form of welfare is. We live in a country with a progressive tax. And so what a progressive tax means is that the poor pay the least amount of taxes and the upper middle class and the lower end bracket of the wealthy they pay most of the taxes. The super wealthy, they're corrupt and they don't pay taxes, right? Or they, the way that they funnel their money is that, they like have a bunch of assets and then they like you leverage those assets for loans that are taxed at less, right? And they spend money to not have to pay taxes. So what you're doing whenever you have these welfare programs is you are disincentivizing the behavior that leads to those that sit at the upper echelon of wealth in this country, but aren't corrupt and pay their fair share in taxes. So that group of people, the people that are the most successful in America, that have, and how do you become successful in a capitalist society? By solving problems. That is how you do it. Someone has a problem that needs solved. A product needs done, some type of asset, or something needs to be managed. Some problem needs to be solved, and that's how you make money. So the people that are the best at solving problems in society and giving society what it is that they actually need and want are punished the most heavily, so that money can be taken away from them to disincentivize that behavior and stop them from being able to solve problems, to give money to the people that are the least able to solve problems in our society. These are parents that can't afford their own children. So what we do is we take money from people that solve problems and are good citizens that help increase our GDP and help make the world and products better, and we steal money from them and we funnel it to people that can't solve problems because they suck at life. And then what we do is we empathize with them over and over and over again about how hard their fucking life must be and why it's our obligation and our duty to steal from the people that solve problems. These are the people that make goods and services cheaper. These are the people that do things that create more jobs in our economy. We stop job creation. We increase inflation. We make things more expensive, all so that we can presumably help the poor. And what we do is we incentivize the bad behavior that keeps people being poor. We get rid of the things that forces them to want to actually succeed. That is an objectively true fact. There's no way to argue against that. That is just what we are doing. You may think that it is okay to do that it's worth it to do that because these people need happiness or something. But I'm telling you both that both of your forms of socialism are fucked up. And I don't care if it's the bread lines, eat beans and chicken and rice socialism, or it's the we're all going to sing kumbaya and be happy and we're going to maximize happiness when the poor are eating salmon fucking dinner socialism. It's all socialism, and all it does is kill and starve people.
Okay, Scott, drop the chicken and the rice, just beans. Can I meet you there? Now are we?
I mean, that's not a very balanced diet, but like, sure, beans are, there's not like anything negative going into beans.
Beans are awful.
Or legumes.
I hate beans.
Just ship them cardboard boxes full of beans. There you go.
No, don't even do beans. Just give them a nutrient paste and like that flavorless. And if they work harder, then they can get a flavored one. I'm 100% serious. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Admiral. No, I got it. Right now, like you said, like these people are unfit parents, right? They don't deserve to have
100%.
those kids, right? So we could recycle these things and keep like
Soylent Green
within that within that social class.
But you're not allowed to laugh at Soylent Green like 5 minutes after
we could eat the babies, right? That would be the meal for those individuals.
Well, just the aborted ones, right? I mean, there's plenty of those.
The
right, especially
just the aborted ones. We could just turn them into nutritional paste.
The aborted ones. And there we go. We're solving so many problems. Or like it could be like Snowpiercer, and then they could give them the food, the gelatinous block.
Give them the job of like, it's like, come here, kids, you got little hands.
Okay. Aiko, do you want to add something?
Yeah, I wanted to take, because initially I think your objection was more to the rhetoric about what was being said than it was the substance of it in some parts of it. And what I mean to say is, if I were to take some of these arguments that you've been reacting to, and if I were to just flip it on its head and say, okay, look, the government is using this money to encourage the consumption of certain kinds of foods and not other kinds of foods. And in so doing, the government is sort of educating or potentially miseducating people, right? You wouldn't want the government to send out the message that the healthy thing for you to do is to eat
food
Twinkies and
pyramid.
drink sodas, right? Yeah,
Where
you wouldn't want
carbs are at the
you wouldn't
bottom.
want a food pyramid that is as badly designed and influenced by industry as the one that we
It's our
got.
current one.
Right. And even as they try to fix it to make it look better, it still isn't any better than it was before, right? So you wouldn't want that, right? So you would want, presumably, you would want the government to say, hey, you're free to eat whatever you want, but we're going to give you like extra resources to buy this like healthy stuff. Not saying that you're not allowed to eat those other foods, or if you're a bad person if you do, or anything like that.
Yes, he is.
But just that it shouldn't, at least at the very least, the government not encourage eating food that's gonna like shorten the lifespans of these people and decrease the surplus population, as Scrooge would say. Like you would want to avoid that, right?
In principle, the only problem is that like, what do they have available to them? Because these people live in
Well, okay.
places.
For one, they have a lot of products that are cheap because we subsidize corn. Like
Yeah, I know. Like,
agriculturally, right?
we subsidize the wrong things. Fair enough. I agree.
Right. So if you're going to argue that we should be subsidizing broccoli instead of corn, right? Or
Broccoli's
at least we
bad.
should not subsidize corn in order to avoid like these harms. That's not too different than saying we should be directing the way what you could buy with food stamps, so that the people who are using these things have the best shot at like having healthy food and a healthy life.
I guess I don't have a problem with people being encouraged to do like healthier things. Like it's fine. So if this is gonna be that's a larger argument.
This is a different
so
argument. Like
yeah,
Gibbs being terrified that somebody out there might have joy, right?
this yeah. This is a larger discussion. I see where
Yeah.
this is going. This is a much larger discussion as to how the government should work. But I'm just trying to like get to this in the shortest amount of time.
Sure.
I'm fine with the government giving encouragement. I'd rather them encourage than ban. That's like the shortest way of putting this. That like
Mhm.
because we don't know like each individual person's situation. We don't know like what they have available to them, like what businesses are around them, their transportation options. We don't know any of that stuff. And so let's simply give them the funds so that they can make those decisions for themselves, but maybe give them some encouragement, and that like because we are subsidizing those fruits, those vegetables, all that stuff that our friend Lactoid was talking about previously, right? We were subsidizing staple foods, then your money goes farther that way. So why not pick
It's
those things
interesting
up?
you say that, Prime, because you're making the anti-tax argument almost as what right there as well, like right. So you're sitting here saying, "Oh, they should just have the money to freely spend what they have with for whatever they get. They should be able to freely spend it because nobody knows their situation best, right? Except for them. The government doesn't really know how to handle their situation, so the people that should know how to handle their situation, That is the same argument that conservatives have been making about taxation being theft for since the beginning of time, which is
Nah,
that
bitch.
the government.
Conservatives ain't be making that argument.
Yes,
Fuck
they
you,
have.
those
Hey, hold on.
libertarians.
I'll tell you. Whatever. It's in a similar veins. I've made that argument. I'm not a libertarian, and I know how best to spend
You
my
are when you
money.
make that argument,
Well,
baby.
sure. Well,
You are when
whatever
that
then. I'm just saying.
taxation
I
is theft. That
know
means
it
you're an
is a
anarchist.
theft. Yeah, I mean, maybe eco style, but I'm saying that the government doesn't know what I can spend my money on like better than me, right? So that's the argument you're making right there. So if we're talking about taxes, well, these people apparently didn't know what to do with their money properly, so they're still living poverty wise. So now we're going to take more money and give it to these people that, like as Fabian already said earlier, is they already made economically poor decisions. So now we're going to keep enabling them to make more poor bad decisions with our fucking money. That's ridiculous.
While punishing the people that make the best decisions.
I'm gonna read this question from the audience. Usually, hype chat, super chats. If you want to get a question in, we love for you to be involved.
Also,
Johnny
Merry
Scarlet
Christmas
is a
to
person
whoever.
I deeply miss, and I hope you're doing well, friend. So I'll read this in their honor. But hype chats and super chats. If you want to get a comment in. Anyway, let's say we agree that adults don't deserve aid, but children do, as it's not their fault. Um, this leads to shitty childhoods, which the children will need to heal to be better as adults. Do the panelists support medical care and therapy for those now grown children? Do they need to pay for it themselves? Very difficult and expensive. It's difficult and expensive to pay for those medical expenses. Did you guys catch that, or do you need me to read that again?
I think I get it.
I caught it, but I don't feel like I understand the question. Like, so, the question presupposes that we agree that we must be enslaved to children, but not to other adults. That we're allowed taxation is okay, and theft is okay so long as it's utilized on children and not adults.
No, that wasn't the
Assuming
question.
that that's
Yeah,
okay.
I don't think that's the question.
The
I just
question
think we
is-
have a duty to the children.
No, not to the children. The question is, once, like, let's say people who come from shitty childhoods, once they become adults and they need therapy.
No, but
should-
that was the presupposition at the beginning of the question. The presupposition at the beginning of the question is: let's say that we agree that these children have to be taken care of. Then the continuation.
No, I don't
after
think that's
that
what
after they
presupposition-
become adults. Sure, I think that's probably right. Yeah.
after they. I'm almost repeating what she's saying. Like, yes, I'm right. Fuck off. No. So then the
Calm
question
down,
is
Scott. It's okay.
do we continue to have a duty to take care of them as adults? I wouldn't agree to the first part, but
Yeah,
even if I did agree to the first part, right, I guess you would have to agree to the second part, because by agreeing to the first part, you're saying taxation is okay. We have a moral obligation and duty to those less fortunate than us to give up our assets and give up whatever it is that we've done to better them. And so, yeah, eventually that level of altruism only leads to only one philosophically consistent solution, which is full-blown communism.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
agree with any of the premise of the question. Fuck them all the way.
Okay,
around.
hold on. So let's play with the question. Even if we do assume that we have a responsibility to take care of children, which obviously people, including myself, don't
They
agree
don't.
with, but let's just say that we do, because that's what the question. I just reread it. It is a hypothetical.
Right.
Let's assume that this is the case that we all agree with. Then do we also have it as adults? I don't necessarily think it follows necessarily, right? Once you're an adult, you're in a different position. You have more earning power. You have more responsibility over your own psyche and your own behavior and your own situation. So is it possible that, monsters from your childhood haunt you? Sure, but a child is much less equipped to deal with those monsters, especially if they're currently experiencing them as opposed to an adult. So I still think that even if you assume that we did have a responsibility to children, I don't think it necessarily follows that we have a responsibility to
Yeah.
adults.
But how do you assume that we do have a responsibility where, like, it's no longer theft? And I have to hear that justification, but I can't think of a justification that isn't essentially altruism, which would necessitate the same for adults. I don't understand how you believe that for children, but not for adults. Like, you can just say it arbitrarily that it matters for one or the other, but once you have to justify why it's okay for children, you're going to come to altruism, and that altruism is its natural consequence is going to mean that it's okay for adults as well, or that you have a moral obligation to all of those less privileged than you. And then privilege becomes this subjective thing, because it is, and then it becomes this forced equality.
Johnny said, my question is essentially asking if we think healthy people become successful, therefore, should we help people be healthy?
Yeah, of course, healthier people become more successful. Yeah. But I mean,
But you say that, but isn't the whole thing that necessity is the mother of all invention, right? Like, so people struggling, shouldn't this be the people that are supposedly coming
That's
up with
right.
all these
Those kids will invent
solutions?
their ways out of.
I'm
those
just
kids will
saying
invent their ways
that's
out
the
of,
thing, everybody's
poverty.
created equally, right? So, like, everybody's created equally,
No.
and we're sitting here saying that they're like living in poverty. Shouldn't these necessity make them the strong survive? They come out on top.
The
Isn't that the
strong
theory?
survive. I mean, yeah, I
mean,
love those naked.
No.
I mean, it's not. I know, Scott. This doesn't represent you, certainly not. But like, at least not in the same way. But I love these like naked like moral arguments. Yeah, like the strong should survive, and the weak. On the other hand, the weak should not. That individuals who, for whatever reason, don't fare well in this capitalistic world, should just
socialist.
die out. Like they shouldn't Fair enough. No, that's good. That makes sense.
I just deny that it's
Yeah,
capitalistic as we've
yeah.
gotten increasingly more
Oh,
socialist.
I see.
over
Oh,
time.
you're saying a different thing. But anyway, that these individuals should
Mhm.
just starve in the streets, like, and that'll be the end of them. But it's good to have that out in the open. That's difference between them and me, right? Like,
No,
that
so
I
let
had
me actually
I believe
answer
that
this.
there was an I see again being the actual pro-life person. I believe that life has value, so we should protect that life.
So you should steal
By
from
grinding it in a blender. Hell yeah.
Yeah,
No,
we
so
should protect that life. This the actual pro-life position.
Should we
It's
protect that life,
obvious.
no,
Brian?
I'm the
It's
actual
literally
pro-life
obvious
position.
is.
You're anti-life because you're
Mm.
anti-property and you're willing to steal from people and you're willing to steal the labor that people, well, not the labor, but you're willing to steal the past parts of themselves, of property that they've homesteaded to give towards others. So what I'll say is actually this, right? So first off, Admiral Gibbs, yeah, sure, necessity is the mother of all invention, and so there are certainly people that will be made in the crucibles of hardship, that would not have met success. But for the overwhelming majority of those people, ACEs, known as, adverse childhood events, right? These are the things that are going to destroy them. I think they're like 1,200% more likely to become heroin addicts, if you have like 3 or more ACEs, right? And like, what are ACEs? Like, you don't have a father around. Well, welfare actually makes that worse, right? So welfare traumatizes children by incentivizing families break apart. So that's one thing against welfare. But like poverty in and of itself is kind of the opposite, right? Which is that being impoverished certainly leads to all sorts of adverse child events. Being near violence is one of them, right? Well, who's near violence? People that are impoverished, right? People that are upper middle class are not near fucking violence. Likelihood to see a dead body, right? Like that's an adverse childhood event. Death of a close family member, that can happen to anybody, et cetera, et cetera. But
More
poverty
likely to happen if you're in poverty.
right, poor diet can even be considered an ACE. Right. So being poor is likely to have more ACEs than not, right? And so the question is welfare solving poverty, right? And if you're purely a consequentialist and you don't care about stealing money from people and you don't care about rights violations, the question is, does welfare stop poverty? And the answer is an astoundingly obvious no, because welfare hasn't done a goddamn thing to solve this fucking problem. In fact,
that's
it's
not the
made it
goal.
worse in every situation. Right. But
That's not
if
the
it's
goal.
if
What do you
the
mean it's not the
goal is to alleviate
important.
poverty, right,
It's
is
not
to
to
alleviate poverty.
these programs don't. Sorry. It depends on what we're describing. The exact definition of what you're
Mhm.
saying matters here, right? So that we can get on the same
Okay. Oh,
page.
yeah. I'll
That should,
split it apart. Two things. I'm saying two
yeah.
things, right? So when I say alleviate poverty, I mean in the immediate sense, alleviate the symptoms of poverty, which is like the inability to certain resources, right? Which is obviously the stated goal always. And the second one is eliminate poverty in terms of reducing poverty and increase upward mobility so that people over time can pull themselves out of poverty or that they have those opportunities, right? Neither of these goals, the second goal is not working. The first goal presumably works in the short term, but is in fact also failing. Poverty is increasing. The wealth gap is increasing. Our society is having more and more poor people. Like the war on poverty that has been occurring since the Nixon administration has only made the situation worse. So even if you're a pure consequentialist, that we go back to what is it that we objectively know? And what we objectively know is that we are taking money from the people that solve the most problems in society, that are the best at creating jobs, that are the best at doing things that lower prices in the economy and increase economic output and increase opportunities for everybody. We're stealing their money, disincentivizing them from doing the very things that solve those problems and reducing their effectiveness at doing so, and giving it to the least able to solve problems and the least helpful within the economy people. And we're doing so involuntarily.
Yeah,
which
but
is
you're
only
forgetting
important to
his
me.
reason is that these people need enjoyment in their lives. Not actually solving the problems. They just need enjoyment, and that's what they need from this. That's why.
literally
That's his
not
That
my
wasn't
argument.
his argument.
I
That's
mean, it
not
was
my
his
argument.
argument earlier. I mean, that's
That's
part
not
of it.
my
You were
That
saying,
wasn't his argument.
no, you literally made the argument earlier saying, hey, These people should be able to have some enjoyment sometimes and spend their money on a Subway sandwich, right? You literally made that argument. No, I'm not going to sit here and
Yeah,
stand
but
for this.
but I didn't say that's the point of welfare.
Well, so I
I'm
mean,
saying
okay,
that
what is it then?
I'm
If
saying
that's
that
not
it
it,
should. Sure. Yeah, I'm saying that people should have some level of enjoyment in their lives. It shouldn't be toil, 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 die. Right? Like,
why? Why shouldn't it be that?
I'm just you've tried to figure that out on your own, right? I don't think I have the words to help you.
Well, I mean, I think
solve
that's a
that
real
problem.
question, though.
No,
I
I
think
know
that's
it's
a real
okay.
question when we talk
Yeah,
about welfare. Like, why shouldn't it be toil, toil, die? Like, the whole point is like,
it's a
maybe you leave something
difference
better for your
in
children, right?
principles. It simply is a difference in principles, and we're
Yeah,
just
it's
gonna have
called
Default
to
state
it's
of
called
man is poverty.
accountability, is what it is.
we're
Some of
just
us
gonna
have
have to leave it at that.
accountability, and people that believe in welfare
Yeah,
don't
that's
believe in
right. Some
accountability.
of us don't want children to starve. There's just a difference in morals here. That's okay.
Yeah, I don't want
so-
children to starve. That's why I'm against welfare. It is
sure,
the socialist
sure.
that does not realize the damage of their own actions that is causing poverty. You're
I mean,
causing
you can just say,
poverty.
I mean,
I
you
want to
can
get rid of
you can
poverty.
say that. I mean, you can say that, but um,
Right, but I
here's
have an
what
argument and you don't.
yeah. You like I'm literally trying to speak and you're talking over me. It's amazing. But anyway,
Go ahead, make your
Merry
argument.
Christmas,
That's why
everyone.
welfare is needed.
But
Or address mine if you want. Yeah.
so from my perspective, and I think you already know this, and I think I've stated this multiple times to the people who've been here long enough, is that I think these programs are very badly designed. As they are, they are badly designed, and some of them, I would agree, help keep people within poverty, but not because of the principle or either the act of taking money from the more fortunate or the principle of welfare in general, but because the literally the way they're structured, it encourages people to stay at a lower level, right? Like people are.
Yeah, no,
If you look
I know what you're
hold
saying.
on.
Newt
Yeah.
Gingrich and Bill Clinton
And
solved some of these problems, but they didn't solve all of them. Yes.
yes, but for other people who don't know what I'm talking about, where you have like a cap, right? It says if you make above this amount of money, then you lose these benefits. But like if you do make a little bit more than that money, that doesn't mean that you aren't needy anymore. You're just doing slightly better for yourself. So it encourages people to stay at a lower level of income, right? That if you get a promotion, that can actually have a deleterious effect on your lifestyle because of these caps. So like that's just
It
like
happened to
one
my mom in the
example.
projects. Like I lived in the projects when I was a kid, right? And it happened to my
Yeah.
mother where like no one in the projects worked, and she worked 2 jobs. And she would like carry me on her back, literally, to go work at the boathouse in Richmond, where she was a waitress and a singer and a dancer on like a fancy like boat that went up and down the James River, right? And I would go in the kitchen, and like I was communally taken care of by a bunch of like gay fucking performers and like women waitresses and like chefs and cooks playing with toys and like in the kitchen, right? Like I was the story that like every person thinks is a welfare person, which isn't, right? And lo and behold, my mom got out off welfare. Imagine that. But everybody else in the projects was like, why are you doing this? Why are you working? Because the moment she started reporting a certain amount of income was the moment that they like increased her rent at the projects, and they like got rid of her like food stamps. And like thus it was more expensive for her once she started working more jobs.
Yeah. 1 second. Johnny Scarlett, I don't know how you got your sub. Did you sub yourself just now, or did someone gift you a sub? It's not clear to me. I don't get any notification. But thank you, Johnny. Thing subsidized Prime. That would be a great idea. Substitute shall give bits of gift subs if you like our content, if you like us talking about these things, and doing it in a relatively serious manner. Thanks so much, Johnny. But so Ika wants to go, and all right, so we'll go.
Yeah,
to Matt.
I still want to answer Johnny's question, but I'm not 100% sure what they meant by that. But let me tell you what I think they were asking, and you tell me if I got it right. Is it more that if we're taking care of children, then these children who are not raised by fit parents who then become adults, do we have a responsibility to take care of them in some way as adults? Was that the question?
Sorry, are you asking me specifically?
Yeah. Well, because
Okay,
you were the
repeat it
one
again.
reading it out.
Yeah, sorry. Repeat the question.
So I think the question was, if you have like children who are being raised by unfit parents and then they become unfit adults as a result of that, do we then as a society have some obligation to take care of maybe their mental health or their health more broadly?
I think that's part of what
Okay.
they mentioned. Yeah.
Okay. So the only reason I ask is because this is an answer that was given by the NRA. Like if you go and read like their statement on mass shootings, it says America has a critical mental health crisis. Many are sick. Too few are able to recognize their illness, even less to get help. The sad reality is that there are too few resources for those who need it. Let's see. Over the last 6 years, the number of beds available at psychiatric hospitals in America has dropped by 96%. In 1955, there are 340 beds per 100,000 people. Now there are 11.7 beds per 100,000 people. We must find a way to reach these people before they hurt themselves or others. So there is rhetoric on the right arguing that as a society we would benefit from taking care of people like who need help, even into adulthood.
Yeah, but it's just rhetoric. Because the
I know
rhetoric
it
that they
is.
trot
Yeah.
out. Yeah.
But let's let them prove us wrong on that.
I've would love.
You hear no
would love
argument
to.
from me. I'm fuck that. That ain't me. Fuck them
So
all in terms of my
so
tax dollars.
sure.
I actually want to help
But
them.
to finish off the point that I was making before, talking about like how the programs we have now, at least some of them, can encourage people to like stay at a lower level, stay at a poverty level. So I agree. I think government programs can assist individuals, can help alleviate or uh, solve. Let's use the word solve poverty for now, even though I don't think that's a thing that you can never maybe truly solve. But we'll just leave that alone for now. But I think that's a thing that we can accomplish. That doesn't mean that every government program is capable of doing that. You can design a bad government program, or you can specifically sabotage
Yeah, of
government
course.
programs so that they work worse, right? They provide less benefit and put people in a vicious cycle. I like, but that of course goes on the premise that like you can collect taxes and then you can redistribute those taxes. If you don't agree on that part, then it's like hard to have a
Prime,
conversation
Can
on.
can I ask you a couple questions that like
Mhm.
pointed quick questions, right?
Sure.
Okay. When you tax something, does that change behavior in the market? So for example, if
Yes.
I put additional taxes on cigarettes, does it
Uh huh.
incentivize people to not buy cigarettes?
Sure.
All right. So we recognize that if something is taxed in the market, that
Mhm.
money is taken away for a certain behavior, that it disincentivizes that behavior.
Yeah.
Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if we're taxing at the highest rate
Mm-hmm.
people that are the most productive in our economy, okay? Does that, and we increase the taxes on them, does that not disincentivize whatever behavior led them to be the most productive members of our economy?
Your question assumes the premise that one, they are the most productive, and two, that uh,
Okay.
the things
Okay.
that they are always doing, um, that like taking money would take away from their from like a pool that they have that would be used for production, right? They are uh, so a person could just be can have money and haven't produced nothing, right? We agree on that.
Yeah, sure. Outliers exist, but we're talking
Yeah,
about
and there
the
are a lot
general
of those
public, right?
outliers.
So what we're talking about is the upper middle class, right? The
Oh, we're
upper
talking
middle
about upper
class.
middle class, so we're not talking about
We're
billionaires
not
here. We're
talking
just
about the
talking
super wealth.
about
Well, the
okay,
super
all right,
wealthy don't pay their fair share in taxes, no matter like, if you believe in taxes being good or not, right? They pay
okay.
less
So we're
taxes
not
because
talking about them.
the
All
way
right,
their wealth is managed is like completely different than the upper middle class. I'm
yeah,
talking about like
that's fair. That's fair.
regular doctors, regular lawyers,
Okay,
small business owners that have businesses worth like $10 million, right?
sure.
I'm talking
Okay,
about the people that at the highest tax bracket, but that their money comes from like a fucking 9 to 5 job.
sure,
Okay.
sure. I hear
These
you.
are the people
I
we're
hear you.
talking about. So
Okay.
these are the most productive members of the economy.
Now I would agree with that one. Yeah, I would agree there.
Okay. And whatever behavior led them to do this is going to be incentivized by how much money they make. They worked hard to make more money. And if we tax that money, then that means they have less of that money, which means they are less likely to work hard to make more money to be more productive towards the economy.
Sure, they have indeed. I think you're correct there.
Okay, so
I
now,
don't want to.
now let's reversal.
But also, right, like they are getting things from that, right, like that we're taxing them in the assumption that they are also receiving benefits. So like benefits shouldn't just be for people who
They're
are,
receiving the least amount of benefits of anybody in society.
well, they need it the least. So that's okay as well,
I mean,
right?
I don't know
So
what you mean by need, but
They're getting the least ROI. Like they're putting in way more money
They-
than what they're getting
right.
out.
their marginal propensity to consume, right, is going to be very, very low, right? It's still going to be higher than this ultra wealthy, but the ultra wealthy are not spending that much in taxes. I'm specifically looking to the backbone of our tax system, the where most of our money comes from. This is going to be the upper quarter of people, but not the top 1% that are in
no,
the
I hear
highest
you. I
tax
hear you.
bracket.
I hear you. We're on the same page there. Yeah.
Okay, and they're getting the least amount of government resources, and they're paying the most amount of taxes. The
Yeah.
more we tax them, the more we disincentivize whatever behavior led them to be in that position. Yes, there will be outliers. Some people start up
No,
in
no.
the upper middle class.
I hear
They get
you.
a
I'm not
bullshit.
even bringing those
Yeah.
up. Yeah, I'm not even bringing those up. Yeah, I hear
Okay.
you, right? But we redistribute because we realize that, or at least, sorry, not we, excuse me. I believe that it is of core importance to help those who are less fortunate, and that if we do, we can help properly, right? We can help raise them up so they can be more productive, rather than
Okay, yes.
sure.
But that's an argument for the moral reasons for taxing these people for welfare. I'm not asking you about
Okay.
all of the things that are associated with welfare. I'm asking you, will you admit that just like when we tax
No, I agree.
cigarettes,
I already did.
okay.
I
So
agree. Yeah.
now will you admit the reversal of that, which is that when you take away financial woes and burdens, that you decrease the incentive to escape poverty.
Decrease.
You
the
might give them more
incentive.
opportunities, but you decrease the incentive. If people are like, why not? Why?
No. I mean, I think there's a whole list of reasons, like that a person would
Can you
want
give me
to
one?
escape. Sure. Yeah. Social stigma
Mhm.
is one of them, right? People don't want to be poor. I'm sure you can find outliers, right? I'm sure somewhere there's actually, a
No.
quote unquote
I
wealthier
said
queen.
decrease, not get rid of. Right? It's the same thing with the upper middle class. If I tax 5% more of your income, you're still making more money than other people. You're still gaining social status by being a doctor as opposed to being a physician. There's still plenty of reasons for you to want to be in the upper quarter of Americans. But the more I tax you, right, the more I reduce those incentives, and the more I give money to the bottom echelon of society, the more I reduce the incentives to escape poverty. I might give additional opportunities, and there might be plenty of other reasons why you would want to escape, obviously, but I am reducing those incentives.
Okay, I can stipulate that, but I just say that it's not uh, um, uh, enough. The difference has no real effect from
I
the
will quote
inputs that
Warren
I see.
Buffett here.
The shame inputs. Oh, Warren Buffett, great. All right, please.
I'll quote Warren Buffett here and say, "Show me the incentives, and I will show you the market." Right? When
Great.
you understand that the incentives point in a specific direction, then you recognize you're able to, with some degree of accuracy, understand what will occur in the future. We are subsidizing a program that disincentivizes wealth creation from those that create wealth, that reduce prices, and that make the economy more robust and reduce inflation, right, by making products and services cheaper, right? And we are subsidizing people that are a net drain on the economy, that need money from other people. This
Yeah.
incentive structure reduces the growth of our economy, reduces the
And
strength of our economy, the health of our economy.
and I
It
disagree with that
reduces
because
opportunity.
because in actuality, right, or at least again, if it's a properly designed program, but if these people aren't destitute, if like here's an example. Going
Mhm.
back to what we were talking about before, kids in schools, right? You can send a child to school. How effective will they be in there? That school. School is important
Mhm.
to build the knowledge to be productive in the future. But if a child is hungry, then they are simply less effective at that job. And so, if we
Mhm.
assist them, whether it be through free lunches or and free breakfast, because we should do that as well. Um,
Mhm.
when we do that, and they have the ability to learn and be more productive, then they can become. They have that chance to be that entrepreneur in the future, right? Because
Mhm.
they weren't hungry and they didn't act out because that's what kids do also when they're hungry as well. They act out, they become disruptive to other kids in the class who may not be need
Mhm.
assistance as well. I think it's better for society as general, and that's just like a microcosm because we don't help people when they're adults.
Mhm.
Then they don't have the ability to be entrepreneurs. They
Mhm.
engage in crime, which damages the rest of society who may not need that help in the first place. Like there's a rippling effect. So we
Right.
can
But
see.
there's ripple.
Right,
But remember, you and I had a conversation late night
sure.
not too long
Mhm.
ago, right? About economics, right? We were, remember the hot dog and the T-shirt. I'm not going to go over it for the audience, right? But you remember that, right?
Yeah.
There is a ripple effect. There's a ripple effect in the opposite direction that you're not accounting for. When you take money away from the biggest producers in an economy, you reduce how many jobs in the economy. You reduce the competition, and by reducing how many jobs in the economy, you increase competition in the labor force, which
I hear you.
reduces
I just don't think these
everybody's
things are
wages.
equal and opposite, right? Or I
Right,
think that
because the
the
government is
benefits.
inefficient at it and the market's
I,
more efficient
I
at it.
think the benefits that we gain for a properly designed program. Once again, I have to stress that part. Um, uh,
Right.
no,
Centrally
it
planned
it
properly. Yeah.
actually right. We don't have to get into that. But at any point, okay, it's like uh in a properly designed program, the benefits that we get outweigh the negative outcomes. I hear you that like
But that's a
um
religious belief. That's not a scientifically backed one.
religious belief. Well, why is like we can sorry, like if you want to have a debate where we go over the benefits of actually providing
Mhm.
people with these resources and the effects we see in the economy, I guess we can, right? I don't have a whole list of those right at me, but to say that's a
Right.
religious belief, like that's
It's
not
a
like
religious belief. Yeah.
okay,
It is
sure.
a
You can
religious
just
belief
keep saying
because it
that.
doesn't
Sure, whatever.
because well, I
You
mean,
can
I
just
can
keep
back it
saying
up,
that.
right?
You
I can back it up because what you were doing is that you were looking at a before and after effect of a specific government implementation in an area, and you're not able to actually compare it towards one where that didn't happen. You don't have two worlds. That is what is required to actually understand the difference between these things. Is that you need two worlds in order to use
then
empirical
yes, then
evidence.
everything in terms of economics is a religious belief. Then, and in that case,
Not if
you
you're
and
an
I already had
Austrian.
that discussion as well. We
I can
already
use
had that
logic.
discussion. And oh, yo, oh, now so you can use logic, right? You can look at this world and see effects
Mhm.
that bolster your point, but I can't use that because I don't have a comparison. I don't have
You're not looking
a
at
control
effects.
subject. I don't have a control subject in the world, and so my beliefs must be classified as religious. Oh, sure, all right. I mean, if that's
I'm
how you
not
want to
looking at
go,
effects.
then
You are.
I agree.
You're
Sure, whatever.
utilizing empiricism. I'm not.
Yeah, you can utilize empiricism in this world to
Not in a
measure the
soft
effects
science.
of
Not where you
government
can't isolate
intervention.
variables.
Sure, but I'm sorry. I can't deal with that. That's fine. If you want to call that religious, then go ahead. You got it. That's okay with me.
I'm just saying we don't know the you
That's
don't
fine.
know the you know the you can look at it in a situation, right? And obviously you can establish a historical fact that like, you know, date one the society was this way. We introduced something and then a year later the society was this way. There's a multitude of other factors that are there, but the problem is that you don't understand what would have occurred had that intervention not been
Yeah,
there because
I
times
understand what you're
change over
saying.
time.
I understand the what a control case
Right.
is.
But what we
Got
can
it.
do is that we can look at incentives. We can look at human behavior, and we can look at what incentives are you actively funding and what incentives are you actively defunding. And just like with cigarettes, where we can understand that if you tax cigarettes and make them more expensive, it has a downward pressure on people purchasing cigarettes. We can
Yes.
know that if you tax people for working hard and being productive, and you give money to people who
Sure.
don't work hard and are unproductive,
Here's the
they're going
problem.
to
Here's
incentivize
the
bad
problem, Scott.
behavior and disincentivize good
Here's the
behavior.
problem, Scott. Because like,
Mhm.
and I feel like you understand this, like in the abstract, but like when we're talking about these principles, these are a great hypotheses, right? But we have to apply them to the real world. At some point, we do have to apply them to the world and observe what happens afterwards. But again, we run into the same issue once we are observing them in the real world because we don't have the control case of what if it didn't happen, right? That separate
Mhm.
timeline. So in the end, we want to apply whatever you're saying to the real world. There are going to be lots of different inputs, right? And we can see that the best economists, no matter what economists you were thinking of, they have models that they come up with, and it does exactly what you're saying. Like, we're looking at incentives, we're looking at inputs, we're looking at outputs. But we have an error. Somehow our model is imperfect. What could that be? Maybe because we've applied this to people and in a complex society, and so we get
Mhm.
different answers than we might expect. That's simply how that works. That works for no matter what school of economics or principles that you happen to come up with. Once you apply it to the real world, you'll get different
Mhm.
results.
But that's not an argument against what I said. That's just an
I don't.
argument for the complexity of economic models. It's not an argument against the fact that if you intentionally subsidize bad behavior or behavior that you don't want, and you intentionally disincentivize behavior that is good, that has a downward pressure on good behavior, and it has
I
an
know,
upward
but I've
pressure on
already,
bad behavior.
I've already agreed to that. I've already agreed to. I don't. I'm not arguing against that because I've already agreed to that. You asked me those questions, and I agreed already.
Right. So you bite the bullet that welfare disincentivizes good behavior and incentivizes bad behavior.
But yeah, but it doesn't.
Okay.
No. Yeah. No, sure. No, I'll just do that for the because we're nearing the end of this section. That's easy for me to say. But I can say that
Mhm.
once we apply this logic to real life, to the real world, we can see that there are disproportionate benefits, and that those benefits are worth the disincentives.
But you can't. You
that
don't
you're
know
lis-
that. You're just
Of course,
assuming
we don't know
off of
because
just
we don't know anything. Because guys, I
no.
don't have a
You
control
admit.
case. I
No,
don't
listen.
have the alternate
You
timeline. That's
admit.
okay.
You
No, that's
admit. You openly
and
admit, and you
you
accept
admit that
that
once
it
you apply your principles
disincentivizes.
to actual life, that things are different. That these economic models that you've just thought up, right?
No.
That you're sure, whatever.
No,
It's okay.
I don't admit that.
Like we
What I
we
admit, no,
just don't agree.
you say once
It's
it
fine.
hits, no, you say once it hits
Fine.
the real world, you say
It's
that
fine. We don't
these
agree.
things outweigh, but you also admit that you do not have the control. You do not know what would
Yeah,
have
I don't
occurred
have the
if
alternate
we hadn't
timeline missing.
forced,
There's
if
no
we hadn't
knowledge.
stolen
There's no
money
knowledge
from
in
the
the
upper
world.
middle class
We don't
and
know. It's
given
all
it to the poor.
religious.
You
It's all
don't know what
religious.
jobs would have
Everything
occurred.
is on
You
faith.
don't, dude,
Absolutely everything is on
you're
faith. It's
coping.
okay.
You
No,
admitted
I'm
the
not
incentive
coping. I
structure,
think it's
and
you're
now
the
you're
one
just saying,
specifically
and you're
coping.
just saying
Look,
the real
that's
world
right.
over and over again. You're
Everything,
coping. You don't have an argument here.
we don't. Yeah, of course, I can't have argument because the way you set up the premise is that unless you have an alternate timeline, right? You can't possibly have an argument. You can't possibly have facts on your side. You can't possibly look at empirical data like produced from this actual world in
You
draw
absolutely could attack
conclusions. Draw
praxeologically.
conclusions to do so, but it's not
You
a
could
possibility to do
absolutely
so.
attack
So it's okay. It's
praxeologically.
okay. It's faith. I have faith. That's all right. I'm okay with that. I have faith. No problem. Moving on my life.
Okay, so you
Okay.
you admit the
Any
incentive
which
structure,
way.
but you have faith in
Any
a
which
different one, and
way.
you say
Moving
it's
on.
crazy when I
That's
say it's
okay.
religious opinion.
That's okay. That's okay. So
But why do you have
anyone
faith?
else who thinks that we can just use the one world that we have to draw conclusions? If anyone else wants to jump in, now's the time.
Yeah, well, I mean, that just not to prolong that particular
Don't,
conversation.
please
Okay, I
don't.
won't then. I won't
Please
then. All right.
Okay. Anyway, anyone else?
Did we while I was on that phone call, did we cover how Prime's libertarian logic is only works in when it comes to taxes, or no? Did that get covered?
1 second. Hypertroller, 1 second, please. Hypertroller, thank you so much for resubbing for 10 months. Awfully kind of you. Admiral Gibbs being a real one, resubbing and then gifting a sub. Awfully kind. Seriously, man. Shout out to Admiral Gibbs, who constantly is trying to support the community. Much appreciated, friend. Thank you, Admiral Gibbs, for gifting. Was it 2 more subs, or is it no, so not you. It's Mock Gaming Bot. Thank you for gifting a sub to SV Philly and for resubbing yourself. Awfully kind of you. Thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you, Mock Gaming Bot. Yeah, really kind of you. What was
I have a proposal. Or sorry, Gibbs. Gibbs had a question for you.
Yeah, I just yeah, I mean, did we cover how Prime, how you can justify your libertarian logic when it comes to taking tax dollars and giving it to somebody else and say they know how to spend that money because we don't know their situation, versus the libertarian argument that it's, hey, the government shouldn't take my tax dollars because I know what to do with it better. Did you find a way to justify that while I was gone, or no?
we didn't. I guess we didn't discuss that.
No,
part.
it's a faith-based belief on
It's
the
all faith.
fact that the opportunities will
Okay.
be better
Well,
because
that-
the government program will be run well this time.
Sure. I guess that answers the question. Yeah, let's go to that. Whatever. I don't care. Lag to it. Go ahead.
So something that I've a lot of people balk at this idea, but I like it, and I'm curious on what Scott thinks about it. But I'm also okay, fine. But I'm also curious on what you think about
I'll listen. I'll let other people.
Fair enough. I also want to know what you guys, what specifically Prime as well, what you think about this. So when you're talking about like maximizing choice, I actually, I'm fine with choice, but I'm also fine with putting restrictions on money that we give you, right? Because like, and you are to some extent as well, right? You agree that you shouldn't be allowed to spend food stamps on, alcohol, cigarettes, PS5s. Sure. There's all sorts of things that you can't buy with them.
Sure.
But
I want to lower more barriers because that's like in general I want to lower.
Well, I got a sick ass barrier for you. This is going to be so. This is going to be so sick. So, kind of going along the lines of what Scott was talking about in terms of show me the incentives and I'll show you the market, right? Like incentives here are everything. I have a proposal. What if people who got welfare of any kind, but it's really we can make it food stamps for this particular example, but welfare of any kind, they get like a little stamp on their driver's license or their government ID. And then they're not allowed to buy cigarettes or alcohol from any like place that sells cigarettes or alcohol. And they're not allowed to go inside bars. They're not allowed to like spend money doing activities that we all recognize are not only wastes of like great expenditures of money, but also overall deleterious to their health. And we all agreed before, like healthy people are more likely to be successful and get themselves out of poverty. So we want to make sure that they're healthy. So we can literally just say, okay, you can get this money, but if you get it, like a condition of getting this welfare is that you are no longer allowed to buy cigarettes or alcohol or go to bars or anything like that.
Okay.
I don't care.
I feel 2 ways about this. One, like the actual point of that discussion was to say that when we're dealing with the government money, how should that government money be spent? People go to bars on their own, usually on their own money. Like in this actual world, they go on their own money, and so they can continue to go to bars with own money they made privately. But beyond that, okay, so let's embrace this. Paradoxically, let's embrace this completely. I would love this program. Yeah, sure, let's do that. Right. And no, go on. And maybe we can build another stolen bridge together, lag to it, right? Because I think you're principled on this and that you are against subsidies in general, right? So if we're talking about lower class people, let's do it for upper class individuals who get massive subsidies when it comes to whether it be tax breaks or direct contributions from the government through deals or like whatever, right? Because they have access to power, right? And they can help design programs that benefit them, right? Like they have, that's the whole point of lobbying, right? That's like the industry of lobbying, so that more government money flows to them rather than the other way around, right? So if that's the case, if that's also welfare, then sure, I'd love to restrict the things that they can do as well. That works.
I 100% agree. The only disagreement I have is when you categorized tax breaks as like
Oh yeah,
welfare.
sorry. Excuse me. I should have said that. I should
Obviously,
have
this
said
is
that.
not
I
the case, Prime.
apologize.
I appreciate
I'll take
that.
that back. I'll take that
Okay,
back.
sure,
Yes.
but like subsidies, yeah. Like if you're a farmer and you're getting corn subsidies, you should get that same little stamp on your driver's license, and now you can't go to bars. I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If we treat them all equally,
Let
then
me
I'll take
let
that.
me ask this: do you have a problem with people working hard, right, and then using the
I
money
have a
that they
problem with people
have?
working hard. I hate
Hold
it.
on, and then using the money that they've made
Typical
to
lefty.
like to create like power for themselves? Do you have a problem with that in and of itself?
Sorry. Do I have a problem with a person working hard and to create power for themselves?
Yeah, yeah. So like,
Um,
yeah, do you have a problem with that?
could you give me an example?
Sure. I say I own a restaurant in a city, and I've been there for 50 years, and it's a very successful restaurant. And now I have a lot of because I've made some money. I'm able to donate to candidates that will give me benefits, whatever economically within that city, and help candidates and donate to those candidates as well as host their dinners, and I'll do all sorts of different things to create power for myself using the money that I've
Like,
earned through
say
working
ban
hard.
other restaurants.
Yeah, like sure. Like, would you have a problem? Well, I would be happy with that. But do you have a problem with them
Why not?
using
That's weird.
like yeah? I mean, even then in that situation, sure. Let's say you take it to that extreme. Do you have a problem with someone using their money that they've earned
I
legitimately to better
absolutely have a
their self?
problem with
Why?
lobbying. Yeah,
Why?
100%. That I think it's a corrupting influence within our government, where the people from a certain strata of our society get to have an outsized influence
And
that
that's different than
oftentimes
a union.
trumps
How?
that absolute that sure. I'm willing. I'm more than willing to get rid of unions if we can equalize power by taking it away from the rich and their access to the government, and so that workers they can outvote them at the ballot box, right, and help design policies that benefit them. That works for me. That works, right? If that influence comes purely from the ballot box, then I'm fine with it. But the moment that we have
Well,
the corrupting
this is a
influence of
local
money, then
business
that's an
owner in
issue.
this scenario, right? So they're creating jobs, right? They're
I don't
enabling these
care.
workers to have that. You
I
don't
don't
care.
care.
You don't care. Okay.
I don't care. No, no, they can vote. They can vote. And they can certainly talk to their congressman, right? They can, like any other citizen, they can talk to whoever their local official to and bring up their problems, and then they can try to um, uh, like find like-minded individuals to assist them as well. But like, I don't know, I don't. They shouldn't be directly contributing. Certainly not.
So I would say restricting behavior um, via welfare is, it sounds good in on paper. We don't know what the unintended consequences are, right? But it seems like the scenario you set up is relatively benign, most likely, in terms of the unintended consequences. The problem with it is that it would justify additional state power, right? What you're doing is you're saying, I'm okay with the expansion of government because now the government is even more able to tie all funds towards um, government licensure, like their driver's license, in changing what behavior they are as a citizen allowed to gauge in. And so they're allowed to designate certain citizens as second class citizens based upon accepting certain government things. And it's like the way that you set it up isn't that bad in that situation. The problem is, as always, when you give the government power, how is that power used by your enemies, and how is that power used later? And so I could see a world where we have a 90% tax rate, right? And then everybody is on some form of government assistance, or most people are on some government assistance, except for the very, very wealthy. And all of that government assistance comes with all of these strings attached that effectively reduce their power, their ability to freely buy things in the market, and their ability to actually move into the upper echelon of society. So I think it's a dangerous slope to start saying that the government is justified in restricting people's behavior throughout their entire life and restricting the free trade of goods and services between people because they're accepting some form of government assistance.
I understand the mechanism. Like, yeah, it could be used as a mechanism. I mean, by definition, it is a mechanism of control. And the concern
Yeah.
is this could be a mechanism of too much control. I think that I mean, to be frank with you, I think that if we get to the point of everyone's got 90% of their shit taxed, I mean, we're too far gone anyway. Like any kind of government that has
Well,
got to that point is
Right,
going
but
to be
I'm
able
saying
to.
you're going
Ever-
towards that position.
Well, no, I'm not, because I'm saying that like you're basically saying, well, what if this gets to the point where the government it controls everybody through this mechanism because like
Mhm.
the situation is thus that everyone's dependent on the government. And I guess my point is the government could like that if the government wants to regulate activities, first of all, they could. There's a much more direct way for them to do it. They could just ban like things like they're proposing with menthol cigarettes or drugs or any sorts of things, right? They
Right.
could just so. And then also, if you have a government like if we're that far big government, I don't think that like this mechanism is going to be comparatively helpful to them when they have all these other mechanisms to ban shit. It's possible that this could be a mechanism. I see the logic of how this could be used this way.
Well, I'm just saying.
I guess the
when you're
concern
talking
I
about
have.
driver's
Well, hold on
licenses-
1 second. Well, the thing is, like,
Yeah.
I think that there's other methods that the government would prefer to use if it was like going to act tyrannical in this situation. And further, like, let's say we did this and it actually turned out to shrink the government because the overall amount of people using welfare declined. Because now we have a massive disincentive for using welfare.
Right.
This would shrink the size of the government, arguably.
I mean, potentially, but again, this is where unintended consequences come from, right? So what I think is the more likely scenario is actually people accept it, they take it, and then we have a giant black market spring back up of where we're essentially in prohibition again, where a massive portion of society is not legally allowed to purchase alcohol or cigarettes, and so they just find other means of purchasing alcohol and cigarettes. And we've recreated gangs that are around that we've recreated the incentive for gangs that already exist that are selling drugs and trafficking people across the southern border and using all of these things that are illegal to now sell alcohol and tobacco to people that can't legally get it. And now we're just funding fucking gangs because we're using the government to restrict choice.
I don't think that this
Like
would be the
MS-13
mechanism.
would fucking
No, they
a
wouldn't.
lot of gangs would love it if all of the poor people on welfare were forced to go to the black market.
So
to buy
no,
alcohol.
they're so
They'd love that shit.
no,
I
they
mean,
wouldn't. No.
'Cause that's a
Well,
whole
hold
new
on.
value.
This would not
actually,
happen.
Rich
right.
people.
Hold on,
This would not
let's-
happen. This would not happen.
Right.
Okay, there's already a demographic in America in which they're restricted from buying tobacco and alcohol based on their ID,
Mhm.
and that's minors, right? We already don't allow them to buy, and it's not like MS-13 is shipping in tobacco and alcohol. What happens is yes, there's a problem with minors who will buy alcohol and cigarettes from their friends who can get it, or they sneak it. I'm not saying this is like a foolproof solution. Of course, you're going
They
to
don't
have
have
people
they
on
don't have that
welfare.
much purchasing power.
Yeah, neither do people on welfare. They're on welfare. They don't have purchasing power.
Hold on there, but Lacto, you're
They
missing a
have a
big thing.
lot more purchasing
This
power.
is
than
already a
bankers.
black market. This is
I
already
don't
a
think
black
that's actually
market.
true.
No, people already use this as a black market, right? Like, if I wanted to right now, like, this is not like I could literally go outside. I could walk down in front of the meat market right in front of my house and go over there and I could buy food stamps off somebody, right? I could literally do that in the next 30 minutes, right? So you're telling me that
Or you
this is
could
a
buy
black
drugs
market?
with your food stamps.
Sure. I mean,
do it all
yeah.
the
And so you're
time.
telling me that there's a black market that already exists. By restricting it further, wouldn't get larger? Nah. And secondly, I also agree with Fabian. There's like just because the government has more efficient ways to be tyrannical doesn't mean the government's not going to take every single way to be tyrannical, right? Like, the whole thing with governments is that whenever they start choking you out of your freedoms, they do it real slowly so you don't know you're being choked. This is just one more way to do it.
No, we can apply this retroactively to minors, right? So we have minors. Is it like a horrible, yes, the government sets the age in which you could buy stuff, and they have increased it for like cigarettes, for example. Does this mean that any laws restricting minors from accessing these materials thus must lead to this slippery slope? It's theoretically possible. Like, we could live in a world in which the government tomorrow could raise the purchasing price for tobacco to 95. They could do that. But if they had the political motivation to ban tobacco anyway, first of all, I think they would just ban it directly as opposed to doing this silly mechanism of raising it prohibitively high. And second of all, just because we have this shit banned
not how
for
tobacco's
minors,
banned.
so tobacco is
That's right.
banned for minors, isn't that true? And isn't this a good thing? We shouldn't let
How
minors
does the
buy
federal
tobacco.
government- How does the federal government?
You
do
guys
that?
want to move on to topic 2?
The
right?
police,
Like,
the police
that
prevent people.
No, it is not a
All right,
federal
time for this
law.
one. Let's
It is.
just
I'll be
move
very
on.
quick. It's not a federal law. What they do is they say we're not going to give you certain money for your state unless your state makes the legal age a certain amount. So it's all the way back to the actual topic right? Where they're saying, do you want the free money? You have to match as 50-50. That's the same way that the federal government has the tobacco and alcohol age limits, is that it's actually not a law. They just say, if you don't make it this, we will cut off Medicare funding and all kinds of funding to your state, and you have to spend hundreds of millions. So they use that to strong arm without actually making a law, because
Okay.
it would have been difficult to pass in Congress.
So let's say I support a law that broadly does this, or even if I support this mechanism. Let me ask you point blank: do you agree with me that it should be against the law, state or federal, for minors to buy cigarettes? This should not be acceptable, because that's my position. 12-year-olds, I've seen those Indonesian kids.
Yeah, I mean, like, it depends on what you mean by minors. Like, I don't know that a 17-year-old or a 16-year-old is like that
12-year-old.
incapable. Yeah, 12, but obviously by 12, no, I don't think anyone should. Trying to consider like who would have the right. But like 15 or below, yeah, I would agree with you.
Great. So we already have a demographic that we prevent from buying alcohol and tobacco. Is your contention that MS-13 sees this as a potential market to flood with tobacco and alcohol?
I already said that the black market, obvious, like that gangs will utilize any black market in that sense. What I'm saying is that market isn't very large because it's very easy to get your friend to go do it because it's already legal by somebody else. But the other thing,
that's the
is
main
that,
reason.
right,
Stores
which-
that will sell it to you anyway.
right, which
Yes.
which would agree in both situations. But the other thing is that the purchasing power of minors doesn't compare to people who have jobs, even if they don't have a ton of money because they're on food stamps, because they only make 30,000 a year or something, right? The 15-year-old doesn't have 30,000 a year. They have way less.
So why would they buy the alcohol if they have all this purchasing power? Why would they buy the alcohol from MS-13 instead of like their neighbor who doesn't have the thing on their food, like their fucking license, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, I can see with you that the black market might take multiple domains, right? And it might only fund the creepy neighbor that likes to cop a feel from the teenage girls, but he'll buy alcohol for the teenage girls, right? You know what I mean? Like, it might only fund people that are less bad than MS-13 because they're more available. But what it's going to do is it's going to incentivize a black market with unscrupulous actors.
I don't deny that this would probably incentivize more people to sell alcohol to people, like as a middleman, which is what currently happens, as a middleman for things that they want access to but can't get, right? I do not doubt that's going to happen.
Do we just let that happen, or do we increase enforcement?
So even if we just let this happen, or we increased enforcement, I still think that the whole point of making it illegal for minors to get into bars or minors to buy alcohol or minors to buy cigarettes or any of these things is not because we expect to fully remove the potential for minors to get a hold of these things. The point is to make this shit as least convenient as possible. And if you make it less convenient, then fewer and fewer people are going to do it, and they're going to do it less frequently. So if you make it more inconvenient for people,
it's bullshit.
Sorry, I'm gonna. I gotta end this here because we're already past time, and we gotta go to the next topic. Right. It's always unfortunate when my friend Lactoid gets into one of these arguments at the end of a of a top, because it's always so interesting. I really want to hear more of this. I actually would love to have heard more of this, but we got to move on. We just have to. So time your relevant points better.
Sorry, Brian.
Instead. Yeah. But no problem. All right, so let's before we go to the next topic, hey everyone, if you've been enjoying this content, consider supporting it. Like our friend Admiral Gibbs did previously. Shout out to Admiral Gibbs. But support this channel so I can help you. I can't do this if you don't support. So if you find value in us doing this, we have never missed a Monday in 3+ years, right?
Even on Christmas.
Even on Christmas, right?
So be in the giving spirit and help Prime out.
Exactly. Hey Tiberius, thank you for continuing a gift sub you got from Naritas, awfully kind of you. But yeah, this is the first time a major holiday has landed on a Monday 3+ years. It's interesting, right? That's how that worked out. But yeah, this is the first time. And luckily I have these amazing guys who still want to join me on that and want to join me next year. It's not next year. Well, yeah, actually next year. Yeah, that counts. For January 1st, next week, for that. It's really great that I have these individuals to do so, but we can only keep this up if you support. So if you're out there, you think this is of value, please help us out. Thank you, Mike's Packs for the 300 bits. Helpful as well. So yeah, if you want to interject a comment, consider using a hype chat or a super chat, whether you're on YouTube land or Twitch land. That's how you keep this channel up and running, and we'll read it, and you can argue with someone. They'll respond back to you. Oh, maybe. Oh, hopefully. Well, I'll respond back to you. At the very least. So, thanks so much for anyone who has supported, and yeah, please continue to help us out, so we can keep doing this. Okay. Topic 2. Nigeria is the world's 4th largest producer of cocoa beans. However, a large portion of those beans are illegally grown and sold. The beans are harvested from protected biodiverse rainforest land. It then goes through a long series of corporate hands until it becomes chocolate products in global markets. Should we ever care where our products were sourced from? Does it make a difference to you that a product you enjoy might have an illegal origin? Should illegal farming be stopped by the government if it costs the livelihoods of poor families? Is climate change and the loss of endangered species a big enough concern to endanger people in the here and now? And as consumers, are we at all responsible for the origins of the products we buy? That was a lot. This topic inspired me, but it's a lot there. So yeah, it's exactly as it sounds. Nigeria, they got like this reserve, right? Like this reserve rainforest. It's like got a lot of crap ton of endangered species, including like these elephants. There's like only like 100 of them left, at least in this region. It's like African elephants.
White
Um,
monkeys.
yeah, and the monkeys. There's like a whole list in the article that, and um, they are endangered. People are chopping down that forest to clear out space to grow cocoa. The reason why they're doing it there is because their other land previously has become less fertile. Because that's what happens when you you create a monocrop, right? It drains the nutrients out of the soil, and then it becomes less productive. So this rainforest is extremely productive. Now it's highly illegal to be doing it in this particular area, but that's where they're at, and some of that ends up in your hands. So, like, does that matter? Does Should we care? Let's have our friend Lactoid.
Yeah, you should care where your products come from. So one example is that I personally disfavor products that are made in China or sourced in China or sourced in any communist country. And I won't invest in any stocks that come from companies headquartered in China or do a significant amount of business with Chinese companies or really any communist country. In the same vein, right, that tends to be my priority because I think that's where the greatest evil is. If you're concerned about things like child labor or other kind of potential, I would agree it can absolutely be wrong in some circumstances, and you're concerned where where your products come from, and most people would be concerned where those come from, then yeah, you should be concerned about that, and you should work to minimize your reliance on those products. There are levels of separation that as you continue down them, the ethical implications continue to become smaller and smaller. Diffuse responsibility, lack of knowledge, right? Maybe you don't know that this happened to come from somewhere. There's no reason for you to know. Even if you do relatively, good due diligence, you can't expect every American or anybody in the world to memorize the origin of all products that they consume. It's just irrational. At some point, wrongdoing is unavoidable, but you should work to minimize that as much as possible. If you can afford and access ethical products, you should buy ethical products. And that means nothing from a communist hellhole.
Thank you. Thank you, friend. All right, next, Scott, please.
So I don't think Prime Guys knows this about me. But and when he picked this, I am an extreme advocate of regenerative farming practices, especially when it comes to cacao in terms of agroforestry. But mostly in beef is like kind of the big one that I want to focus on. So talking about that in this situation is, so the first question is, should we care? Yes, you should care about the origins of your food always. Mostly because you want to know what you're putting in your body, not even just the moral or ethical situations, but when you think you're eating a healthy chicken sandwich from, Chick-fil-A, and then you realize that there's 46 ingredients in just the chicken patty from Chick-fil-A, you should know that. You should know that you're eating poison, right? That you're not actually eating healthy chicken. So you absolutely should know where products are coming from, especially food, because that's what you're putting in your body. Should I care if that is illegally gained? No, I don't give a fuck about the laws of nation states. You shouldn't care in any way, shape, or form. You should care about whether or not it's unethical. And illegality is not a one-to-one for unethical. In terms of should we be responsible for what it is that we purchase? Yes and no. Ultimately, you are responsible for what you purchase. And so, but the thing is that I think we have to look at, are you being defrauded? And I think with many of these companies that are not doing any attempt at an investigation to understand where their products are coming from, I think they absolutely are defrauding people when they say that this is like ethically sourced. They use these vague terms that make it seem like they're doing really good things, or they just make flat out lies about where their chocolate is coming from. So people go to Whole Foods and they see something and they think it's good, and then turn out it's not. And one of the big elements of fraud is it reasonable for someone to be able to like ascertain the truth? And when it comes to the complexity of let's say chocolate and how many hands it goes through and where they're sourcing from, I don't think it's reasonable if a company claims that they're doing all of these ethical things with it, and they're not, for your average person at Whole Foods to be able to investigate that. So I think many of these companies are engaged in fraud. And if we were to get rid of those things, I think there would be a market driven force there. I also think that governments in a large part are, with the massive subsidies towards large farms and the kind of special benefits that you get in terms of tariffs, especially when it comes to the European Union, not so much America, but definitely with the EU, where monoculture farming is heavily subsidized by Western society, and it is horrible and it is destructive. In terms of going into habitats, that's not the problem. The problem is monoculture farming, as Promkai's put forward. And so being able to keep a small section of a rainforest healthy is not, it's doing shit. It's not doing anything, even if you properly enforced it. And so what we should be doing is we should be looking towards companies like TMA, which is a Third Millennium Alliance, and like what they're doing in Ecuador. Because getting rid of monoculture farming in Ecuador, what they've been able to do is they've been able to create cacao plantations where every single hectare of cacao planted, they sequester 17.9 tons of CO2 per year. They're able to locally grow food that is a part of the middle structure, that allows them to be able to feed themselves and feed the local community. They're able to make just as much money as other monoculture farms, and they're able to create a canopy for carbon CO2 trapping canopy that allows for healthier fruit and food and a healthier forest that absolutely acts as a habitat for everything involved in healing the land. Regenerative farming is something that is incredibly important, and it is completely ignored by activists because corporations don't make money and environmental activists don't give a fuck about the environment. They only give a fuck about looking cool to their communist friends. And we need to actually start pushing regenerative farming, amp grazing, all of these things that are incredibly important to our ecosystem and environment, because it's more profitable, it's better, get the government out of it, and it'll heal the land and heal the people.
Interesting. Thank you so much for that information. It's really, I didn't know that about you, but that's really cool. That's something you're interested in. Let's go to our friend Iko.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything that was said about regenerative farming. I'm just a little hazy on the mechanisms by which it would be enforced, but I'd look forward to hearing about that in the future. But also, I want to jump on something Lactoid had said, which was about caring about where your products come from, and he cares a lot about China and communism. Well, it just so happens that Ethiopia is considered the model Belt and Road state for China. So I don't know if they're behind this particular like chocolate thing that's happening right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if they had their fingers in it. And also, the Wagner Group is increasing their concentration in Central Africa, which is exactly where this is as well, where they go into areas that tend to be more focused on rare earth minerals and things like that. But they try to get their hands at anything that's profitable, extract it from an area in exchange for helping the local regime like stave off or like revolution, things like that. And yeah, I mean, a lot of these like outside parties that aren't part of the government in and of itself coming in and trying to like make these offers to local governments, I think has a lot to incentivize like bad behavior in regions when it comes to supply chains.
Thank you so much, Ty.
Yeah, I'll definitely copy paste that if you have the time and the diligence to look into where your food comes from, you definitely should fucking do it. Outside of that, when it comes to like the ethical responsibilities of the United States, also will largely copy that. But I'm gonna go with the more macro level of this too. Like the United States needs to stop doing this, where we just are willing to trade with anybody and everybody. Yes, it's made us a lot of money. Yes, it's done certain things for like the economy and like the general well-being of other nations. But it's biting us in the ass now. Now I can go into my big spiel about how we shouldn't trade with China because we're just not economically competitive with people who over subsidize literally every single thing that you can possibly subsidize. In addition to having a standard of living that's 1/5 the United States, it's just makes all the sense if they can do everything that they possibly can versus us being paid the last dollar. I don't approve of this. I don't think it's actually good economic theory and doctrine, and I will absolutely go down the line of saying that most of this long con that we've seen out of modern economics to where, free trade is good. Yes, please trade with anybody and everybody. It's somehow all the old predictions from like the 30s and the 40s about what would happen if free trade turned out to be real, turned out to be right. Where we consistently saw that people got poorer and poorer and poorer, and the richer got richer and richer and richer because all of a sudden the competitive people within the society could be competitive, but then those who were largely riding upon the basically the New Deal got fucked. So yeah, this needs to be reversed 40 fucking years ago. We can do it now if we actually learned our lesson, and I would love to have that conversation.
And finally, a friend Gibbs.
Yeah, so this is very interesting. This is definitely not how I thought this conversation was going to go. But so yeah, I guess my take on it is this. I guess the first problem I have with your topic here, I guess, is basically the idea that, like, specifically Nigeria can do anything about this is almost laughable to me. They're one of the most inept governments in the world. Like, I mean, it took them how long to get rid of Boko Haram? They're still dealing with ISIS. The idea that how they're going to go in here and stop the cocoa farmers is just really laughable, right? Which leads me to a second point, which is actually kind of the opposite of Tiberius is here, is that I think we should be able to trade with whoever we want to, right? And whatever we want to, however we want to, laws be damned. Like, as long as America benefits from it, and we could debate the like what's actually benefiting, whether or not we should like deal with China. That's one debate, right? Is there an adversary, right? Deal with trade with Russia. That's an adversary. I understand that. I'm not arguing against not trading with adversarial powers. That's not a problem thing I have a problem with. What I think we should be doing is this idea that some of these things are illegal, right? Like you can look at stuff like conflict diamonds or rubies or other items where people trade these things, and they're like, oh, we can't get them from these countries because it's unethical or it's illegal. And I find that idea just laughable at best because especially when people start bringing things up like international law, the idea that international law is anything more than guidelines for the world superpower, that's just funny to me. Like, I mean, none of these other countries treat international law like it matters. So why should we treat international law like it matters when it comes to trading? As long as it's benefiting American companies, like, then we should absolutely be taking whatever products we want, however we can get them.
Okay. Yeah, I'll put to the panel.
Okay, so I thought we were going to talk about like cacao plantations and like what's happening in Nigeria and like the article and like the questions, but I mean, I'll bite and try and tie the two of them together. Yeah, like so looking at cacao, for example, we can grow a tiny bit in Hawaii. That is the only climate that is in America, right? We might be able to grow some in the Philippines, but not really. Like Hawaii is pretty much the only climate that we have where we can grow this. So this idea of like we must tariff everything is like cool. Well, Mars is based in Virginia, right? Like, which is one of our major chocolate producers in America. Where the fuck are we going to get our chocolate from if we just start putting tariffs on everything? Like, I like it's just it. Where do you want fucking $17 chocolate bars? I don't understand what you're talking about. How that has anything to do with the farming practices and what's going on with the cocoa. It seems like nobody here did their research on it, so we just want to talk about like typical shit that we talk about, which is like I guess fine, but like I don't know. I kind of want to talk about the topic a little bit. I'm interested in it. If you guys just want to talk about trade agreements in China, sure. It shows you didn't do any goddamn research. But I mean, fuck it. I guess it's Christmas, so I can't
Yo,
expect you to have done too much work.
we can talk about the topic. I mean, I hope so. Like, because I thought it was really
But
interesting.
yeah, no, it's like no, free trade's good. Like this is silly. Like Admiral Gibbs and Tiberius D are both correct here. That's the problem. Is that free trade is good and we should want free trade, but you can't have free trade with a neighbor that's like stealing your shit and not engaging in free trade. China, for example, has been not engaging in free trade for fucking 60 years, and we've been engaging in free trade. Like, no, like if the other country, like a free trade has to be a free trade agreement, which means that like the other side's not stealing your shit and they're not like taxing Americans at like a higher percentage in your country than other people, and they're not like, you know, doing what they can to I mean, like I don't believe in IP, but the American government works under a system of IP and then lets China steal the IP. And you know what I mean? Like it's hypocritical in that sense. So like, yeah, like free trade's not the problem. Free trade's great. The problem is us engaging in free trade and then other nations not. Like that's not a free trade agreement. That's
Sure,
just
sure,
us
sure.
letting other people tariff us.
Yeah, I mean, and then the other thing with that is like the illegal aspect, right? Like, so, like, I think kind of what he was hitting on is like if people we're doing engaging the free trade, and it's like there's separate standards. People are playing by different sets of rules, and we're just like shooting ourselves in the feet, right? Like, you're like, hey, okay, well,
Yeah.
these guys are gonna do all this, but we're gonna just handicap ourselves and be like, oh, well, we're gonna play by all the rules. When it's kind of like the same thing when people talk about the climate change, which is part of this. You talk about the accords, and we look at it, and China outproduces us in carbon, right? Kind of thing. I know, like they've like been reducing and whatnot. But the point is, though, whenever we sit here and we handicap ourselves and we're like, oh, we're gonna do all these emissions, right? And then none of the rest of the world follows suit, or some of the countries that do are just like nobodies that produce nothing anyway, And then China's over here just like putting factories up. We're just shooting ourselves in the foot. This seems like a situation that's extremely similar to me in that regard, And like, yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody's against reusable or sustainable like farming tactics. I mean, that's just good money. I mean, why wouldn't you want like sustainable farms so you could reuse it?
Well, the only reason I brought it up is because, you know, the assumption that the article makes in a lot of ways, and I didn't know if other people were going to talk about it, is this idea that like the trees are getting old and they're not producing as well, and so there's this incentive to go into this protected area because there's more money to be made by having cacao plants in protected areas, and it's like, well, the problem is caused by monocultural farming, right? Like the problem is not that you just need to destroy the fucking land and go into the next area. In fact, that's more expensive. Like in the short term, it makes money, but like it doesn't actually help you in the long term. And so there are plenty of companies that. So like, one of the things that's special about cocoa, about chocolate or cacao plants, right, is that cacao seeds can't be frozen, right? And because you can't freeze or dry the seeds to like ship to another area, right? You can't have like genetic labs like off site. And why are genetic labs important for farming? Well, they're important for farming because you want to have different strains of plants, right? So that you can produce different phytochemicals, which is to say you want different strains to have different disease resistances if like some type of disease hits a plantation. And so in a lot of plants, you can freeze the seeds and then you can kind of like sell or like transport new strains to a plantation and have them rotate so that there's like some diversity even within like a monoculture, because like it might seem like it's monoculture but it's different strains. But
Mhm.
I mean, it's kind of technical, it's still monoculture but it's still different strains, so it's more disease resistant. You can't do that with cocoa, and so it has even more of a problem if you don't have like a diverse if you don't have biodiversity, or I guess you would call agroforestry, right? Like agroforestry, which is to say you need a canopy and you need middle fruit bearing trees, because like cacao, you can't depend upon getting new strains. Those seedlings have to be like shipped, and they don't always make it, and they're really expensive. But if you have biodiversity and you like do rotations, you'll get those new strains regardless. And you need the fruit so that you can have the flies that are necessary towards um that are necessary towards um, fertilizing the cacao trees, right? Like it requires a certain type of fly. So you need the fruit to be attracted so that the flies are attracted there so that they'll fertilize the plants to begin with. And so, like, over and over and over again, like the problem is the way they're farming, not necessarily not enough government enforcement in this protected area, because that protected area is not shit. But like it's like it was like a couple hundred square kilometers. Like it's like it's that's not the issue. The issue is how they're farming.
Right. So if somebody doesn't want to farm in that way, in the correct way, right? And we don't want to use state power to enforce that way of farming. What are the
Mhm.
other ways of ensuring that that happens and that the bad actors don't just keep going into new land because in the short term it's profitable?
Well, I mean, the bad actors can go into. I mean, like first of all, you shouldn't have public land. You should have all private land, right? I think you would. I think selling that area. I think the government in Nigeria should sell that land to like a conservative conservation group that's willing to protect it. And they'd get immediate funds for selling that land towards a conservation group, and then that conservation group, I guarantee you, would protect it better than the government's currently doing, because the government's not doing a goddamn thing. The second thing I would say is we need education on the importance of regenerative farming. The third thing is that we need to aggressively go after fraud. So when companies say that they're engaged in a practice and sell it to consumers based off that practice, and that's a lie, we should be suing the fuck out of them. At least, certain groups, whatever, should sue the fuck out of them for that fraud, because they are defrauding people en masse. And I think if you did those things, the market itself would correct as we have more education, as people begin to realize that this is a better way of farming. And once companies and individuals learn that this is better in the long term for their own property, because once we stop subsidizing large corporations, but instead start subsidizing via the market small business owners and families, they want regenerative farming. It's better for them in the long run. It's the large companies that just utilize government power that exists that move on from place to place to place. This isolated incident is not really what's happening. And so I mean, like, people are making money doing it in Ecuador, for example. Like, they're making money and healing the environment doing so.
I was gonna say, I mean, even if you look at the corporations, though, I don't think it's the corporations doing it in this situation, right? The corporations, like based off
Not
the
in this
prompt
one,
and
but
based
in
off, yeah,
general.
right, yeah. But if based off like this, just based off
Like
this prompt, right?
bananas.
Sure, yeah. I was gonna talk about bananas in a bit, but like they come, the corporations basically go from like person to person. That was the kind of the thing, is they're buying the shadow. If corporations got involved, maybe in this situation, some corporations do believe in like the sustainable practices because there is good money in that, right? So like you have these bad actors doing it, and so here's where it comes back to the boring international law kind of thing, where we're sitting here talking about, oh, well, since it's illegal, we have all these rules. Well, companies can't go invest in these areas. Can't companies don't want to invest in those areas because they're just going to get it from whoever, because they can't build their land there, they can't produce farms there because who's there's whatever. And then it comes back to also when we're talking about cocoa, we're talking about Nigeria specifically. I don't know if y'all have kept track of Nigerian politics at all, but the joke about like Nigeria having all the princes, that's always a good meme. That's not a real thing. The country's a mess. Like Boko Haram just got defeated 2 years ago, right? And now, like I said, they got ISIS.
Mhm.
We had 6 countries trying to help them out, take these people out, and they were failing like miserably for for decades, right? And like the country's a mess. There's poverty everywhere. Like the idea that like this country can enforce any kind of laws. The only thing we're doing is handicapping ourselves, and we're handicapping, companies being able to go in there and start producing this cocoa legally and maybe sustainably. We can
Isn't
debate whether or
Nigeria
not
one
they
of like the
will.
biggest economies? Like the
Yeah,
one of the
which is
most
sad
populous
because they're
economies?
still a fucking mess. Like they're an oil
I mean,
economy.
uh, I mean, I don't
It's
know.
oil. It's
Yeah,
oil.
it's an oil
As,
economy.
as Admiral
No,
Gibbs said right there, their number one export's oil. Oil is the reason
it's
that they're a large economy.
oil's part of it. Like you're also talking about one of the most populated nations on Earth now. They're on track to become number 4, in the next decade, if I remember right. Like I
Oh,
mean, they're
wow.
just like you're talking about
I've never heard of that.
270. I think it's like 270 million people. I'll double check, but it's like, or
Oh,
I'm
wow.
sorry. Like Nigeria has like 7 major like ethnic core groups that are kind of all bolted together. They all have this weird, interesting power sharing agreement, kind of like Ethiopia. Like it's an interesting place, but the problem is no one really gets along all that well. So there's a lot of like very underhanded, like we're not supposed to do this, but then it all is under the table kind of actions. The country is unfortunately very corrupt because of not because of a lack of effort, but more for a lack of trust between the political institutions. Um, it's sad, but yeah, like this country is unfortunately very ineffective. I'll have to double check
Yeah.
the population numbers, but I know
I just checked.
that
It's 213 as of
Okay.
2021.
270 must have been the calculations because they're on track to like pass us and Indonesia by the end of the century if they keep going the way they're going.
Fast. That's very interesting. Fascinating. I actually didn't know that.
Yeah.
So I want to expand this like um so we will get back to talking directly about the cocoa plants, but like you had said something, Scott, or cacao. I'm sorry, I didn't know exactly how to pronounce that,
Mhm.
but cacao. All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
You said something previously that makes perfect sense. Illegal practices don't match up to unethical practices, right? Those things aren't one to
Mhm.
one. So if there was an ethical practice, such as, I don't know, slave labor in chocolate farming, which is a thing
Oh
that
yeah,
happens.
which has been a thing plenty of times. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I think Hershey got in trouble for that in like 2015.
Yeah,
Like they just got over using slave labor in their fucking chocolate bars.
yeah. So would it matter to you in particular if they were using something that you considered to be unethical? And I'm pretty sure you're against slavery. I know you are.
Yeah,
I know
no,
you
I
are.
mean, I mean, as I said initially, like, yes, we should care where things come from, right? Like, we should care about whether or not we're putting bad stuff into our body, but we should also care about what it is that we are funding, and not fund things that go against our moral sensibilities. In terms of like, is it aggression to knowingly buy something that utilized slave labor? Um, I don't want to go that far. Like my intuition is that there's something wrong there enough to where there might even be some responsibility financially. That's my intuition, but I'm very, very recalcitrant to make that claim because we're starting to talk about like second and third order consequences. And like once you start being like you're not the perpetrator of the act and you're not even funding the act for your desire of the illegal thing, you're funding it like kind of like to the side. You know what I mean? Like so
Yeah.
so I think it starts to get to like a really a weird position there. But yeah, no, if you're using slave labor, I think your company should be fucking disbanded or you have to pay the victims' families billions. Like
Let me
I
let me
don't
ask
know,
you a question.
like the subjective value of a human life that you enslaved is really fucking high. Not these bullshit agreements that like our governments come up with. Oh, they paid $80 million after making 2 billion in profit. I guess they're good to go. Like, no, go fuck yourself.
Let me ask you a question. So, say, would you apply that logic to something like,
Mhm.
say, a person is like, okay, say they're addicted to heroin, and
Mhm.
now, all right, so they're addicted to heroin, and now the government is going to come in and fund Medicare that's going to keep this person alive and buy more heroin, right? Would you apply that logic to the government then in that situation? Would that be the same thing? Would there be like basically?
I'm against Medicare existing.
Well, I know you are.
That's my view.
I'm mainly against Prime here in that situation because I know that.
Okay, I thought you were talking to me.
Oh, I
Yeah,
thought you
no,
were,
yeah.
I thought you were talking to him.
No,
the
yeah,
entire time.
Prime.
I
Yeah,
apologize.
yeah. I mean, yeah, it's more towards you because I know you're the one. It's kind of like against.
Could
So like,
you,
I
could you
so
repeat the
say
question?
all right. So someone's addicted to heroin, right? And the government comes in and provides them treatment and keeps them alive and enables them to keep buying heroin. So they're indirectly like helping the cartels that are producing the heroin by providing Medicare with it. So would you in that case say that the Medicaid would be immoral or the Medicare would be immoral?
What do you think I would say?
They're funneling the
just
money to the
curious.
cartel, Prime.
They're funneling the money to the
Yeah.
cartels. They're providing
Well,
illegal things.
But Gibbs.
I'm just
what do
asking
you-
because that's the logic we're
I
using,
know
right?
that's fine. I know you're asking, but I'm saying like take a crack at what I might say
A
here.
crack.
I don't know. I mean, that's a real
Oh.
question. I really don't know what you would say. Like, I mean, I know you're pro Medicare, right? But I'm interested because you're basically your topic is saying, right, these companies shouldn't fund practices that's going to harm people with illegality, right? So enabling someone to stay alive longer and be a continual customer of heroin and keep these cartels funded and harming their natural state in these countries, wouldn't that be an equivalent to what we're talking about with the cocoa farms here?
To be clear, I think that like I should have said unethical rather than illegal. I think
Okay,
that was
unethical. Do you
like
think like cartels are ethical?
um so I think the value of a human life being the only pro-life of a maybe I go this, I forget. But the only being the main pro-life person here. Um uh I believe the value of
I'm the
a
most
human life
pro-life.
is the most pro-life,
I
right?
am the most pro life.
The
Oh my
big-
god.
the
For
big-
sure.
The most
But
pro
yeah,
life.
I believe human lives have
Pro-life
value.
affinity.
So like
Hugely pro-life.
There's value in saving that human life, and I also believe that we should uh, instead allow people. I wouldn't make it illegal in the first place to use heroin. I would break the backs of the legal cartels by providing options that people can use that aren't funded by
I mean, you can
aren't
take any
provided by
drug though. You can
honorable
take like
individuals. So
cocaine
like
then,
good
like
people.
like like whatever drug you want. You like, and it's going to the cartel, right? Who is practicing unethical as
I
well as
mean,
illegal
I
behavior.
don't know.
They're shooting people,
I
etc.
mean,
Right?
I'm saying though, like I wouldn't. I mean, I would legalize those drugs. I would try to destroy that
Yeah.
black market in the first
Mm.
place.
So you're
Altered
okay
states
with.
of consciousness
So I guess
is a
what I'm
human
saying is
right that
you're
is one of the
okay.
most important that has
But
ever
in
existed.
the
in
end, so but no, so you're asking me to engage directly with your question. No, that's fine. That's fine. In a world where it's still illegal to take in those drugs, right?
Forget about
And
the
we're
illegal aspect. That's not
it's
really what
not
I'm asking.
unethical or whatever, right? Yeah, but you're asking. So no, I sure you want me to engage directly with it. Um, I am fine with indirectly subsidizing or incentivizing or profiting those cartels by keeping uh, their
Their
customer
customers alive.
by yeah
Okay, so
by
let me
supporting.
ask. So
I'm
okay,
okay with
so so I guess just my next question would be then, how is that different from this situation? Because I mean, you could argue that so, like people are addicted to chocolate, right? I guess like, or you could argue that people are benefiting from their jobs here in America that they're getting from this illegal chocolate, right? So I mean, and we don't even care about the illegal part, like the unethical farming
that.
and
Sure,
maybe the slave labor and whatnot. But like,
sure.
so how do you have a problem with it on that scale, or do you just have a like what exactly is the do you have the issue with there? Like maybe the link in the chain is what
Is
I'm
that
asking.
cow rich asleep?
No.
No, he's just old. No.
All of the above.
No.
um what do I have a problem? My problem specifically with this is some of what Fabian touched on, right? That they are depleting the natural resources within this protected area, that they're destroying this area that is of vital importance to that ecosystem. There are better ways to do the farming in the first place, right? So even though farming they are doing is extremely inefficient, uh, that and those corporations are lying about uh, their food, their chain, right? Their supply chain. That they're pretending. And I love this, like reading the article, right? Just like a rule of thumb, the more a company says that like we are good because we're using this technology to ensure bad things aren't happening, like the more I disbelieve them. Right, like they're talking about, oh, we're using satellite mapping, guys. No, we're GPS mapping and digital questionnaires to make sure none of this happens. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit, right?
I can
It's just
actually
like,
I can help you nail that down a little bit better, right?
sure,
If they're doing it because that is the intention of the company, right? Which is to say, like, so an example, I've used Fairphone here a bunch of times, right? But
mm,
like that was the premise of the company, was to do that. Then usually they're actually doing that, and there's nothing shifty going on. If they're doing it so that they can get their ESG score higher, so they can get more investment from BlackRock, it's usually straight up bullshit. Right.
mm,
So if they're doing it as like a, oh, and by the way, we're super good and like we don't do any of the bad things, and look
mm.
at the technology we're employing to make sure we're not doing the bad things, it's bullshit. But if like the formulation of the company was to like be an environmentalist or be
Yeah,
like healing in some way,
yeah,
then
yeah, yeah.
that's usually what they do, and they're good. That's how you know.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. So, I hope I answered your question, Gibbs. Is that like there's plenty of things wrong with this particular situation.
Right.
There's fraud. There's destruction of the environment. There's the inefficient farming. That compounds everything. Yeah, those are my issues.
Yeah, you got
Oh,
it.
and beyond that, and this is you all were touching on this, is that this idea of responsibility and how that tends to dissipate along with these supply chains, um, and how businesses and corporations, they there's this great ability of saying, well, I'm not the bad guy. Our company is doing the bad thing, but it's out of my hands. It's the other guy down the chain, all right, in one direction or another, who's actually the real problem. Certainly not me. And I just have to maximize my profits. That's an issue, as well. Um,
What if it's like an industry though, like I don't know, like I'm trying to think of one off the top of my head. I mean, I guess this is a good one, right? But like maybe like computer chips, right? Say like Taiwan disappeared tomorrow. There's gonna be a large like makeup area that they're gonna need to make up for the chip producing, right? And so let's just say, I don't know, this is gonna be a total hypothetical, but tomorrow North Korea became the world's chip producer, right? They're an adversary, but we got to get our chips for our missiles, right? Like I mean, and barring all, we're just ignoring all the let's just ignore that they're our adversary, but
yeah,
like
yeah,
keep them as like them being like
but
still
they're
just
fine making money off of us, right?
yeah,
Yeah,
they're still evil as hell, right? Doing everything, and they're not our adversary at this point. But they're the only ones making chips. Like, well, what do you do in that situation? Well, I would say, arguably, like, well, let's not shoot ourselves in the kneecaps. Let's look for other places that can produce this thing. But at the same time, if we got to buy our chips from North Korea to stay number one, let's fucking do it, because if other countries are going to be doing it, then it's all fair. But this idea that like overall, like, hey, we need to like adhere to ethics worldwide, or like overall, that's all well and good. But like the reality is, other countries don't even have the same ethics as we do, right? So like, we can try to lead by example, but like some of these other countries aren't even going to see a problem with some of the stuff we think is an ethically inferior thing. And for us to go and shoot ourselves in the foot and say, oh, we're not going to engage with these countries because we find them ethically dubious or ethically bad, then that's something I have an issue with if they're
sure.
like a sole producer for an item.
I think you brought up something interesting, though. Does the calculation change if we're talking about a uh, piece of critical infrastructure rather than an indulgence, right? Cacao and chocolate. Uh, as far as I know, there's no one who needs it for life-threatening disease, but there are a lot of life-threatening diseases, so maybe I'm ignorant on that.
Cacao
There are
But
some drugs
also,
that can
cacao
help.
isn't there are drugs that come from the cacao plant,
oh, there you
specifically
go.
like
See, there you go.
the so if you've ever seen a cacao plant, it's fucking disgusting. It's the most disgusting shit ever. It's like a seed that looks like it came from a like alien movie in the 1970s, and then you have to, so that slimy shit makes like a medicine that's like a form of stimulant, that is like used in certain drug compounds and important in certain drugs.
Yeah, but
So not
yeah,
not the
if
thing
it
we
were,
use to make chocolate, but the thing that's in the same plant is used for medicine.
and if we and if we were only using it for medicine, then we would need a much smaller amount of it, right? even if that was the case.
I guess. I mean, I don't fucking probably almost certainly, but I don't actually know.
Yeah,
that.
well, let's just make that assumption, right?
Yeah.
Or
Which I
use
think is fair.
another plant. Yeah, or
I
use
feel like
another
it's a
plant
safe
that, like,
assumption that like we make way more cacao mostly for.
I mean,
chocolate.
you can
Yeah,
just use
yeah.
oil in this scenario because we engage with that. Like, right, oil is a
Exactly.
major thing that we have to use, and we engage with. I know, like Tiberius here, he hates the Saudi government, right? And we engage, working with them because guess what? We need fucking oil,
yeah.
right?
But,
Like,
well, so oil would be an example of something a critical component. But I'm saying like comparing a critical
We
component
don't need that.
to a
fucking
non-critical component. So whatever that might be, right? Like use another plant or something else.
Cuban cigars, I think, are a good
Bananas,
example,
let's
right?
use
We
bananas.
have an embargo on Cuba, and we don't allow their cigars in because it's not critical infrastructure.
Is it, or is it just a communist country that we hate, right? That otherwise we'd be happy.
I think that
to-
our perception of countries changes depending on how much we need them, right? So, and this is a natural thing that occurs, right? So Cuba, we're perfectly willing to have an embargo on them because they're not particularly they're not providing product to us that we find particularly useful. Contrast that with Saudi Arabia, right? Which is not by any means a democratic country, but they got a fuck ton of oil and they have the method of producing it, right? And so they have a tremendous amount of production. Well, now the calculus changes, right? Now we're like, well, they're not that bad. I mean, sure, a couple beheadings every once in a while. Not who cares, right?
We don't need their fucking oil. We don't need it. What we need is we need them
Politically.
to continue to trade oil in the world. We need them to continue to use the U.S. dollar to trade that oil because our entire fucking economic empire is based upon that. And if they start using some other currency because we're not fucking involved, then the U.S. economy collapses.
Well, also the political approval ratings are somewhat correlated with oil pricing, right? So oil prices go up because Saudi Arabia and the rest of OPEC decides they're going to artificially restrict the amount of oil, and then boom, the price goes up, and politically, U.S. presidents suffer.
Yeah, that's why Joe Biden has destroyed the strategic petroleum reserve,
Yep.
getting us to a point where we almost, if like World War III started tomorrow, we wouldn't have enough oil in order to do so. But he did it to make sure that Democrats won elections by flooding the market with oil that we've been saving to try and artificially reduce the price of gas. Keep it under $3.
That's absolutely true.
I almost wonder, so we can grow. I want to call it cocoa, but whatever, cacao.
Yeah.
How the fuck I want to
hear
say
you.
it? The fucking
Doesn't
chocolate.
matter. We know what you're talking
The
about.
chocolate bean. Okay, we want to grow. We want to have the fucking chocolate bean. I know we can grow it in Hawaii and Puerto Rico, and maybe we can encourage those industries or whatever. But if we, which I think maybe we should do, but if we had a policy in which we're going to sue or criminalize or otherwise go after people who engage in fraud in the chocolate industry in terms of how opaque this industry is, I think you would get a scenario of $20 chocolate bars. I don't think you actually get away with pursuing these manufacturers without dramatically expanding the cost of the end product, because so much of it is unethically sourced, right? And you can say good, and I don't disagree, but I just wonder, I guess maybe shifting gears a little bit, politically what that blowback would be if whatever politician or whatever agency was yeah, we're going to go after these unethical producers. And now with Snickers, where we just talked about, people buying food that they shouldn't be buying, right? What cost of a Snickers goes up to $25 for a fun sized. I mean, you're going to have people revolt. You're going to have people freak the fuck out.
Sure.
Oh, no, they might actually lose weight.
And then they're going to be in shape to go revolt. It's the worst.
Right. So you're talking about the immediate outcome, right? The immediate predicted outcome of suing companies for fraud in this situation. And it's yeah, I mean, that's a possibility. Another possibility is if we actually started going after all of these giant corporations that are bleeding South America and destroying these countries over and over and over again for agricultural reasons, that is destroying their environment and their economy, and then they utilize that money to kill every fucking socialist leader that shows up every 2 years, because they need more and more control of the entire government so that they can essentially
Why are you
create
selling it to
slave
me?
labor
I don't
in
understand.
some fucking right. Like what happens if we can actually have industrialized nations instead of massive amounts of gang influenced flooding of migrants that have no economic prosperity in South America, but instead we actually go after these companies that are doing these horrible things, and what we get is, we get more expensive chocolate bars and bananas and things like that in the short term, but what we get is actual manufacturing, actual production, and like successful economies throughout all of South America. So we don't have migrants at our fucking borders and all these fucking problems, and we have trade partners that have so many more innovations, technological growths. Who gives a fuck about chip foundries in China if we can have a chip foundry in Mexico and Ecuador and Argentina and Brazil, because all these countries aren't fucked by all these corporations that have been doing so since the United Fruit Company.
Well,
I think the biggest problem here is that those short-term consequences that you talk about, you're talking about, okay, all of this good stuff will happen once we get to the other side of that. But the problem is the way our politics is right now, you never get to the other side of that, right? The price of eggs went up for 6 months and everybody freaked the fuck out.
Yeah, because these corporations have bought the politicians.
Well, yeah, and because it's too easy to demagogue on these issues, right? This would go straight to the question of inflation, and immediately whoever's not in power will get like a big advantage, saying that he or she will pursue the opposite policy. So, like, if you can't get some sort of like obvious beneficial gain in the short run, then you can't get to the other side in order to like reach that better outcome that you're talking about. Even though I agree.
I mean, the assumption is that if we go after fraud, that chocolate bars go to $25 an hour, right? I was willing to
I want to,
but that's not what would happen, right? Because Mars bars, right, and Hershey, for the most part, aren't making drastic claims about things on a majority of their products. If I buy a Hershey bar, I'm not defrauded. But if I buy a fair trade lint bar or something, and it has these things advertised on the bar, then I'm defrauded. So I don't think the chocolate bar inflation is going to be that fucking massive, and so I don't think the outcome is going to be that bad.
Yeah.
And there's on the back end, you gain money from suing these people.
So I think you're gonna have two unintended consequences. And one of the consequences I'm actually kind of okay with. We'll start with that one. I think you're gonna get a luxury market for real chocolate bars, right? And then we're gonna see more of the branding made with real ethically sourced chocolate. $25 Hershey bar, right? That's one thing. The other thing that's gonna happen, maybe in the short term, regular Hershey bar does go up to $20. Who knows, right? But what's gonna happen in year two is they're going to come out with the new improved Hershey bar that's made from whatever chemicals they concocted to put together. That's way more unhealthy and has never even seen a cacao plant, cocoa plant, doesn't even know what a chocolate bean is, but it still tastes like chocolate. And it's going to be the most unhealthy, ungodly creation ever. And they're going to sell that for, guess what? 75 cents instead of $1, and they're going to sell more of them. And so now you're going to have this evil, even worse thing that you put in place because we've gone after the unethical cocoa. And like, for the fact that we're not, we know that's what's going to happen.
I'm going after fraud, right?
Yeah, I mean, I get that, but that's what's going to happen is we're going to create a worse monster.
I don't think you're going to create a worse monster because you go after fraud, right? Like what you're doing is you're giving power back to the people to make decisions based off of what it is that they want to do. You're giving freedom and liberty to people to eat. Like the American chocolate bars don't taste the same as European chocolate bars. You know why? Because they're full of high fructose corn syrup and they taste like fucking wax. If you get a European chocolate bar, it tastes completely different because it's a real fucking candy made with real sugar, and ours is made with fucking corn.
That's also something that has something to do with
the Cuba. Another fucking problem.
That has something to do with the Cuba embargo as well, too, right? Because not only did we have subsidies on corn, but we also embargoed Cuba, which is a major producer of sugar.
Oh, right. Really? So I mean, that's part of it. I mean, most of it is just the green energy revolution, right? But like that does have an effect. But it's just we made all this fucking corn that we don't need, so the government decided to pay for it, and they're still paying for it for no goddamn reason. They're stealing money from you to make corn cheaper for no goddamn reason. But regardless, right? Like I think this idea that like, oh well, we'll make a worse monster by making a chocolate bar that's shitty. It's like, no, I think what they'll do is they'll just have bars of chocolate that are shitty and bars of chocolate that are nice, and then the consumer gets to make that decision. The market that we're in right now is we believe that the consumer gets to make that decision, but some of these companies are defrauding people. So people are purchasing a product that they think is ethically sourced, that they think is not, endangering the environment, etc. And it's a lie. And those companies should be punished for that lie. But if you want to buy a shitty chocolate bar and fill yourself up with poison, well, congratulations. That's like 90% of the American diet. It's fucking all poison.
So what do we do if Mars tomorrow decides, you know what, fuck it, we're going to start selling chocolate that says unethically sourced on it, and we don't give a fuck, and we're going to run a campaign saying, hey, it's good to eat unethically sourced chocolate, no big deal.
It has like
And-
the pictures of the slaves in chains.
No, it's not gonna be that. It's not gonna be that extreme, right? They're just basically gonna like just admit, yeah, like it's not the best, but it's just cheaper than anything else you can get. So
You're liable. You're liable as a consumer for that. Right. So like if I go to a pawn shop and I buy, let's say, a PA system, and the guy at the pawn shop says, it's a great PA system, it's wonderful, it's amazing, et cetera, like you totally should do it. And
I know because
we
I work
agree to
at
a
the rec
price.
center.
Right. And we agree upon a price and then I take it home. And then turns out that PA system is stolen. Well, I can give the PAs, I'm in possession of stolen property, right? So I don't have a right to keep the PA system. I have to give the PA system that I bought from the pawn shop back to whatever person had a crackhead break into their house and steal their PA system and sell it at a pawn shop for $20, right? Like whoever was victimized by that, right? But because I was defrauded in a case, right? If the person, the pawn shop, right, they owe me that money back for that sale if they knowingly purchased a stolen PA system. And if they didn't knowingly purchase a stolen PA system, then the crackhead is the one that owes everybody money, right? But the crackhead owes me however much money I'm out in the scenario, and they own the pawn shop and they own the person they stole from until restitution is paid for everybody, et cetera,
right.
et cetera.
But would restitution here
And
be?
so it's incumbent.
Would the government be justified then in like going to the
Mhm.
consumer of the chocolate bar and saying, okay, like you owe
If you
some-
knowingly, intentionally
Mhm.
purchased
yes,
a chocolate bar that advertised it used slave labor,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
Then you are a part of a chain that knowingly aggressed upon someone. But if you don't know, or
Right.
they make a claim that it's fine, then that's different.
But it's not advertised.
You're a
Right? So
victim.
they're not making any claim one or the other. But you find out, like through your research, you find out. Does that?
Yeah.
Do you,
Yeah, you're liable. Like if you know that Hershey's is currently using slave labor, which I don't know if they are or aren't, right? But
so
6 years ago, you might have known, right? And then you buy it. I would say that you are part
does
of that
that
process
not
that is funding that
incentivize consumer ignorance, right? That it just works in our benefit that companies be opaque with their supply chains, because then we can't be held
Well, it's
liable
kind of
for.
so. I mean, like, sure, but it's kind of like how does there's legal system in theory in like natural law philosophy, right? And then there's practice. So, like for example, a lot of conservatives, especially conservative states, make abortion illegal, right? But I haven't heard, but maybe like one or two crazy people actually go after the women that had an abortion, right? Because it's just, even though they are perpetrators of a crime,
It happens all the
murder,
time.
it's politically
To be clear, that happens
infeasible.
all the time. It literally happens all the time.
This does not happen all the time.
Oh, they
It's
go
not
after
all
they go after the abortion doctor usually. They very
No,
They go
rarely.
after the
Oh,
abortion doctor.
There's
Usually.
one
we'll have
happening
to have
in
another
Texas right
discussion.
now,
I can
yeah.
start dropping links if
Specifically
you
then.
want. It's been happening
Yeah.
very recently.
Yeah, it happens a
It-
lot
yeah,
now. I mean,
sure,
it's been a
you
whole
can-
thing.
Even
yes.
before then, even before recently, it's been happening that women
Right.
get.
You can yes,
go ahead.
you can. What I'm saying is, okay, maybe one or two was an exaggeration. You're correct. It does happen, right? But it does not behoove any lawmaker to go after the women, and the primary target tends to be the abortion doctors. And very often, even though the woman has committed the crime of murder, right, they will go after the doctor as opposed to the woman because it's just a bad look, or because it's economically not feasible. Like it costs more money with all of the fucking court cases, et cetera, to go after these people, then like it just doesn't work. The same would be true if I had to go after, if I was prosecuting slave labor, right, for on behalf of the victims of slave labor against, let's say, Hershey, to go after every person that bought a fucking Hershey bar, right? Like it was just like I would lose more money than I would gain trying to do that, right? I would be facing a horde of lawyers from people that would like fight it on principle alone, right? Like it just wouldn't. I would go after Hershey and I wouldn't fuck with the consumer. But technically speaking, I would say the consumer that intentionally buys a product that they know is made with slave labor and they don't care and they fund a company to do so is indeed, like, this is a second, third order consequence, but they're knowingly involved in it, right? They're not ignorant of that situation. I would say that they are indeed responsible for restitution, but likely would never actually have to face it anyways, because that's just, it just doesn't make sense in the market.
Um, so I want to I have two questions, and I hopefully we can get everyone answer in the time that we have remaining. Um, it's like one, I want to go back to the question I posed a while ago about changing the calculus, whether we're talking about a piece of a critical component or something not critical, so, or maybe a luxury good or whatever it might be. Does that change the calculus in terms of sourcing and whether it matters? So I feel like Elect, would you, I guess, answer this, or did you feel like you answered it?
I believe so. The question, I listened to the question, but it didn't make sense. Can you please repeat it one more time?
Sure. Okay. Most of my questions. This is what you can expect from me. But yeah. Does it when you are does it matter where a product is sourced from? Um, does it change your? Hold on. Sorry. How exactly do I want to phrase this? Um, when we're dealing with critical infrastructure, does it change the calculus as to whether we care if a product was sourced unethically? Right? Is that different from when you're dealing with like a luxury good? And we'll just pretend chocolate's a luxury good, right? Does it matter?
I do think it matters because the reason why we're concerned with purchasing products that are unethically sourced, I would assert, is because we're concerned about the consequences of doing so. We're concerned that by doing so, we're incentivizing a market to continue, and then we're concerned about certain processes continuing that we don't like, because there's now money behind it. And again, just like was just said before, like show me the show me the incentives, and I'll find you a market. Right? This is exactly what we're talking about. You incentivize something, you're going to create a market for it. Now, if it's critical infrastructure, the bad consequences of withdrawing from that market could be worse than the negative consequences of engaging in that market. And I think chip production is a great example where, let's say we need chips to manufacture missiles. North Korea, for some reason, is like the primary source of these chips, but somehow still agrees to sell them to us, let's just say. And we need these missiles, arguably. Now, there's debate here, but let's just say we need them for our own defense, okay? Well, the negative impacts of not being able to defend ourselves are so substantial that, fueling the economy of North Korea, although it's bad, could be justified because we need these missiles. We don't need chocolate. We don't need, tobacco. We don't need bananas, although I would say like that's a closer to a need because it is a nutritious food group. And so the level of critical infrastructure and the level of nutrition, the level of all this shit, I think definitely matters. When it comes to chocolate or tobacco or really any other kind of vice, I consider these to be like the lowest on the priority list because not only do we not need them, but by consuming them, we're actively harming ourselves. So it makes us it makes us weaker. Drugs, for example, are a big thing here, where I advocate for the legalization of all drugs, but I do think that doing drugs right now, unless you're buying them from an ethical farm, I guess specifically with marijuana because that's been legalized in most of America now. But if before legalization, if you bought weed or even currently you buy any illegal drugs, I think you are fueling the cartels, and I think you are committing a moral wrong, and people should know this. There's more than obvious, and you have a level of moral culpability there, especially when it comes to drugs, because we don't fucking need them. Like they're destroying your life, and you're also paying the guy to cut off some villager's head because they talk shit about a narco. It's like it's yeah.
Understood. Thank you. Aiko, I want to hear from all of you.
Yeah. Okay. So when I think about that, I think about like green energy, because this topic comes up a lot when it comes to how are we going to source. Let's say we are going to do the EV revolution and we're going to support renewables and we're going to displace fossil fuels. Like that's our method for decarbonizing. Then the question comes up, okay, well, where do you ethically source your lithium, your cobalt, your manganese, your nickel? These all can be sourced ethically in some areas, but in order to get the quantities that we need to scale to the degree that we're talking about, a lot of these are coming from very unsavory sources. Child labor is absolutely involved there. The pollution of the local environment is involved there. There are unsalubrious effects on the populations around them as well, with regards to the health of their drinking water and their air quality and all of that. And so, of course, these have to be balanced against the same costs when it comes to fossil fuels and all of that. But that doesn't mean, even if we conclude that that global warming is a worse outcome, or the like, especially with coal burning, like it creates all these toxins in the atmosphere that are worse than in these other areas. We still probably have a responsibility to do things like, we have a recent executive order saying that that our rare earth minerals need to be mined within the United States. If you want to get that $7,500 subsidy for an EV in the United States, then more than 50% of that has to come from North America, where we do have laws that prevent like the exploitation of child labor, that sort of thing. So I think you can do both. I think you can walk and chew gum at the same time. I think you can. I think there's been a lot of effort to say, oh, well, fixing problem A just causes problem B, and therefore it's too complicated. We should just throw our hands up in the air. But I think that that would be the worst reaction to that. I think what we need to do is we need to do the calculations, and we need to go back. And I think a lot of the fixing of these things does have to do with fraud, like what Scott was talking about. I think what you have to do is do those calculations, get to the right answer, and then follow that policy.
Here's a not uncommon outcome of my friend uh, Aiko joining us. Right, me having to look up a word that he says. Insalubrious, not conducive to health, unwholesome. All right, so now everyone knows.
Okay, all right. Sorry.
Let's go to our friend Ty.
Yeah, I'll probably make this as simple as I can. When it comes to this, whenever we have a problem, it's weird. It's like we freak out. It's like, oh, we can't get it from there anymore. Like everything is doomed. It's like there's the order of operations. Number one, do we actually need this? Well, for me, no, not really. Like, don't get me wrong, I kind of like my chocolate bars a little bit, but like some of y'all are fat asses. Like, I think we can go without here on a lot of these things. Number two, can we get somewhere else? Well, there's Colombia, there's Venezuela, there is Brazil, there's a lot of
Ecuador.
other places. Ecuador, yeah. There's a lot of places that we can at least, possibly have good relationships with, that, maybe we can even boost their own economy. Like, this is something that the United States has seemingly forgotten in the era of free trade, is that you can empower your friends with trade and cripple your enemies with trade all at the same time. Like, we don't even embargo worth a shit anymore. It's kind of hilarious. And then, of course, finally, the third is that whenever you have a shortage of something, you have an opportunity for investment in R&D to figure out something that is a viable alternative. Like all three of these is like a very normal modus operandi that we can go down that list and figure out some kind of solution, or like problem solving effort to do. Like obviously we want our stuff, but sometimes we just don't need it. But if we do need it, like, we have options. It's very rare that we're just completely shit out of luck. And if you are shit out of luck, I'll put it this way. You done fucked up 40 years ago. I'll end with that.
Cool. Gibbs?
So yeah, basically, I like, as far as whether we should treat it differently, if it's a crucial resource versus non-crucial resources, that's the question. I mean, like in theory, since I'm already pretty against us like cutting ourselves off, I would say no, right? Like in like just pure theory, but in practice, yeah, absolutely, you're gonna need to treat crucial resources differently than non-crucial ones. Like, yeah, I mean, so like I know what with the chocolate plant makes medicine, right? I don't know what percentage of medicine it makes, but I mean, I'm sure that we can R&D something else up or take out a short percentage, right? That's kind of why I use the computer chips thing. Like, yeah, I mean, I guess we could maybe start a computer chip industry overnight, right? But like that might put us at a disadvantage where we miss the next tech level. So no, it's not like the same kind of situation. Like there's things that like you're definitely gonna have to like compromise your ethics on if you believe that this is an essential part of our economy or essential part of our military defense structure. Then yeah, I think that you're absolutely gonna have to in practice. But like in theory, I'd probably just say like, yeah, no, I think it doesn't matter because you should be able to buy from whoever the fuck you want to buy from as long as it's benefiting American business overall. That's kind of my take. But like, you know, there's definitely things you have to prioritize.
Scott, I feel like you answered the question, but if not, you can do it.
Mm.
But then after that, I do have
So
another question I want to ask everyone. Go ahead.
yeah, so first and foremost, I don't buy this idea of critical infrastructure in and of itself,
Mm.
right? This idea that like anytime I hear that term, I never actually see that term tied to something that there isn't an alternative to. I've never seen it. It's like, oh, there's this critical like 110%, the chip foundries must be, we have to deal with China because the chip foundries that, that are in Taiwan, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, but like the same shit's in Germany and Israel. Like what the fuck and all of the materials that we need are in South America and Colorado. Like,
Mm.
what are you talking about? What you're talking about is it's not critical infrastructure. It's going to cost more money if we do it ethically in the short term
Mm.
because we put all our eggs in manufacturing in China where it's cheaper, and that comes with costs. And so I'll
Mm.
say that, and so that's where I'm moving to the second thing, which is that anytime you do something with aggression, right, it comes at a cost because in a game theory perspective, you're dominating people. And when you dominate people, people have a natural inclination to resist domination, which means you have to use power and force to force people to do things that aren't mutually beneficial to them. So the moment you start engaging in slavery, in whatever it is that is this quote unquote unethical thing, if your definition of unethical is like some leftist shit that like they're only paid $13 an hour in Mexico and not like 22, like fuck off, whatever. But like if we're actually talking about actual aggression, right? Like we're enslaving people, we're doing something that is against their will in some capacity, people resist that. And that means that we're spending money in some part of the process to try and enforce this domination that over time is going to be less effective and less beneficial than if we just did it ethically in the first place. It's like if we're enslaving people in El Salvador to do something and instead we did it right, that would mean that the El Salvadorian economy would boom. And under that boom would be new manufacturing, new industries. And new industries and new manufacturing would be inventions of new labor saving devices. It would be a world economy that is stronger. It would mean more jobs in the world. It would mean more opportunities for everyone in the fucking world because we're not doing things that require enslavement of a group of people. And instead we're fucking ourselves by doing that. And so
So
yeah, so I don't buy this idea of critical infrastructure
What about like
being
time
this
crucial
thing that's
structure?
necessary.
Like what about like time crucial structure? Like, so you say you don't believe in it at all, or do you like think like, okay, if we have the time to invest in like building a chip manufacturing company in, I don't know, Belize, right, or Ecuador, wherever you want to put it,
I
right?
just
Like, but
challenge
we don't have the
anybody to give
time.
me an example. Like,
would
what is a
would
thing
I
that
would
like America dies tomorrow if we stop buying
ju-
from this country?
okay, that's different. I was just gonna ask
You
like
know what
if
I mean?
our
Like,
highway is critical infrastructure.
yeah, sure. I mean, if you start redefining everything as like critical infrastructure, everything the government does is now critical infrastructure.
But no, I'm
Cool.
not trying to
But
do
even
that.
then, we can source those materials from other sources. Like it's a big world.
Okay, no, you were using it differently than I thought you were using. I wasn't trying to like
Mhm.
be easily with it. Yeah, okay, that's fair enough.
I was trying to be like hyper specific on even the most like important
You,
things like
you're talking about
precious
specifically
metals,
like
right?
components. You're specifically components. Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
I
Um,
just don't buy this. It's a bullshit argument that people use so that they don't have to do things ethically. So that they can
so
and the only reason those things are done ethically is because somebody else, somebody in power is profiting off of the lack of ethics in this position. That's the only
So
fucking reason it's happening.
this sort of dovetails of part of what you said. So it dovetails into the next
Mhm.
question I wanted to ask is now I'm going to leave the mechanism up to you all, right? Whatever mechanism you
Mhm.
feel is the best. But like, should it be helping countries to build their capacity to exploit their own resources? So like, it can bring it back to the cacao plants. Um, like if Nigeria had the ability to fully exploit their resources, right? So like not just grow it, but manufacture the product, right? Like we talk about like Italian chocolate or Swiss chocolate, right? We talk about that
Mhm.
because we ship the beans from other places and they make it, and then we say, okay, that's that country's product, and they reap the most benefit from a finished product rather than the raw material. So if again, by whatever means that you guys are most comfortable with, we help these countries exploit those resources themselves and make finished products. Would that be a better outcome for the world? Is that something that we should be trying to do?
Yeah, absolutely not. Like it doesn't make any sense to do so. Like like if Sweden is really good at making Swedish chocolate, right? But they get their resources from Nigeria, we shouldn't be wasting money trying to finance Nigerian chocolatiers, right? Like it's like
Eh,
no,
I
just
mean,
just just flat
is it
out no.
the so again, I thought what you had said previously, saying that and yeah, I guess we can work this out. You
Mhm.
said if we don't do unethical practices, then like businesses will grow, right? Like that you'll have
Mhm.
industries naturally grow for themselves. Well, then I would think that colonialism and its after effects, and neo-colonialism, which many places are experiencing right now, would be one of those forms of domination, right? That causes inefficiencies in the market.
But
So that
you're
if that
describing
so
neocolonialism. You're describing the United
yeah,
States
I just
government
said yeah, I just said
coming in, yeah,
neo-colonialism.
yeah, and like and like trying to make Nigerian chocolatiers so that like we
Oh,
would
oh,
gain
you
some
mean the other way
benefit from
around?
it. Like
No,
that
no,
would
no,
be
no.
neocolonialism.
Okay, no, but I'm backing out. I'm trying to use the terms that you used previously, right? So like
Mhm.
if we say that neo-colonialism is a problem that like other countries are taking part in, and for resource extractions from other poorer nations, and if we dismantle that system somehow, and there were took away those inefficiencies of the market, you would think that it would be the case that in Nigeria or other places, pick whatever product you want to talk about, right?
Mhm.
That they might make finished goods themselves, right? Not simply
Oh, okay,
relying
I
on
see what you're
trading
saying.
countries. Yeah.
What I would say is you don't fix the problems by 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 trying to equalize things and then violate more people's rights, right? Like you don't take tax money from the Boers or people in in Dutch countries to then fix the problems in South Africa because colonialism caused problems in South Africa. If there's stolen property, return stolen property, right? And if there's money to be made by giving opportunities, like El Salvador is an example I was giving because El Salvador is where TMA is working in the cacao industry, right? That's its Third Millennium Alliance, right? They're going in, giving them upfront capital, teaching them how to do regenerative farming and agroforestry, showing them how to do proper irrigation for these systems, and then they're owning a small percentage of the company until they're paid back those loans with interest, and then they're fully giving them over to people. Right? They're making money by giving opportunities to people that also heal the environment, et cetera. That's fine. But if like the government wants to go in and like take money from people or like and like
That's not
unless
what I'm
there's
asking
money
for.
to be made, right? I mean, like when you say
But
we, if I'm a company and I can make money by teaching Nigerian people and giving them a loan to do it, and they're good at it, sure, fine. But like,
so what? Okay, what I'm saying is that neocolonialism is a system through both government and corporate domination. There are uh, like institutions and barriers in place that make it difficult for these nations to self-direct, right?
Mhm.
To have an efficient marketplace, because now I got a loan from the World Bank. The World Bank says like this is where I need to invest, right? It's a form of central planning, which you hate so much, right?
Yeah, I know.
So these
Confessions
things
of an Economic Hitman is a great book people should read.
I think I've heard of that one actually. But
It's
in
it's,
any
it's a
case,
guy describing that process from the inside. Yeah.
sure. Okay. So, but you understand what I'm saying, right? That
Mhm.
these impositions on these local economies make it so that it's difficult to build that factory. That, like, left alone, that these people would say, I have a valuable commodity that can be sold on the global market, but because of the chocolate cartel, right? They're not going to allow me in my country. They're going to bribe someone or whatever. They'll make it so that I can't build that factory and make the Nigerian chocolatiers. So
Yeah, we
you
should
would say
get rid
that.
of those barriers, not
So that would be
train people.
neocolonialism. I'm
Yeah.
naming it as neocolonialism, though, right? And so,
Sure.
like, okay, great.
Yeah, I'm fine with getting rid of barriers, but the original question was, should we, whoever the amorphous we is, go in and like train Nigerians to build
I didn't say that.
Nigerian chocolate
I
factories?
didn't say that. That was never the
You said
question. That
you
was
said
just
should we like do it to like
should
localize the process?
I'll reread the question, right?
Okay.
Should we be helping countries to build their capacity to exploit their own resources? I tried to leave that as open ended
Yeah,
as
sure. If
possible.
by helping you mean reducing barriers that are aggressive and unethical that we've placed, yeah. But I
Okay.
just mean if by helping you mean positively go in and train them to do such, no.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right. Well, all the rest of you.
I got pee
Like,
again.
I could maybe even support like barriers for critical infrastructure. I'm going to use that word. I think chips. I think chips,
you don't
lithium.
have to. You have to.
I picked the
commit
perfect
to
time
Scott
too.
School.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
right.
yeah. So this is what happens when you walk away. I would put chips and lithium and oil to some extent in the category of critical infrastructure. And the point of that is not necessarily that we can't get this anywhere else, but two things. The first thing is, on a competitive world stage, how cheaply you can get the product matters. Because if you're just typical game theory, right? If your opponent can exploit the resource unethically and get it cheaper and more accessible, then they're going to start outcompeting you, right? So if China doesn't have a problem with unethical oil sourcing, if it's like vastly more superior, then they're going to outproduce us, or at least outconsume us, or develop the networks necessary in order to acquire more of this stuff that's critical for warfare or economic power or any of these things. And they're going to be able to do that better, which immediately puts us like on the global stage at a disadvantage. But also when we're talking about things that the government spends money on, like oil and chips, for the military, the amount of money you get from it, because it's all funded through stolen dollars anyway, actually I think does affect the moral calculus. If the government can get chips for a cheaper price, this is more ethical than if they have to spend more money to buy the chips because they need to spend more stolen money in order to get that essential item. So if we have a situation in which there's a country that, let's say, isn't particularly aligned with us or we're concerned about, and they have this critical resource, the last thing we should be doing is encouraging them to build their own infrastructure in a way that no longer makes them dependent on us. Because what's the alternative, right? Well, you could see quite literally what is happening with China right now, which is that, yes, they are shifting towards a more internally sustainable economy, but they're not changing their politics all that much, at least not in the way that I would like to see. And so they're becoming a greater threat, right? This is what happens. You can prevent threats by placing barriers and keeping threats down, right? By suppressing threats, by ensuring that they're always dependent on you in order to survive. And then they're never going to revolt against you because otherwise they're going to lose all their money, right? And that's what we should be doing with every country that we can't trust. I'm fine with countries that we can trust, like NATO or Japan. Who cares about that, right? But I'm not been like.
No, I mean, no. It worked out.
So-
It worked out perfect. Hold on. It worked out perfectly for Iran, right? No, that was a great idea. That They thought
Yeah,
about
so
making their own economy that worked for themselves, right? And then we were like, oh, fuck that, right? We wanted to put in our own form of domination, and as happily ever after between America and the Iranian people.
So
That makes sense.
I won't necessarily say that putting in the
So-
Shah was a good idea, but I will say this: once we put the Shah into
Good.
power, we should have kept him in there, and we should not have let him be overthrown. That was a huge mistake.
So
So, here's what
just to be
else.
clear,
So
hold on,
can I respond?
You
Yeah.
can respond. You can respond. Just quickly, we're in bonus time, so if you gotta leave, just head
Okay.
out if that's the thing that you have to do. But thank you.
Merry
Go ahead.
Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
So yeah. So here's why I don't buy that argument. If your argument was true and there wasn't any other extraneous factors, then what the US government and the corporations would be doing, let's say in energy, would be the most financially short-term and long-term beneficial. So we would be heavily involved in geothermal where it's possible, hydroelectric, and most importantly, involved in nuclear energy. But we're not, right? We're involved in wind and solar and gas, sometimes natural gas, but not enough, and like smart coal, right? So we're involved in all of the things that fund our enemies. And we're consistently funding our enemies through bad energy policy. And then you have climate activists that are unironically doing the bidding of corporations that they supposedly hate to maintain the destruction of the environment by saying stupid shit like we need more wind and solar instead of the things that are actually green energy, like hydroelectric, geothermal, and nuclear. Like these are the things that will actually be green energy, as opposed to the things that require us to buy precious metals from China to get solar panels that only pay for themselves carbon wise after 7 to 15 years, that get replaced after 20 years.
Or to
Like
build
horrible fucking
batteries to
things.
store that energy.
Right. That's all get done in China, right?
Mhm.
So I would agree with you if we didn't see the very evidence that that's not what happens. What we have?
I was
is
talking
we have
about
a
more in
system-
principle. I don't disagree with you. There's contradictions.
Yeah,
I'm
of
not
course,
gonna
of
fight.
course.
I'm not gonna fight you on nuclear energy. But I'm saying like on the principle of like, do I like the idea of encouraging potential threats to industrialize when we could prevent them from doing so?
Right. That's the problem, is that you're engaged in a principle off of your value ordered system that you believe to be good, and governments
Of
and
course.
corporations don't fucking follow that. And instead what we're doing is we subsidize our enemies and we subsidize inefficiencies. And the very thing that you said we don't want to do is the very thing we do, which is that we keep paying China to build up their infrastructure so that we're dependent upon China. And if we were to stop supporting unethical things, then we wouldn't be supporting
Yeah.
China.
Well, hold on. This is a great point.
China would do it ethically, and if they did it ethically, it wouldn't matter.
Yes.
Because in order to do it ethically, they'd have to be moving far away from
No,
communism.
the mistake
I don't-
the mistake was that with China, we quite literally did encourage manufacturing, right? We're doing what Prime just said, like, should we be doing? Like they were an agrarian economy. I don't know how many natural resources they have or whatever, but they were treated as an industrial hub in which they built the manufacturing, and then we'd buy cheap shit from them. This is exactly the problem that I'm describing, because we have an example here of a country that we did build up to exploit their own natural resources, and now what are they doing with it? They're doing a bunch of bad shit, right? And so I can imagine countries
Okay,
like
maybe we're talking past each other.
it could be,
I guess
right?
maybe.
Because like Nigeria, for
What
example.
I'm trying to say is if we don't engage in the unethical shit, right, then by its very nature, we would be funding less of our enemies. And we would be, because we would only be funding people that are engaged in ethical practices in their
Here,
business.
maybe
No,
this can
I
maybe
disagree.
this can help us talking past each other real quick. Would you agree with me that we probably should ban the setup of manufacturing centers in Cuba funded with Western dollars? Because what are they going to do with that factory?
I don't know that we have a right to ban Americans from setting up business in other countries. I do think we have a right. I would say that the state shouldn't use any money from that. I think that I have no problem with the state saying Cuba is communist and therefore, like we can't purchase anything from you like as a government. But I don't think we can ban. I don't think the government has any right to exist, much less ban people from setting up a company in a country that is bad. I think it's
Gibbs,
stupid of the person to do so.
Gibbs, want to jump in?
Yeah, I like I don't know. I disagree with the whole like premise of like it. Listen, maybe it's just me, but and this is maybe it's just because
Mhm.
I'm a pragmatist. But I like the idea. I like to kind of I think has a point here. You know, once the Shah was in power. You know, that might not have been the best choice. It's much better to keep him in power, right? And we took it to argue about like colonialism or neo-colonialism is bad. But let me tell you something. I'd much rather be Columbus than be the natives, right? Like that. Like, that's a hard truth.
Oh God,
Let's just say
don't
that.
get
Like,
better.
I'm just saying, like, if you have to choose which one, you can only pick one. I guess what? I'm gonna pick Cortez and Columbus
But it's a
and not
false
be the natives.
dichotomy.
No, it's not a false dichotomy because that's how the world works, right? Like there's adversarial
No, it
powers, right?
doesn't.
Yes, it does. I hate to break it to you. We
The
all ain't in this
the
happy
world
la la
doesn't
land.
work off of
Yes, bro.
bad
Listen.
logic.
It does work
It,
off.
it,
It's like
it
let me
works
tell
off
you,
competition though.
it works off competition. And the other thing is when we talk about ethics, not like there's six of us here, right? Total.
Mhm.
I guarantee you that just with me sitting here, we're not gonna be able to get all six of us to agree to an ethical, like or whatever ethics they're defined as, right? So
Yeah,
imagine
but I'm right.
trying to no, well, that's good. I'm glad you think that. But imagine like Russia over here and China who have different morals and ethics. Some are Eastern background, some are Western background. They're gonna have wildly different ethic like priorities, right? And we're not even be able to agree with it. So whenever we're gonna sit here and go, oh, by not engaging in these ethical practices, we're gonna somehow not enable our enemies. That's ludicrous because
No,
they
no,
don't even have the
you
same ethics we
you
do because
misrepresent
they're
my
gonna
argument.
just. No, I'm not. I mean, I'm just saying that
No,
it's
you did
wrong.
because I'm not listen, I'm not bringing up all of my ethics. I made a very specific argument. I said if a company or a business requires aggression, it requires domination of people to go against their will. And then I specifically said not lefties being pissed off that like the factory worker in Mexico is making $13 an hour instead of 22. But I'm talking about forcing people against their will to engage, right? Like that means like slavery. That this has a cost because human
So,
beings
so you're saying
resent domination.
you don't want to pay like Vietnam, who's questionably our ally, but at least they hate China, right? You don't want to pay them because they're okay with making slave labor Nikes, but you're okay with like saying buying these same Nikes from China, even though they're actually our adversary and they're not having slave labor.
Scott, the miscommunication here is
I mean, it
we're
depends
trying
on
to address
what
the
you're
barriers, right?
how you're defining slavery.
Because Scott, you said you'd be opposed to like barriers. I guess the one example specifically with Cuba, right? Now you said that
Mhm.
you wouldn't necessarily want to stop somebody from building a factory there. Here, I can make it even easier. What if they want to build a rocketry factory or like a rocketry research hub in Cuba, right? And like the Cuban government's going to have access to rocketry secrets. This is a problem, right? This is an obvious problem because of the global stage,
Mhm.
right? And you might say, well, it's a private actor. That's fine. But like if we have private actors running our nuclear reactors that hopefully we build in order to have actual green energy, I don't want Iran like investing in the company that owns those nuclear reactors. That's a problem. I don't there are actors in the world I do not
So
want to have access
so
to these things.
oh, so specifically when talking about someone going to a country and building a factory, I think these are very different than foreign investment from nation states into nuclear
You can
reactors. And
have
I'll explain why.
you can have private
Because
individuals doing that.
be-
Same thing.
Yeah.
okay, sure, you could have private individuals, but I would say if you have reason to believe that, let's say, for example, when we're talking about Chinese investors in real estate in Florida, right? If someone is
Good
just
example.
happens to be a guy that's Chinese, right?
Because we're gonna say Chinaman.
Then
Like,
I don't think right. Well, I mean, like, yeah, I don't want to say it because some people consider it to be a slur. I don't, but whatever. Um, right, like if someone happens to be Chinese, I don't think you have any right to ban them from purchasing real estate in Florida. But if someone is if you have reason to believe that that person is deeply entrenched with the Chinese government, which let's be honest, any super wealthy businessman in China is, right? Then I would say that you are giving access to a foreign government, which is an illegitimate organization to presumably own property. And these governments aren't justified in their existence. Therefore, they're not justified in owning any of our property, especially, let's say, investing in and having workers working in a nuclear facility. But in terms of a private citizen building a rocket factory in a country that we don't like that's nearby, You don't have any right to stop them. Do you have the right to stop our current military from selling data to that guy? Yeah, you know what I mean. Like,
Yeah. So this is where we disagree. I think. I think we have an obligation potentially to set up barriers to prevent the construction of a rocketry factory in an enemy country. In the same way, I would have stopped Ford from building
I
their
think
factories
at
in
a
Nazi
certain point
Germany.
it becomes a threat,
Right.
too,
Well,
obviously.
exactly. It is a threat, right? Because what's going to happen is that country, we see this constantly. They could easily nationalize that factory. They could replace the leadership. They could strong arm the company that owns it into producing things that country wants or needs for their nefarious purposes, right? What happened when the Shah was overthrown? The new government nationalized all the
what would you do to
foreign-owned.
stop it? What would you do to stop it?
The only way you can
Would you
stop it,
invade Cuba?
So if we could get away with invading Cuba with minimal casualties, which I don't think we can at this point, then I think we do have an obligation to invade Cuba. I don't think we can do. I don't think we can do it. I don't think we can do it. I don't think. Just like
Right.
And I can give you the example.
listen,
Yeah,
I'm all for
I can give you the
I'm
bullets
with
that
you.
I can give you the
I'm
bullets
with
that
you.
yes, I can give. Well, are you with me? Because I also was in favor of.
No.
I also am in favor of the U.S. invading Nazi Germany or the Confederate States of America or countries that are fucking shit.
No.
Sometimes get invaded.
I'm not
That's
with
how
you
it
on
works.
invading. I'm not with you invading. What I'm saying is I'm with you so long as you want to stop the businessman from doing it in building a rocketry factory in Cuba and saying, look, when you build a rocket factory in Cuba, like you have to leave. Like you're not
you're cut
owed
off.
citizenship.
Yeah.
You're cut off, right? I'm all for that. What I'm not for is when you say stop them from doing that. Stop them from doing that can entail a lot of different actions. So cutting them off is one thing. Invading Cuba is another. I'm not for invading Cuba because some dude built a factory there, right? I am, however, for saying, hey, all of your property, if you go and you do this, your property might be forfeit, dude. Like, you don't get to build rocket factories where they can point at us in another fucking country and then come back and like hang out in New York. Like, you
Yeah,
don't
but
get
but
to
some
do
but sometimes if the threat's large enough, you might have to stop the threat over there. So, for example, when the Iranians have like centrifuges that in order to make nuclear bombs, and Israel unofficially, we all know it was Israel, like figures out a way to destroy those centrifuges, even though it's destruction of property in a different country. I'm very fucking happy that happened, and I'm glad
Well,
when
Iran can't legitimately own property. So this is
Okay.
two criminal
Okay, but
organizations
if it was owned by a company, I still wouldn't want a company with nuclear centrifuges in Iran functioning, because what's going to happen is the government in Iran can just walk in and fucking take it. Like, there's a level of risk here where I like, if the government of if you guaranteed me the government of Cuba would not interfere with the rocketry factory, then I actually probably wouldn't give a fuck if some guy wants to open up a rocketry factory in Cuba.
Well, there's no guarantees
it's,
anywhere.
of course, it's fucking Cuba, and we have a very strong reason to believe that if a rocketry factory gets built in Cuba, it's going to serve the interests of the Cuban government.
Sure. And we also have a pretty strong, reasonable belief that if, I don't know, Lockheed Martin builds a facility in America, their resources are going to be used to kill a bunch of people that absolutely don't deserve it, right? Like the American empire is murdering all kinds of people every goddamn day too, right? Just because Cuba has certainly murdered less people than the United States, even like Cuba couldn't match our numbers if they tried for another 50 years, even in clowning
That's
all
due to their
most of the
impotence,
people
not
they
their
kill
ability.
have been
Or
their
sorry,
own.
their impotence, not their intent, right?
Yeah, I mean, not only that. I mean, you're arguing that that's even
They're
a bad
pathetic.
thing. You've been arguing
That
against
that's even a bad
anti-state.
thing. Yes.
Yeah, no, you know what? This is where you're wrong. We should be using our superpower military to get our best economic deals. I don't understand why people just act like that's not like a thing we should be doing. You're sitting here saying governments shouldn't exist for like whatever reason because you're like a capitalist or whatever, anarchist, yada yada yada. Listen, I'm not even going to take that premises because governments do exist. I hate to break it to you, it's rough, right? So since we're all this
No
superpower,
shit, Sherlock.
yeah, great, I know, but it's all great in theory. But guess what? They do exist. So I'm living in the here and now. We're the superpower still.
So am I.
We should definitely be
So
using
am I.
our military might wherever we see fit to ensure that we remain the superpower. So this idea, oh, the American empire is so bad they're killing people. Well, guess what? If Cuba had that ability and they were number one, they'd probably be doing the same thing. So guess what? Time
They
to
would
put
be
that
doing
boot on
worse.
them.
The only reason
Yeah,
they happen is
exactly.
because they're kept impotent by the boot of America. We see what happens when communist countries get as powerful, and we see mass murder to a biblical scale.
Biblical.
Look, I agree. I
You
agree that
can go. I do
communism
want to let
fucking
Ty and
kills.
Aiko answer the question at some point, but so respond,
Sure.
but please keep it short so Ty and
Yeah,
Aiko
I'll
can
keep
answer.
it quick. Like, I agree that communism kills. I agree that if you were to give an authoritarian dictatorship as much power as the United States, that logically speaking, they would probably kill more, right? But it doesn't justify the existence of rocket factories owned by empires that kill people that are not aggressors. Like, that doesn't make America good. It just means that Cuba would have a
No, it
higher
makes us
death
for
count
what?
if they had the same fucking power. Yeah, like cool. Number one, woo, that's fine and all, but I'm not, but it doesn't justify anything.
So
absolutely-
I want to go back to that question and make sure everyone answers it. And then I at some point, like, because we're on bonus time again, I need to yell at Lactoid. I have so many things to yell at Lactoid about. He says the most raging things sometimes. Usually he leaves that, he outsources that to Scott, but now he decided to do that in house tonight. Let's go to our friend Ty, and I'll repeat the question: should we be helping countries to build the capacity to exploit their own resources? And again, I leave that mechanism up to your imagination.
Yeah, there's a yes, but with a caveat. Like we should have at least some level of ulterior motive to it, because in my opinion, even through the virtue ethics that I try to espouse, is that if you're basically just offering yourself up to the dispense of others with nothing to gain for it, you've done yourselves no favors. I believe this in a personal level, but I also believe this in a macro level as well. Is that a state still has to honor the commitments it has to its own citizenry, and just putting your economy at the disposal for everybody else is kind of a disaster if you're not getting anything out of it. So I'm cool with empowering the Mexican economy so that they can become more stable and that they can secure the border for us, so we don't even have to. Like that makes sense. Doing that all the way down to Panama so that you can largely help, if you will, just stabilize the region, make it to where people don't want to come here because they have, happy, productive, effective lives at home. That's a win-win for everybody. So I'm willing to take that. The other side of that conversation, though, is that there's people that we've involved with ourselves way too many times that just doesn't really help us, or we've really just bite the bullet and we really shouldn't have. Like Gibbs called it right. Like, I hate how we kiss ass to the Saudi government to keep oil flowing into sometimes our pockets, but more to the Europeans. Well, one, I don't really look at the Europeans as much as allies as they are clients, and if they want us to foot the bill, then they're going to have to start pulling their fucking weight. And then secondly, is that I really don't like bending over backwards for people that I think are fucking terrible. So yeah, long story short, I'm cool if we trade with people, but it's either your friends and family or you have something that we absolutely need and we're willing to pay for it.
Aiko.
Yeah, I agree with that, and specifically when I heard Ty talking about that, I thought of a couple of things. I thought of Norway and its ability to supply oil to NATO countries in the absence of Russian oil coming in. So allowing NATO to be more energy independent was a good thing. One of the big solutions to not being as reliant on OPEC is to develop shale oil in North America, which is what we've been doing here. And I think around the world, that needs to be the case. There needs to be, if not individual countries, at least regions of the world that can trade with each other and that can diversify the sources from which they get their resources, so that if any one avenue is cut off, they're still able to feed their people and keep their economies going. And if there are, to the extent that there are many places in the world that don't have that kind of self-sufficiency, it's in our best interest, both as America and as the planet, to make sure that they do. And Belt and Road Initiative is China's way of making everybody more dependent on China, not more independent. And everything that the Wagner Group does, especially in Central Africa, is done with the same goal. What we need to do is have some sort of counteracting sets of policies that will allow these countries to be able to do what they need to do without having to turn to China and Russia just for basic survival.
I love it, Aiko. Aiko, once again, well, mostly the voice of reason there. Thank you so much. Lactoid. Oh my God. Lactoid, it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't want to be bombastic, but it sounds like you are in favor of neocolonialism, right? Shaping the world economy in the favor of a few nations, and putting in policies that specifically disadvantage other nations from being able to build up their own industrial bases, forever keeping them weak. It seems like that is the system that you definitely 100% want.
So I'll take it further. I'll caveat it, and then I'll take it even further than that, because to some degree, I am in support of neocolonialism and colonialism generally. But there are examples of where it was bad, obviously, and where it is bad. And those examples, I think, should be examples of things to not do, and where it worked, where it has worked out, and where it, I guess, makes sense to work out. We should continue doing it, right? Could you say it's neocolonialism if we have some kind of power structure in place that allows us to shit on a country if they do something we don't like? Well, I do think this, and everyone who agrees with the sanctions on Russia thinks it too, right? To some degree. I think I'm just more so about more of that, right? However much power we can place in the hands of enlightened Western countries and away from the authoritarian communists. No, authoritarian communists, which I would this is why I start off by saying China, because I think they're the main threat. There's obviously African countries that are a threat as well. But I mean, I'm not discriminating based on race here. I'm discriminating based on ideology and power.
I love that our friend Lactoid, who doesn't believe in systemic racism, constantly gives us example of exactly what systemic racism looks like, right? That he rebuilt the system,
trying to stop communists from getting power.
He'll say
systemic racism.
I'm not. So
are you saying all black people are commies? Because if so, I don't know. Change my opinion.
He'll say that well, I'm not racist, certainly not. I don't have a problem with black people, but I'm in favor of a system where it puts power in mostly white hands, not completely white hands. President Obama was president before, clearly, right? And takes away power from mostly brown and black hands. Oh, sure, but he's not targeting those people. It just happens to be that the enlightened ones are the Western ones, and so so institutionally we should put in measures to make sure they are in power. Okay.
Is China brown or black now? I'm just confused. I think Japan's a great example. Because Japan.
They're just magically not white adjacent, whatever it is.
Sure, yeah. So Japan, I think, is a good example of. I think Japan is one of the greatest. I think Japan is one of the greatest success stories of America, actually, because I think we did it right in the sense of when we won that war, we wrote their fucking constitution. Essentially, we changed their educational system to benefit our interests, and we have, they were a military platform. And we kicking and screaming, we dragged them into the Enlightenment, and now look at them. I mean, it's incredible what's happened to that country, and we can trust them. So I think it's fine, right, to help Japan, build their own infrastructure and to build their own interests. Who I don't trust
I'm not trying to agree with Prime Guys about the systemic racism thing, but you were well, I do like one Asian country, the ethno state, that specifically says that half Japanese people aren't worthy of being citizens because you must be 100% Japanese.
Well, hold on. So I wouldn't even be fully welcome there, right? They'd be racist towards me. This just shows how objective my mental framework is, because I'm even supporting the countries that would dislike me for my race. So I would pick Japan.
Sure. I'm not a fascist.
And and Taiwan.
I'm not a fascist. I don't support fascism. I just support Israel, who supports fascism. That's the problem.
Well, hold on. I also support Israel for the same reason, right? So Israel, Taiwan, Japan, I think these countries are examples of again, given the circumstances, like they are
Okay.
not threats to U.S. power in the same way Russia, China, Iran, Venezuela, those countries
Sure.
are
No, hold
genuine
on, hold
threats,
on.
and we don't want them
But
getting
but
big.
okay. Hold on. But Japan is when people talk about neocolonialism, um, uh, hmm, Japan isn't on the list. Now, why isn't Japan on that list? Um, I
because
think
they
it's
did
fair to
well.
no, not because it did well. Uh, uh, I think it's an interesting debate.
South Korea as well.
Um,
Yeah, South Korea.
No,
Yeah.
no. I think it's interesting, but the reason is those economies, those governments have uh, power of their economies. They can do what they want, right? They can invest in what they want. They can build the industrial base that they want. Like America isn't telling Japan like what to invest in, right? Like it's Japan has the ability to go out and make its own monetary policy. It has its own. It's
Why?
actually I don't know.
I,
Wait,
I got a
so
question
wait,
for you,
hold
Brian.
on.
I
This
don't
is
think
So
Japan is included, by the way,
so
because now that I'm thinking about it, Japan has a pretty long history where they dealt with colonialism, right? When they opened up the port, and then the U.S. took a major advantage of them for years and
Yeah, they
years.
had
So,
certainly in
like,
the past.
it's
Absolutely.
Send in
interesting that,
Matthew
like,
Perry.
yeah. So it's interesting to me. I think Fabian might have hit the nail on the head here with that comment, which is because they've done well, and that's why they're
It's
not
not
included
because of
because they've had just as long a history,
I
if
would
not
say
worse history than a lot
the
of these
reason
countries
why
on the
they
list.
have done well because what
They even got nuked.
the process that our friend Lactoid is describing is one with completely different intent. And that has led to different outcomes. It wasn't at least my understanding, and maybe my understanding is incomplete, and it might be on this history. But the intent wasn't to keep the boot of the American boot on the Japanese neck for all eternity.
no,
That wasn't the point,
and it
right?
shouldn't be. It shouldn't be, right? So
Okay,
here's an analogy. Right? Um, the U.S. is a superpower. I think this analogy is actually pretty apt. If your
okay.
children display responsibility, like if they're getting good grades and they're like doing what you tell them to do, you can start granting them more independence, right? Because you can trust them. You can trust them to do the right thing, right? So when we occupy Japan and we change their constitution and we exert total control and we shape that country into a country that we can trust, well then sure, they can build their own factories and do shit because we don't have to worry about the shit they're going to do with it, right? Same thing with South Korea, same thing with, Taiwan, like the countries, all the countries, what one thing they have in common is the US had tremendous influence in their government structure, and they rely on the US almost entirely on their defense, right? They are beholden to us in a way that allows us to trust them. The countries I don't trust are countries that are the opposite, the misbehaving children, North Korea, China.
Sure. And you're focusing on them, but and for good reasons, But my focus is on Africa. Like that's where I'm thinking of. Maybe that's the disconnect here with us.
So yeah,
Okay,
Uh,
use Africa then.
well,
Like, how many misbehaving
so
children do you have in that example?
we
quite a
have
few.
it depends on what you it depends, and this is exactly where I'm going to. It depends on what you count as misbehaving, right? And it depends on what you count as bad behavior, because we have no problem funding highly authoritarian governments at all, right? We understand this. I don't have to prove this. Thank you. We don't care about like how they treat their citizens in terms of human rights. That's actually not really a factor. So
It's
in
kind of a
those
factor.
nations, and I don't know,
Kind of.
I don't have an exhaustive list of like which one would I these countries I would think would be authoritarian. But right now, that's not my main point. Um, uh, like we have allies in those nations in Africa, right? There are different nations that we count. Like I think like Chad is one of them. Like we have like a
Yeah.
very large bases in Chad.
I love that country's name.
And so but a lot of these countries who like we count as allies, we have our bases there, and we have a lot of influence within their political sphere. We still have the boot of the World Economic System on them, like whether that be like through the World Bank or IMF loans, whether that be through corporations, American corporations specifically interceding in those nations to make them unstable, right? Because instability happens to help them. We can fund different warlords in these parts of the countries because it makes it cheaper for us to extract the minerals. That so it doesn't matter necessarily if we are quote unquote friends with them. The thing that's the problem, what becomes problematic, is that we don't aren't working with them in any sort of a partnership, right? It's a I don't know. I'm not sure client state is the way best way to say it, but like it's a subordinate state that doesn't get to exert its full sovereignty within its
Look,
borders.
if any
So
country in
I
Africa
want
wants
to
to volunteer
hold
to be our
on, hold on.
subordinate state and like just basically give us control, then I'll be fine with them building factories.
So I mean,
So
on
here's the
top of
thing.
that,
So
Wow,
here's the thing. There
it's
are
the
two
white
books.
people. Great, but yeah, okay.
So there are two books, right? I mentioned this earlier, which if you want to understand the mechanism Prime Cause is talking about better, then you have to read Confessions of an Economic Hitman. The second book, in terms of what everyone was talking about, that everyone should read, is Ezra Vogel's The Four Little Dragons: The Spread of Industrialization in East Asia, right? To better understand Japan, Hong Kong, Singapore, South Korea, and Taiwan, and how those how we view how they came onto the map post World War II. Like why are these places of industry? And to against Prime Kai's point to a certain degree, um, is this idea that we didn't have this neo-colonialist kind of control over them. Bullshit. We absolutely did the same thing to these countries that we did in Africa, right? It was illegal in Japan, for example, when they had when it was what were the two major there's a Japanese camera and then there's an American camera development. I
Nikon
can't think of
or
the two companies. Yeah, it's like Nikon versus like Panorama. I can't remember the fucking.
yeah, sure,
One's Japanese and one's American, right?
Mhm.
And like it was illegal in Japan based upon our deals for them not to have their American competitor in the store. Like it was illegal for them to. Now Japan did these really funny, kind of interesting things where they'd have like one drawer with like a little fucking sign in like the corner. And Japan did these really interesting
It's like
things
how they
also.
censor their hentai too, right? There's a little
Right.
idea.
Yeah, they'd have like this little. And another thing that Japan did that was really interesting is they used the State Department, their version of the State Department, right, to create loans to kind of counteract what America had done, which is what they did is they went to American car dealerships and said, we'll give you a cash back $3,000 rebate if you sell our Honda, right? And so what they did is they utilized state funding to artificially manipulate um all of these places to put Toyotas and Hondas everywhere in America so that because they knew the long-term investment would be that America would be a massive purchaser of Toyota and Honda. And so they were totally okay with that. So they did a lot of really interesting things to violate free trade agreements, essentially. And so they kind of did sneaky ways to get away from the things that we're doing in Africa, that we were doing in Africa. We did the exact same things in all of these countries, but these countries worked really, really fucking hard. They also basically violated those agreements over and over and over again. They beat us at our own game because we couldn't mobilize the United States government and all of our bureaucratic fucking sluggish things to keep up with the ways that they were getting around the neo-colonialism we were imposing on them. They outwitted us. And
So
so
can I
like
ask? Can I
this
so
ask
yeah,
you?
he's saying it's
go
basically a skill
ahead.
Can I
issue.
ask you
That's what
one
he's saying.
thing on? Can I
Yeah,
ask
it's
you
a skill
one thing
issue.
on that?
Really, it is. Yeah.
So I hear you on what you're saying. In that like we still had like unfair trade deals there. That
There's a
limited
bunch of
them, but
other
they
factors.
were
Who fucking knows?
sure.
You know.
Yeah. And no problem. So I want to. Would you say that there that part of the reason that those nations were able to do those things, right, to outwit us or however you like to phrase it, was because of relative political stability. It's a little interesting when you're talking about South Korea because South Korea crazy history. But
Right.
they had relative political stability, and that like politicians weren't getting assassinated left and right. That when you had a politician who was
Yeah.
who might
Absolutely.
have okay,
There's again, you read the book The Four Little Dragons because the little tiny fucking 6 sentences I gave you doesn't compare to the entire book, right?
No,
Like, that is
I'm
part of it.
actually definitely gonna read it. It's
Especially
on my
with
list.
Japan. Japan had
Yeah.
protection. They had military protection from us, as did South Korea, which allowed for political stability. And we haven't done the same thing with IMF loans in Africa. Like if we went in and built a bunch of bases on the Ivory Coast and basically said, we'll protect you from everybody and ensure that Boko Haram and ICE, there'll never be a hashtag save our girls because the American military is going to protect you. And we funded their entire protection with our military. Yeah, sure, you're probably going to see increased economic output from the stability in the region and the fact that they don't have to spend money on the military. But the question comes down to, really it comes down to is what is good for the American citizen? What is good for the world? And what is good for, Western society? And I would say again and again and again that I don't think anyone has adequately challenged the assertion that I made, which is that we should be doing, to the best of our ability, business with people that do not use aggression in their business tactics, and that it does not help us in the long run, no matter what, to be doing business with a company, an entity, a country that uses slave labor or uses some form of aggression in their practices, because that's not free and fair trade. And also, we should be engaged in free trade. But if a company is putting tariffs on us, then we should put fucking tariffs on them until they agree to get rid of their goddamn tariffs. If they're taxing us, we'll tax you right back. And then we'll go, hey, we'll get rid of our taxes. When you do, fuck you. We're the world's largest consumer. Our tariffs are more meaningful than yours. So fucking, like,
I think
Trump
everyone
was
agrees
doing
with
this. Is one of the only fucking good things Trump was doing was telling China, hey, asshole, we consume. We're gonna tariff your ass. And Democrats lost their shit being like, Trump is so evil for fucking not giving all our money to fucking China. And the Chinese knew that they just had to outlast us until, an election.
I want to touch on what Lactoid was kind of saying before we move on too far. I just want to say, so when we're talking about the misbehaving children thing, I think that's actually a very good analogy here, right? Because we can look at the East Asian cultures, we can see a lot of these countries how they've done, right? We've already kind of talked about that in depth, right? What I want to talk about is we do have countries in Africa that we are 100 percent military support. Like we mentioned Chad earlier, we're very deeply tied in militarily with them, right? We mentioned, I don't know if we mentioned them yet, but Djibouti, right? We have what AFRICOM is based out of
Also a
Djibouti,
great
right?
name.
Also, good
Yeah,
name.
it's a long game, right? Yeah.
Mhm.
So we're we're
Mhm.
based in there, we're tied in there real deep, right? All these things. But you notice something, right? Look at like countries that are like they have a similar problem that say like South and Central America have, right? We have deep ties in some countries. Like in fact, Mexico, I think, is the last country to send full regiments across their border, and that was like during a couple of these hurricanes, right? We've had like military operations with them, right? We fought them, right? And we've built them back up, and yada yada yada. But they have the same problem that the African countries have, right? Which is corruption, right? There seems to be some inherent style of the corruption issue that these places have. So when we talk about assassinations, it's very comparable to like South American, Central American nations.
Mhm.
And we can talk about how we've had banana republics, or how we back one government over the other, or for all sorts of things in both these regions, right? But even if we just compare South America and Central America to Africa, who's experienced what I would consider equal colonialism, and we can even debate who's had it worse, with the colonialism, right? I would say that South America and Central America are just decades ahead of these other areas, right? And then what it comes down to is they have what I would call productive corruption, while the other one doesn't have productive corruption. One of them is like, hey, we're going to do anything it takes to win, whether it's cartels, whether it's the corrupt government, they have people in power to do whatever, and then we have examples of failed states in South America, but less so versus Africa. It's utter chaos.
Yeah, I've already given my take on this one on my channel, as it is, so I can just repeat it. I gotta get out of here in a second anyway because it's getting late. When it comes to Latin
It's
America,
Christmas.
yeah, it is. I actually got to work in the morning, so when it comes to Latin America, long story short is that they largely abandon liberal principles in their revolutions for leftist ones, and so it's either the leftist wins in all their revolutions or the fascists do.
Yeah.
When you pick between leftism and fascism, for some reason, shit doesn't go very well. It's
Well, they're
kind of
both
shocking.
leftists.
Oh,
No.
Argentina is
No.
now rejecting both.
No, that dude is no.
No,
Amazing.
he's not
I
talking. No,
appreciate
he's
it.
not talking about
Awesome.
Argentina in terms.
I'm very
he's
curious
talking
to
about the
see how
constitutional
Argentina goes.
reforms.
But like Argentina will be interesting because this guy breeds himself as like a libertarian, but he's not. But
Is that
let's
the
just see.
person? Are we talking about the same
Anarcho-capitalist.
person?
He absolutely is libertarian. You should see
His
all the
name
shit he's
Ken.
done already. It's crazy.
He's hit the ground running. I'm not gonna act like he's not trying. It's gonna be a big study
I
into
think I'm
how
thinking
well
of
this
Peru.
works because they're literally trying to dollarize the economy, which is that
Based
He's,
and good
Subjecting
for
yourself-
America.
he's already
So-
made it legal to use any currency that you want in any business transaction.
yeah, subjecting yourself to another state's currency is something that we haven't seen before, at least to this
No,
degree. So
we
it's
have.
either-
Like
Okay, who?
Zimbabwe, for example, dollarized their economy. They used the U.S. dollar. It's the legal tender there. They had to give up their money because it fucking sucked. Because they were suffering from hyperinflation, and Argentina's currency is also suffering from inflation. That's why he's proposing dollarization.
Argentina sucks because
150% inflation rate.
yeah, like Argentina just kept printing money, right? Like it just hook, line, sinker. When it comes to Zimbabwe, I'm actually not familiar with that, so feel free, or feel free to give me some
use
time
the
to
U.S.
look at it.
dollar.
Right. When it comes to fuck. Oh yeah. So anyway, just to finish out Latin America, like most of Latin America has not gone down any kind of like liberalism route of like separating powers. It's largely been leftists or fascists, and they become incredibly autocratic. And that's literally been the last 200 years of their history, and it fucking sucks. Like literally, you see a revolution, you're hoping like the old guard's gonna get wiped away, and the new guard's even worse. And whether it doesn't matter if it's Mexico, it doesn't matter if it's Chile, Guatemala. This happens over and over and over again. And we don't even have liberals to pick sides with. Like we always have to pick between fascists and leftists if we're going to intervene in their stuff. And of course,
Stop
that
saying
doesn't make it.
fascists and leftists. Fascists are leftists. Please stop.
I will respectfully disagree with you on this. Okay.
Well, you're just fucking wrong. They're leftists.
That's fine. Anyway, the final thought is that like Africa. I'm gonna hit it this way when it comes to the sociological check tree. They're still 1,000 years behind. Like I do not even how to hit this. When it comes to like the sociological check tree, like they're still 1,000 years behind. This is why India has actually like leaped forward massively in the last 100 years because they've been soaking up liberalism.
So just honestly racist, sure. All right.
I mean, if that's
whatever.
racist, fine. Like
You say that.
Why?
Western idea of what
a society should be. Yeah, like
What-
I'm
what-
sorry,
what about
we
the
literally
North-
conquered the
what
world as a
society
side
should be?
quest.
What about the North Sentinelese
Okay,
people?
alright.
Are they behind in the tech tree, Prime?
North. I don't know what you're
So the
talking
North
about.
Sentinelese people, I think they just recently figured out fire, as far as I'm aware. They're like a tribe that lives on North Sentinel Island.
Sorry, hold on, no. So you must have thought that I meant that like all cultures. And I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, you must assume that. Like, no, I'm saying that just like saying of African nations that you're behind society by 1,000 years, right? I'm just gonna lump you all together. And I'll say that all of you have just 1,000 years behind in society with an imaginary checklist that I'm just going to put out there and say it's fact. Sure, I mean, okay, you can do that.
I mean, I will happily defend this shit. Like you're
That's
talking
super
about
fucking racist.
about societies that literally did not have writing until 700 AD. Like you're literally talking about a continent that has been inundated by literally 90% of the shit that has the human body count, whether from mosquitoes to hippos to all the shit. Like they have not been able to compete.
They went from mosquitoes to hippos to all this shit.
Yeah, like okay, I will repeat what I said. Like 90% of the things that has the highest human body count are inundated to Africa, right? Lions, hippos, mosquitoes, malaria, like all of this shit that just kills humans in droves. 90% of it is either in Africa or is like localized to it. Okay?
How does having hippos on your continent mean you are behind in the social
He's giving you
checklist?
non-racist explanations as
No,
to
you
why
know, it's
Africa is
not
It
nonsense.
impedes your
It's gonna be-
social and technological
It's not
development.
nonsense.
So hold on. So you're saying that they need to wipe out more
Mosquitoes.
well, the mosquitoes. The mosquitoes need to die anywhere. Absolutely, 100%. They just need to die. But are you saying that they need to wipe out hippos, and that's part of the social checklist. Is that like you wipe out a certain number of
It's
like
not. It's
hippos?
not.
Hippos have done.
You're
No,
being
no, sorry, no, no,
disingenuous.
no, no, no,
Look,
Scott,
you know
Scott,
you
Scott.
are.
No, 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 no. Sorry, Scott. Like I want Ty to defend his point, not you to defend his point, and then for Ty to pretend that that's what he meant.
Oh, okay. So anyway, like the thing about the hippos, it's not about like killing. You have to kill a certain amount of critters. Actually, it's usually you have to domesticate a certain amount of critters, like horses, pigs, cows. Most of this comes from Eurasia. This is how we, a lot of like Western civilization developed. A lot of even Asian and Hindu civilizations developed around animal husbandry. One of the reasons that it looks like the New World was behind us, we only domesticated one critter from here, and that's llama. Like horses, pigs, all that doesn't come from North America or South America. So part of the checklist. When it comes to Africa, the problem is that almost nothing will domesticate over there. It's hyper violent and really good at killing humans. Zebras are way more pains in the asses than horses. They will not let you ride them. They won't even like stay in an enclosure. You can put them in one for 2 weeks, and then they will come out and kick you in the teeth. Excuse me. A horse will not do that. So the problem here is that where like Eurasia largely had a bunch of stuff that actually encouraged social development and civilizational development, Africa doesn't. Africa actually goes the opposite route. Its geography and climate is just generally worse across the board. Its critters are way better at killing humans and not cooperating with them. I'm literally made the argument that it's not.
Sorry, you're
Uh-huh.
so what you're talking about are uh, I'm trying to find the best way to categorize this, but
Sure.
none of the things you presented to me are social, right? So if you're gonna if you're gonna contextualize social to also mean like uh, uh the climate that they're dealing with, right? The
Well,
terrain
he's
that they're
saying
dealing.
that's holding us
No, no,
progression.
hey, excuse me, not you guys, Ty. If you're gonna recategorize that to be the climate, the terrain, and the resources available, then okay, sure. Then I
Mhm.
can agree, in fact, that the way Africa as a whole, like sub-Saharan Africa, that um, the continent uh, is not conducive to like advancement in the way that we usually think of. So if
Mhm.
that's what you mean, then fine, right? But you use the word social. So I'm
Yeah.
asking, like, so what I'm talking about is between humans,
Mhm.
and what do they lack? So like, let's focus on that.
Okay, sure. So just putting it in the context of this, they don't believe, or they don't have a lot of institutions that we would call like that we believe is the separation of powers. I think this is hugely important that Westerners have picked up and we've exported to everybody, and it seems to be working for the people who pick it up. Um, we're still talking about societies that largely are highly autocratic. Some are doing better. Nigeria is actually a good example of people who are trying to make a really good turn. If you want an example of people going the wrong way with this, it's Angola. Um, when it comes to like the general social sectors, Africa is literally the highest area of polygamy in the world, which is incredibly socially toxic when it comes to actually separation of powers between families. So that actually I openly regard as socially regressive. That's why I don't like the Mormons in some regards. There's a number of these other things, but I
So
have to like
yeah,
dig
a
out the
number
list.
of these other things that yeah, they're good to hide things within there. Just a number of other things. But
Okay.
so there are African nations
Uh huh.
who have the non-autocratic ones, of course, obviously, who do have that, like who have like a president, who have a court, who have a legislator.
Hmm.
These are the things that happen. And in terms of autocratic nations, that's not something that, of course, that's unique to African nations. So
Don't disagree.
why would that be any different to anywhere else? Like,
Uh,
what is unique about this that is 1,000 years behind the rest of the world? And we have
um,
European nations that are autocratic. So, what is
who like Serbia, like Hungary, maybe like almost
yeah,
like
yeah,
who's
Hungary is
autocratic left in
literally
Europe outside of
regressing.
the Russians?
It's literally regressing. I was going to use Hungary. It's literally regressing, like in terms of its liberal democracy. That's going the other way because of Victor Orban.
Like maybe in the last like last couple of years, like I might dig into that. But you're still talking about societies that are leaps and bounds more liberalized than any others, like but
Sure.
on a continental basis. Asia's still got some pretty strong authoritarian bends, but I mean the fact that you do have Japan, South Korea, Taiwan.
What is unique to Africa in terms of authoritarianism?
They're just. Oh, I'm just arguing that they're the most autocratic of any of the continents.
So is that because they are behind socially, or because of the political instability that I was just talking about?
I would kind of go with both. You kind of need a society that's going to advocate for the separation of power to have that. If they don't respect it or don't like it, you're not going to have a society that makes that work.
We don't have
It's
a society.
Like this is the problem that we
So-
have with democracy in Iraq, right? We were like, oh, we're going to give our democracy to people who don't want it. Of course, it failed, right? It's fucking pretty straightforward, in my opinion. It's like if people don't want it, they don't support the ideal, and you don't want to advocate for its defense, it goes to shit. This is why Afghanistan fell apart literally within a month.
This is why Afghanistan fell apart, because they didn't like democracy. The people there didn't care about democracy. And
Yeah,
so
they didn't
that's why
fight
that
for it.
happened.
They didn't try to preserve it. They literally scooped within a year of us, as we're leaving.
This is fantastic. I love this, right? Because the more you dig into his examples, the more he's just like, he'll give something that has so many variables. He's ignoring them all, and he's just placing his variable here and saying, well, this is the thing that caused it. So because they didn't want democracy, because the people of Afghanistan didn't care about democracy, the country fell to the Taliban. Or was it that the American military spent trillions of dollars in a country without actually properly building out a military infrastructure that didn't understand the incentives that actually worked for that society, didn't understand the society in general, wanted to impose a structure that they thought was best, and that failed miserably. And then when the job was not even halfway done, pulled out.
I mean, if you want to go,
or it could be that, or maybe these people don't want to stay in their own government. It could be that, or it's the other thing. They didn't want to stay in their own government, and they're like, I guess the Taliban's fine, whatever, right? This is why people fled. Why they love the oppression,
I don't know how we can help out people for 20 years and act like it's our incompetence. I really don't, especially when you have Ukraine as the counterexample.
That could happen. You don't know how it,
that's honestly, it's fucking ridiculous to me. Like, we fought and bled with them for 20 years. We equipped them, we trained them. Yeah, it is their fault. I agree. I've said this before on this panel. Connor has said this before on this panel. It's their fucking fault. Great. They didn't defend it. They didn't defend it. They ran and they scooped, and the few people who actually cared were hanging on the goddamn airplane. That's just how it turned out. They wouldn't fucking fight for it. They didn't. The majority of the population didn't believe it.
Democracy.
They didn't believe in the democracy. They don't believe in the ideals
or anything like that. Okay.
You don't think some countries don't believe in democracy, Brian?
So I think it's incorrect to assume a nation or people don't want self-determination, especially when we're talking about a nation that had no determination in its recent history. That over that 20 years, they were bombed and murdered, had massive displacement of their population.
What about any country?
Hold on. That created a migrant crisis that we're still dealing with, both Iraq and Afghanistan. And then in the aftermath, after all this intervention, and without the time to develop institutions that people will trust, because another thing, they have to actually trust these institutions, that they failed immediately without support. It could be that. It could be all of that. Or I guess they don't like democracy.
I'm not talking about Afghanistan only, but I mean, I'm asking you, do you think some countries
they're so behind in their social development?
I'm not talking about Africa. I'm asking you, Brian, do you think that there are some countries anywhere like that prefer other forms of government other than democracy? Like Like Russia seems to like to have the strong man. Like that just seems to be throughout their history. They kept going back
I
to.
don't know if it's something that we can say. When you're talking, I think. Uh, I'm trying to figure out the best way to balance this, right? Um, there is a people, and then there is the country as a whole, and that country includes a government and forces that like the people have an ability to interact with or not, right? To various extent, right? Like it, like if there's a country that has like a century, 2 centuries of authoritarian rule, is it because the people under that government want authoritarian rule, want to be crushed, want to be oppressed in every which way, or is it that they just don't have the ability to like overthrow, right? To put enough political pressure or military pressure on that government to change, right? Like you could say that, well, looking back on their history, they don't seem to like democracy, or you could say there's lots of other forces at work here.
It's not necessarily that they don't like democracy.
Prime. So,
Okay.
so first off, I want to say, looking at polling data from 2019, Afghanistan had 65% approval of democracy, right? So roughly a third of the country were against the idea of democracy, and 2/3 of the country wanted
I would
democracy.
say that would hold true
In America, we have like a 92% approval
yeah,
of democracy.
I would say.
Um,
Okay, I'll leave that alone for now.
well,
But
well, yeah, I mean, take that however you want, one way or the other. I'm just giving the actual polling data for whatever argument either people want to make. The problem that I have with your argument, Prime, is you say,
hold on 1 second.
well,
Hold on, before you do that, I hear you, and if we can still talk. I'm not going anywhere. But
mhm.
Ty says he has to leave, and it's Ty's argument. So I want Ty to make it before he gloms onto yours.
Oh,
Right,
I
he's
mean,
been making the argument for quite a while.
Okay,
true.
well
Like,
then we're still gonna make the argument. Go ahead. Like so,
yeah,
he says Afghanistan is an example of people not liking. You just simply didn't like democracy, or maybe are further behind on the social scale in some way. These people must be behind on the social scale rather than, but not the other inputs in here. Not like the
They didn't fight for it in the way
the
Americans did.
multiple superpowers that have being able to intrude on their society, right? That having a lack of self-determination, not having two oceans on either side of a continent to protect them from bigger powers, things like that. I don't know, but we don't get to put them into the calculus. We can just say, I guess they don't. These people don't care.
I mean, I literally talk geopolitics pretty consistently,
And
and
I
like, I
think you're
mean,
doing it really badly. Yeah,
I
I
mean,
hear you.
that's fine. Like, we have a right to
Yeah,
disagree with
so
each other. So, like, damn,
which is what we're doing. We're disagreeing on it.
yeah,
So continue. So you're
yeah.
saying
So,
that,
like,
right?
just the long and the short here, because like I'm sure we can go in the circle for this like forever, but like I look at this as two-sided. One is that you need a couple of factors, and it literally kind of does look like the civilization or like some video game tech tree that you need to like hit certain things in order to like get to that next tier of stuff, right? It generally seems like if you want a prosperous economy that actually can develop, you need a strong sense of the rule of law.
Excuse me.
What my general outline was just that Africa as a whole is still one of the most autocratic, centralized states, or areas on the planet, socially and governmentally. And so that was my core argument: is that they are still behind. I said 1,000 years, and that is kind of a relative conversation to have. We could say 100 years. The problem is that you're still talking about societies that are, about half of these countries, and I stretch to call them countries, are effectively warlord states, which is something that even India doesn't even do, right? Something that we have seen most of this
India,
planet move past.
most of it is past is like different states warring against each other. People like no better than warlords.
Well, not since the British took it over, but all right.
Okay, all right. You know what? Okay, I'm just gonna. I'll
So
leave that
yeah,
alone.
like
That's
yeah,
fine.
my argument is like you have to clear those bars. Like unfortunately, Africa is behind. It's not really even a fault of their own. It's just part of their environment that they exist in. It sucks. Like I would probably be dead as hell if I got malaria or AIDS and died by the time I was 25. Like that's a
So
reality here.
if like again, if you just want to argue, who knows? But if you just want to argue that in terms of the training environment, that the sub-Saharan area is less conducive to advancement, then I agree with that very narrow point. But you use the word social, um, and yeah. All right,
Right.
we'll leave
Right.
it there. We'll
All
leave
right,
it there
Right.
sounds
for now.
good.
Your argument doesn't make any sense because you said that, well, if a group of people are under 2,000 years of authoritarian rule by a dictator, they're not going to all of a sudden want democracy or want some liberal democracy,
I
which
didn't.
is to say that you absolutely agree with Tiberius D's point, which
No,
is that
no, that's not what I
there
said
is,
at all. That's not what I
well, then
said.
what are you saying? So you don't, you think
So I
you think
said
that's wrong?
no. I said that like if you're a group of people is under um uh, authoritarian rule for however long, right? 2 centuries, whatever,
You said
right?
2,000
It,
years. Yeah.
no, I said two. I said 2 centuries. I didn't say 2000. It
Okay.
doesn't matter. It doesn't
200.
matter. It doesn't
Sure.
fucking matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But like if they're under that rule for that long, like that doesn't tell us do those people not want self determination, right?
It
Like
absolutely
Okay.
does. It
yeah,
Okay. But
no,
absolutely
like
listen.
does.
how hold on. How
So,
does that so okay? Let me deal with one
so
person at a time.
here's the thing.
So, do you understand my argument, Scott? So, I'm saying that like their
Yes.
history doesn't necessarily tell the character of the individuals under
No,
that.
you're right that the history doesn't tell the character of the individuals. What you're wrong about is that that doesn't actually affect the individuals. There's nothing special about Persians versus the Greek. Okay? Like Darius the Great was an amazing individual, right? And the Assyrian Empire was fucking bloody and brutal and disgusting, and they did some of the worst torture that ever existed. And
Hmm.
the
Hmm.
subsequent empires that came liberalized over time. Okay?
Hmm.
But they got to the Greek archipelago, right? And they lost because of geographical shit. That same right, it was storms that destroyed their fucking navy, right? It was like we have this beautiful idea of like the movie 300 and the Battle of Thermopylae is what did it. No, it was the fucking shallow waters and the fucking boats and the storms. And it's the same thing that stopped the fucking Persians the first time. Was a fucking storm that dashed them against the rocks. It's the same reason Japan survived half their fucking shit was because somebody would try and invade and a hurricane would come in and wipe them out. Okay, geographical regions affected the development of the Greek culture. And the reason
I
the
agree.
Greeks invented things like democracy, invented the republic, the reason the Greeks had Aristotle and Plato and developed Western society and philosophy far beyond anything the Persians were ever able to create was because they were isolated in little fucking city states and they couldn't get invaded. And so
I
the same
agree
thing
on
is
that
true of
point.
Africa. The geographical region, right, affects the way
I
that
already
governments
agreed
and
on that.
culture develops.
I
And the
agreed on
culture
all of that
in
already.
Africa is fucking behind. And by
I
virtue, the people are.
and I, so I already agreed on like one of the reasons Europe becomes a naval superpower is because they have bigger brains. Well, you could make that argument, or you could say that Europe has like the most coastlines, right? Like it has a lot of coastlines. Um,
Right.
uh, like I think of all the continents, I think it has the most coastline. So it just encouraged a seafaring community, right? And
Yes.
seafaring happened to be the better choice when stepping out into the world stage, right? Like if you had a
Mhm.
better navy, then that allowed you to um, position
Trade, get
yourself.
additional resources,
Yeah,
diversify,
and
better
those
economies,
and the ones who had the strongest
exchange
navies,
ideas and
exactly,
philosophy and
100%,
grow as a culture
hundred
as
percent.
opposed to Africa, which was stunted from growing as a
Uh,
culture and a people and a social
A hundred, a hundred
portions
percent,
because you're
a
able to
hundred
get
percent,
ideas from
because
China,
it's
other
very
religions. Yeah.
difficult. It was very difficult to conquer Africa, right? Like to have one central empire
Yeah,
that
white people would just die until like the late 1800s if they went too far into Africa.
no.
Just die of
I'm not talking about
disease.
white people. I'm talking about within like African empires growing. There are a few of them, but like it's very difficult to like unite a continent here because of the
There's no
terrain
natural defenses. They
uh,
would immediately attack the other and vice versa. Yeah.
yeah. So I hear you. I'm like giving you all that, and I said like
Hmm.
if that's what you're talking about, then okay, I agree with that. But you use the term social, and at least I use the term, and I think other people use the term differently. When you say this group of people is socially behind, that talks about like their interrelations, their ability to form organizations, their ability to relate to one another and the world around them. That's what I'm
Yes.
referring to. So if you're not talking about that, like I already said, then okay, sure, I can agree with you.
We're
I
talking about
get how
both.
topography matters here.
I,
Topography matters in
so
social development, right? So like when we look at like Göbekli Tepe, right? And we're trying to understand how is it in Turkey 20,000, well, sorry, 11,000 years ago, people were able to build monolithic structures. It's not the rocks that's important, right? Because the rocks are nearby. It's not the tools even that are important. Right, the thing that is supposed to be impossible for Göbekli Tepe to exist 11,000 years ago is the social order to be able to get that many people to work on a project. In order to work on a project where you create megalithic structures that point towards true astrological north, you need, in order to get that many people to build things, you need social institutions and structures that are beyond hunter gatherers. Technology and topography does affect the culture and the sociological
I
development of a people.
I,
And the fact that Africa is behind in one must mean the fact that Africa is behind in the other.
I have a question.
so,
So,
okay,
like,
go
Prime, I
for it.
guess this. So, like, this kind of comes back to the other thing because I feel like y'all are kind of. I just, like y'all are arguing kind of the same thing, but not. I mean, yeah, I don't know this. So, I guess this
So
comes
hold
back
on,
to
this comes. To be clear, here's what the argument is on what the hell Ty means by social.
right, right.
So,
So, I'm asking you
so
this
hold on,
though.
hold on. So, like, it matters what the hell Ty means by
Well,
social. I've already, sorry, hold on, 1 second. Like, I literally have said at the very start, like, oh, okay. So if you're actually just talking about the relations to people and topography, and environmental conditions and how that affects the development, then I 100% agree. I said that from the start. If that's what that is, then okay, right? But that's not the way that most people use the word social. So if I have a misunderstanding
No,
of
you're
what time,
ignoring it.
hold on, sorry, Scott, shut up, Scott, shut up. So if I have a misunderstanding of what Ty means by the word social, then that's fine, right? Then we can just move past this. But
No,
if
what he means is
no,
the
Scott,
why.
sorry, Scott, shut up. You already had a chance to talk. 1 second. So,
Please just listen.
oh
You're
my
not
God,
getting
please,
it.
no, I'm not. I literally listened and I agreed multiple times with what you said, and you keep repeating the
You're
same
not
thing.
getting the
I'm like,
basic concept.
yeah, no, I absolutely am, and you're just assuming I'm not. But like, so what I'm saying, my disagreement is what does you mean by social? If it's the things that I just laid out, then okay, then it's different. But if it's just about topography, environment, and how that interacts, allows like the availability to get to resources, like how deep are your iron ore? Is the iron ore from the surface? Is it easy to mine out? If not, that's going to be an issue. Like all these things matter. But and if that's what you're talking about strictly, then I agree. But if it's not
No,
that,
you're
then
ignoring
I
the
disagree.
argument. You're ignoring the argument.
Yeah,
The
hold
argument
on.
is
Sure.
these are the reasons.
And sure, that was for Gibbs. So hold on, let Gibbs go. Go ahead.
so
Super
my
quick.
my
You're
No,
ignoring the argument,
Gibbs.
but okay.
Yeah,
so
whatever.
my
Sure.
question is this problem. So you also like kind of were talking about, and I actually don't know if I agree with Tiberius' assessment of if autocratic means it's backwards or not. Further back in time. Well, I don't know if I agree with that assessment because I kind of disagree with your other premise that you made, which is that people inherently want to be democratic, right? They inherently want to form the government, right? And we can argue about topography and whatnot, but I want to look to a country like Russia, for example, right? If we look at Russia, I would consider them pretty, well, I guess by whatever standard we're going to go by, pretty socially like equal to like whatever country you want to say, right? Right? And because we can track their history, their culture, all their whatever, et cetera, et cetera. But they've generally always had some sort of strongman government, right? They've had either like Rus Vikings way back in the day. You've had the czars for hundreds of years. You had, now you have the then you have the communists. Now you have like Putin, and we have all these forms. They have a very strong man, and it seems even when they're given a choice, they go back to picking a strong man type character, right? Like that put in charge, and they're very like big on like the empire building. They're very big on the like we like the strong man government. They're very nationalistic. They're very proud of that, right? So whenever you say that people are inherently like
Oh no,
democratic,
that's not what
I
I
don't know
said.
if I agree with that. What do
No,
you mean by you think
if
that people
I don't.
can't be?
One second. I don't. I don't know if I said that people are inherently democratic. If I did, then I retract that statement. I don't know if I don't think I ever said that. Um, my point is to complicate the situation. To simply say, right, like Tiberius, like saying that nonsense that yeah, those Afghanis, it simply must be the case that they don't like democracy, rather than we had decades of multiple superpowers interfering in their affairs, destroying any sort of trajectory that they had to decide themselves. Like that masked the character of the people. So it is. I think it can be entirely fair that a group of individuals, right, like would prefer a strong man or whatever, right? And I'm not familiar enough with Russian,
Well, I mean,
like
use Afghanistan then. Isn't the
yeah,
expression
hold
like
on.
that where empires go
Okay,
to die because they're so tribalistic? Like that, isn't that a whole
so
thing?
I'm not sure if that's the reason. I think well, I mean, at least that's not the reason I've heard. It's because the terrain is so incredibly difficult to have an invasion and hold that invasion, and to root out insurgents. That's my understanding, but maybe you have a different one. But
Well, it's both.
so I'm
It's
saying
both.
that. So hold on, God, let me get the answer the first question that you wanted me to answer, right? So I'm not saying that you can't have a group of people that prefer um, uh, an alternative form of government. I'm saying that uh, we need to complicate this with history. That with what Tiberius has provided, it's not enough to simply say, "Oh, these people, their character must be that they don't like self determination." Uh, it could be there's a whole list of foreign interference that makes self determination impossible. So we had that whole talk about um, uh, like the world economy, right, being used in neocolonialism to make it difficult for countries to build up their own industrial base, right? To have the money, to become politically stable, and to uh, choose a democratic path, right? When they do go down a democratic path and choose someone who decides that, our resources are going to be for ours, then they get assassinated by by the West, right? Like we'll go in there, we'll fucking murder them, and then what is replaced the group that the organized the administration that replaces them is friendly to the West and crushes the people. Now, does that tell us? Does that tell us that those people don't like self determination, or did they actually try it? And what happened was there was external conflict. That's what I'm saying. That it's a lot more complicated, and you can't simply just say, "Well, this must one variable must be it." Does that make more sense?
Anybody
I
say that it
guess.
was one variable?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, yeah, I don't
That's
think
what
that he was
that
saying
was
it was
Ty,
one
literally
variable.
Ty.
Yeah,
That's
No,
what
I
he
don't think
did.
Ty was
That's
he
what
saying.
he
I,
literally
did.
I
didn't.
He
definitely,
said
I
I
definitely
was
think
here.
that.
one.
I definitely think you
He had one
misunderstood.
he had one cause. Sorry, one cause. He had one cause. Maybe variable is not the word I'm looking for. But one cause. He said, yeah, I guess he didn't fight for it. That was it. And then I said, what about these other superpowers? Oh no, it's because
No,
they didn't
No,
want it.
that's
That's what
not
he
what.
said.
it's bullshit.
Can
That's
No,
I?
he said that they
100%.
didn't fight for it. He said that was a reason that it collapsed almost instantaneously, is because there was no one fighting for it. He was describing by the way, the moment the America pulled out, the army basically fucking dissolved instantaneously because nobody there gave a fuck to defend it, because
Well,
nobody
Except
strongly
for one
felt
province.
that they
Well,
wanted
hold
it.
on. But if you actually, but again, this is the problem. If you actually look into the history of what happened, right? It's been documented. If you look into that history, we didn't actually affect the supply lines. Like there were people in the outer regions. So like you had like the more central region that is more well defended, right? The more metropolitan area, the more well defended. But then the rural regions, there were no supply lines. Those people, they weren't even paid. They weren't even paid. So they had no weapons. They weren't paid at all. And it was an extremely tiny garrison. And then a flood of Taliban trucks come, and then they drop their guns. Now maybe they dropped their guns because, like Ty said, they just didn't like democracy, or they didn't want to fight for democracy,
You're
or
being
because
ridiculous.
it was literally impossible to do so.
You're just
And
triggered right now. You're not even making arguments.
hold-
Like at this point,
I
you're
am
just
yes, I am making an argument. I'm
yelling.
giving you a historical context.
You're straw manning him
This
and
is
then
what this is
screaming for a
literally
long time.
this is literally what you always do. You always do. You're not making an argument when I literally am giving you historical context as to what actually happened. So you can say that they just dropped their weapons, and they didn't care about fighting for democracy, or you could say they didn't have the ability to do so. They literally didn't have the ability. The people that we trained and were there as a job, they weren't equipped to do so, and they weren't paid to do so. And
Oh,
so
yeah, and
their
when
towns
when the
fell one
American
after another without a fight.
And when the American Revolution occurred, you had a bunch of ill-equipped colonists that took on the largest empire in the world has ever known, and fucking starved and lost every battle until Saratoga, right? Like there's a
Yeah,
difference here because the
sure,
culture
sure.
was different, because it was a deep desire and yearning
It
for
could
freedom
be.
that came from the people itself, because the society had this desire in a
I
way
don't
that Afghanistan doesn't.
Scott, I don't know why you want to flatten history so much, right? Like to pretend that
What are you talking about, not flattening history?
yeah, why you because an ill-equipped group of individuals facing a the British colonial army. I don't know what you call them, or expeditionary force, whatever, right?
The fucking
Facing
redcoats.
the fucking redcoats, yeah. Um, uh, like the technological difference between those groups, right? The ability to do damage when you can like shoot a gun and then you have to take like 2 minutes or so to reload it. The difference between that and a person, with a sword or whatever, right? There's a much smaller difference between those military powers, the ability to apply force, right?
From the Afghan army that had our weapons
Yeah,
and
that doesn't make
equipment
any sense.
versus the
They
Not only,
Taliban.
weren't,
let me tell you an
which
example
is
where you're
why,
wrong on top of that.
which is why I keep saying they weren't actually well equipped. They were running out of bullets. They're running working
No, that's not.
weaponry. Like
No.
that
That's
absolutely
not
So
happened.
true.
on paper,
That's what happened.
on paper, there was more soldiers in the Afghan army, and they were better equipped in terms of everything. I don't disagree that there were a lot of the Afghan army was selling off shit for money, right? There's a lot of
Yeah,
corruption
of
going
course.
on, right? I think that the issue here is like with Ty's point that like the reason why Afghanistan collapsed is because the people there had no will to fight the Taliban is just factually correct. The question is just why didn't they have the will? And that's where things get
Yeah.
multifaceted, right? Like, was there a lot of corruption in the prior government? Absolutely. Did the U.S. not do enough to stamp down on that corruption? For sure. Was there like a long is there a tribalistic history in Afghanistan? Of course, people felt a lot more allegiance to local tribal members and tribal leaders than they did this concept of the country of Afghanistan, right? Is there like religious extremism more common in that area? Of course. And the Taliban promises a more Islamic form of living than the prior Afghan government was. There's all sorts of reasons why they didn't have the will to fight, but they didn't have the will to fight, which is why, despite having more equipment, I mean, look, the Taliban after the Taliban took over, they're literally driving around flashing the equipment that we left for the Afghan army. So that equipment came from somewhere, right? I mean, why does
There was a lot
Afghanistan
of it
And let
within
me tell
the
you,
why does
there
before
was
you go, Prime.
in Kabul?
Well, there's
yeah,
one
in
other thing on
Kabul.
top of
Yeah,
that.
exactly. Hold on. Kabul is one story. Correct. But like the rural towns were falling left and right because there weren't enough people, they weren't actually paid,
that's
and they
just
weren't
listen.
well equipped. That
This is why
literally
this
is the
narrative is
fact. That's
false.
fine.
Let me
You
tell
guys
you
can
why.
make it up.
Let me tell you why it's not a
Kabul
fact.
fell.
Let me tell you why. Hold on. Let me
But
tell you why.
Well, I have to have a,
ignore
I have to
ignore the
base
other
specifically
ignore
on
the
what
other
happened in
towns.
Afghanistan because there's literally documentation
Yes.
of exactly this.
But here, let me tell you why it's not a fact, though.
It's
Because
not an
there's
argument against
because
what we're
there's
saying.
still an area in
Yeah, whatever.
Afghanistan not controlled by the Taliban. It's the Panjshir Valley. They have an open rebellion, and they're still trying to siege it and fight them. And there's all sorts of the NRF, and they're having an open rebellion. So there is a group of people in a certain region in Afghanistan that does want democracy, and they're still standing up and fighting them even with this less tech and this less willpower and everything. So if they're able to do that with even less than everybody else, because there's
I
only
don't-
this small group, then everything
So-
you're saying is just a house of cards falling on its head.
I don't know who you're referring to, and I don't know
That's
how
your problem.
well.
You don't even know what you're talking about when it comes to Afghanistan.
Yeah,
You're
sure,
trying to say it's
whatever.
well
Okay.
documented, and then you don't
Sure.
even know that there's a group
You
that's
don't
still
know.
fighting
Hold on.
them.
What did I say was well documented?
You
What
just
was
told
I
me it's
talking
well
about? Hold on,
documented
what was
about
I
how these
talking about was
villages
well
just
documented?
fell in Afghanistan and didn't have the weapons to fight them when there's a small area that is apparently doing it with nothing already. So why is this one small area
What?
doing it?
I
Then
don't.
the
Sorry,
other
I
areas are
don't.
just like, oh,
Sorry.
it's
Okay,
too
sure.
hard, Lord
If
and
you're,
breathe.
if you're saying that I don't know about every individual faction in Afghanistan, which means that I can't make any conclusions about Afghanistan, then you're right. That's great.
Well, yeah,
I
you
can't
made
make
wrong
conclusions.
conclusions.
I can't make conclusions about America because I don't know all the political groups that have an effect on our political system. I can't do that. I don't know about all militias or heavily armed groups in the states. Right, there are lots of people who have military or caches of weapons here, and I'm unaware of it. They're secret caches, so I guess I can't make a conclusion about them. Like what is this nonsense? Sure, okay, thank you for giving me new information, but incomplete information. I don't know actually how well armed these people are. I don't know how well they've been doing, and I don't know how that interacts with my larger point. So,
Well,
like, you can
I mean,
just
it's pretty
say
simple
that.
how it
So,
interacts
here's
with
my
your logic
point.
point. It's because it's very simple. It's very simple. Your whole argument right there with Afghanistan was that they were ill-equipped, they weren't able to do it, and the technological difference between them and whatever was so different and not comparable to the American Revolution, right? And that point falls on its head when
Because
I can
we
take.
have
Oh,
machine guns,
oh yeah.
and
So
they
exactly.
and
So
and
hold
and the
on,
people in
hold on,
rural
Papa.
Afghanistan can make machine guns.
I really have to go. Sorry.
You said that a long time ago. I don't know why you were still here. But anyway,
Fair enough.
like
Have a good
we
one, guys.
No,
literally had
but here's what you're skipping
we
over. You're
see
not
them
even
make
letting.
assault rifles. Go ahead, sorry, go ahead.
But look, here's my thing right here, bro. Is what you're saying is these people just didn't have the ability, right? So if these other people, all things considered, are still Afghanis, right? They're still the same situation that all the other Afghans are in. They're in a remote province, just
Are
like the
they
rest.
being funded by Pakistan? I don't know the situation in
That's
this
not really the
country.
point. The
You're
point
just
is these
putting it
people are
out there.
still fighting for their freedom
No,
and for their rights against the Taliban, while this
if they're
other group just
if
melted
you're saying
away.
it wouldn't matter if Pakistan was supplying them, then that wouldn't have anything to do with anything. That would just
This is so
like
asinine. Listen,
sure, but yeah, okay. But
Alexander the
Gibbs, hold on,
Great
hold on, hold on.
once said,
Gibbs, sure, yeah, I know. Wonderful. Gibbs, would it not matter if Pakistan was funding your group? Sorry, not your group. Excuse me.
No, it
The group you're
absolutely does
referring
not
to?
matter.
That would absolutely not matter to this
No, it's
conversation.
because it's showing their
Eh,
willpower.
Okay,
These people
sure,
weren't
never
initially
mind.
funding them. They fought them
Never
while
mind.
Kabul
Yeah,
is
So-
falling.
got it.
They were over here
So-
fighting.
I got it.
Yeah,
I got
once
it.
So there's a
while
wonderful
Kabul is
quote.
fighting,
It
they're
wouldn't
falling.
make
They're
sense.
fighting.
It wouldn't make sense if they had a military
So-
power supporting them. I guess not.
So there's a wonderful quote that I think speaks to the culture of the Afghan people for a very, very long time. And from Alexander the Great, he once said, "May God keep you away from the venom of the cobra, the teeth of the tiger, and the revenge of the Afghans." Throughout all of world history, even since Alexander the Great tried to conquer them for 3 years and failed after conquering the largest empire up until that time that had ever existed. The Afghans have been known as a people that will fight to the bitter end for their country and their people. And when democracy came knocking at their door and was given to them by the United States, obviously not like a true democracy, it's, constitutional republic with some strings attached to Western influence. It fell instantaneously because of the culture, the people, the sociology of the region was far more in favor of religious extremists, tribalists than it ever was towards the idea of liberal Western democracy. And the point has been the entire time, which you have yelled at and ignored and in such
Yeah,
in
it's
a
ignored as
fashion
well.
that I find to
Go
be
ahead.
that I find to just be childish at this point
Sure.
is
Oh,
that
okay.
he stated and you refuse to engage with in earnest the fact that yes, the sociological conditions are different because of these reasons. All of these reasons affect the development of countries and society, and that affects the development of culture, the ideas, the family structure, et cetera, et cetera. As I tried to point out to you with Darius and the Persians versus the Greeks, how the culture changes based upon topography and regions and systems of governance. And the idea that you can say with a straight face that they can have these governments and all of these political pressures for thousands of years and all of these disadvantages, and it has zero effect on the sociology, cultural impact,
I
and the
never
family
said that.
structure of these
Good thing I
people.
never said
You are
that.
implying it
I'm
deeply
glad I never said
by your
that.
triggered
I never
offense.
said that. No, you. I guess you're so triggered by my words that you can't actually process them, right? I love this because this is what Scott does. He just says you don't
Don't
have an
project,
argument
just make
while
your
like
fucking argument,
literally
which you haven't
ignoring.
made.
But you're so busy saying that you're not making an argument that you literally ignore what people are saying. I'm saying that they actually do have an effect on all these. I said it multiple times. I've agreed with it multiple times, but then afterwards you pretend like I guess he didn't say that. No, I don't. That the idea that government doesn't have an effect on the people. Well, of course it does. I never said that it didn't. Right? I'm saying that there are a whole list of things that affect the people, that affect the character, right? And that rather
Okay.
I guess.
Okay.
I'm trying to put this in a succinct way. That the homework is being done backwards, right? That like you're going from a conclusion, rather to figure out the premise. I guess I don't know. I'm saying this
The
poorly.
premise initially was
The
this.
point is that like the character of a nation, of a group, right, is affected by many different things. And those are all inputs that go into it. To simply say that these people don't want, like, the reason why this thing happens because these people don't want self determination. I think he didn't do the work to prove any of that. In fact, he let other people do it.
No,
He
this is
so
okay. New point.
not a new point. I'm literally okay. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm just going to ignore you.
The original
So
argument was okay.
shut up. Let me make the point. Thank you.
We said it doesn't matter, so I thought you were done.
Okay, great. Shut up. Make a point. That there are a lot of inputs within a society, right? That can be topography, that can be an environment, that could be technology, that could be the government in and of itself. It could be religion, right? These are all influences, and then this creates a character of the people, and by that, to more clean define it, is like a consensus about how this group of people relates to the world. Um, uh, Simply stating that the reason why this outcome happened was because there was a it was the character of the people rather than all these inputs, which I've many times named, right? Is backwards and actually hides what truly goes on, right? So, and then I go on to list like context for the specific action that he was talking about. But we ignored that. It was oh, okay. I guess it's.
Can you steel man his original point? Can you steel man his original argument?
Sure. Let me try. I guess.
Because you just made it. You just made his point. You have now been offended for so fucking long that you don't realize that you just made his original argument. His original argument was this. He said that Africa was behind sociologically. And then he said, for a whole number of reasons, he gave hippos, he gave geography, he gave diseases, he gave mosquitoes, and said all of these different things from the government, from the topography and everything,
things that I agreed with,
influence African culture
the
in
things
such
that
a
I
way
agreed with,
that it is not that there are 1,000 years
that I
behind.
agreed with. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the
So
things that I agree with
you have now
multiple
rationalized
times.
your all the
No,
way
hold on,
to his point
because you
to
didn't.
agreeing with him.
Again, you were too busy. You were too busy thinking. Oh, you weren't making repeating that over and over again to hear the thing that I said multiple times. And when Gibbs asked, "Hey, what's the heart of this disagreement?" I stated it exactly. Hey, what does the word social mean? What does the word social mean? If it
Mhm.
means all these other things,
And
then I
then
guess I agree. I said that multiple times. I said it like 4 times. I said it like 3 times to you specifically.
you're
But
still
you're
not even
too
getting
busy
what I
saying
said.
you're too.
Holy
I
shit.
know.
You're
No
too
one is
triggered to
ever
understand.
engaging. No one's ever engaging when you are not engaging. When I've said the thing.
Dog,
Sorry.
dog,
No,
it
it's
is so
fine.
fucking
It's
simple.
fine.
You are
No, it's fine.
so
No,
beyond.
no, it's
Those
no,
are the
sorry,
reasons
hon, no.
why
I'm sorry.
he
I'm not gonna
gave
take
you
that.
those.
I'm
He
not gonna.
said
Nope.
polygamy.
Nope.
He said
Nope.
authoritarian structure
Nope.
within the
Nope.
family
I'm not
that
gonna
is
give you.
mirrored in the
I'm not gonna
government.
give you it. No, I'm gonna get. I'm literally gonna keep talking over you. I'm not actually gonna give you the time because I've done it multiple.
I
I
get
said,
it.
hey,
You're
if
being
this is
fucking
what you're
retarded right
talking
now.
about,
Straight up
then I
retarded.
agree with you. I agree with you. But if this is a definition of social, then I disagree with you. Literally, that was the argument the entire
Those are
time.
the
Right.
fucking reasons
Let me
That
ask you a
so there
why.
clarifying
you
question,
go.
And then
Prime.
he
So
gave you
so
how those affected
so
social. And
Can
then
I
you
ask a
just kept getting
clarifying question?
triggered.
and when he said that, like, hey, these aren't things that I consider to be social, right? If you are having an expanded definition of social, then okay, then I guess I agree with you. That's simple. I said it multiple
So what was
times,
his
but
definition of
can't
Prime,
social?
you can't you
did you
can't
also
he didn't give it he didn't give I don't think
Yes, he did.
really
He
Prime, did
said
you
polygamy.
Prime,
no
He
no no
said
no 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 he did,
Prime?
authoritarian order control within families that leads to the same
Well,
desires of
I
the
think
government. He
Prime
gave
no
also.
that
how
I don't think
Hold
those
on,
specific
Prime
things
also.
have stunted the culture and how that stunted culture
Well,
affects
Prime
the
also
forms of
disagreed with
government that
originally.
they
He also
choose. You
disagreed
just
with
fucking
the
can't.
idea
no
that.
hold
So hold,
on
Prime also
I,
did you not disagree with the idea that it was a Western culture like list as well? I feel like you said that initially, like,
Yeah,
oh, by this Western culture list, and I feel like that, yeah, or something along those lines. Like I might be
that was the
paraphrasing you.
initial thing. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, you're like, oh, so this is a Western culture list that has determined that these people are, I don't know, I'm just gonna paraphrase. I don't think you said
sorry
this, but uncivilized or not socially good enough or
I
whatever. Yeah, like basically that was implying by this Western standard, which you almost said didn't even matter because that's a bad way to value it. Is that correct?
I don't know what you just said to me. Hold on, one quick second. One quick second. I'll try to get get back to you. One quick second. Um, Scott, I'll do
Mhm,
this one more time with you. One more time, and then
mhm.
that'll be it. Steelman, my argument. What was my disagreement that I've stated multiple times? Like, where did I see?
You
Right.
had multiple disagreements as you shifted your goalposts, and I'll go through all of
Okay,
them.
wonderful.
The initial disagreement that you had was that you were offended by the idea that anyone would even say that Africa was socially stunted, and you wanted him to back it up, which is fair, right? Then you were upset that we would use a Western lens and an idea of Western liberal democracies as a standard because who are we to say that Western lenses and standards, et cetera, are better
No,
than
I never
those?
said that.
You got challenged on
I
that
never
and you
said that.
immediately backed off on
I
that.
never said
You
that.
wanted him to back up. You can run through the tape, you'll get through it. Then
I
you
never
wanted
said
him
that.
to justify those positions as social. You were upset because he wasn't justifying the social differences. He was justifying the reason why the social differences existed, which was topography, which was access to resources, which was landlocked nations. These are all the reasons that the social thing was different. And you said these aren't social reasons. These are reasons why governments, etc. And then you gave more examples. So then he gave you the social reasons that those things were the why for. And he said,
Is
for
this fun?
example,
Is this still manning
polygamy.
my argument? No, this is not. You're just like running through this
I'm
conversation
running
like
through
you saw at
every argument.
lunchtime.
Yes, I'm running through. You had
Yeah,
multiple
sure.
different arguments
Okay,
and
great.
positions
So
that
I'm
you
still
shifted
waiting
through.
to still man the disagreement that I stated. Like, oh, this is
Okay,
what I see. Like,
your disagreement as it stands right now, which I'm sure you'll say isn't true and you'll change again. Your disagreement is that all of these things that are the why are not the thing itself, which is the social differences. And you're saying that we can use a multitude of different factors as to why the people didn't fight in Afghanistan. And then it's not fair to compare them to radically different things, such as the American Revolution, where people fought. And because there are different economic factors, there's different technological differences, because not having appropriate supply lines in America is very, very different than not having appropriate supply lines. In Afghanistan, where you don't have access to machine guns, swords versus machine guns versus a few less muskets aren't the same thing. And that no one has addressed the original claim, which is these social differences. And to say that that Africa is socially stunted is unfair. Unfortunately, I did.
Okay. Whatever. I don't care that you did. Um. Uh. I think at least part of that. Oh God, you said so many things. Um.
God, I love coming on these.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fair
Yeah.
enough.
You shifted a lot of goalposts
No,
throughout
I
the
didn't. I didn't.
conversation
I
while you were
was
triggered.
No, it's fine. It's fine because literally I was saying the same thing the entire time. But you've seemed to have lost that. And along the lines of that, I had to justify a lot of things since I'm talking to multiple different people. So that's okay. But at the heart of it was like, how do you define social? How do you, and you said that in different words, but yeah, that was the heart of my disagreement is how do you define social? If you have a more expansive definition of that, then I agree. Simple as that.
Yeah, but
Simple.
social had
Then
nothing
I
to do
agree.
with the
And then
topography
like
and
you
all those other
said,
things.
and then like you
Those were the
said, I
why.
end up and then like you said, I end up I can create the steel man of Ty's point because that's the thing. Like if it's defined uh as previously stated, then I agree with that. If it's defined as narrowly as I was interpreting it, then I disagree.
It was always super broad. Those were reasons for the social differences.
And then great, then there was no argument. Then there was no reason for you to jump in at all because we had already
Right, because you were
said. Then there
screaming that
was
he was
yeah,
wrong while
sure,
agreeing with him.
whatever, sure, whatever. When I literally said, "Hey," all right, I've said it multiple times. It's fine.
Can I
Yeah,
ask a question, Prime?
sure, go ahead.
Let's just take as true. Let's just say that the Afghan army was 300,000 compared to the Taliban, which was only 80,000. And let's just say that by all military analysts, that the Afghan army was better supplied and better equipped and had been provided better equipment. Let's say $88 billion through March of 2021. Let's just say, compared to the Taliban, which got considerably less. If we take those two things as true, let's just assume they're true for now.
Yeah, sure.
And yet the Afghan army just lost and deserted and gave all their gear away and fled from the approaching Taliban army and just left Kabul for a mostly non-violent takeover. Do you think it'd be fair to say that this might be because the Afghan people don't value the government that they had as much as they value the Taliban?
Mm, not. It could be. It could be. But not necessarily. That's the thing. I'm trying not to. I'm trying to deal with your hypothetical.
Yep.
Uh, um, and
Because if they
it
value democracy more, wouldn't they
it
fight with
might
that equipment?
it might be the case. That might be a reason. Like among the many reasons why that would happen, that could be one of those reasons.
Yeah.
Okay, and the general, let's just say the less value that the Afghan people place on democracy could come from like many different factors, but a lot of it could come from their history, right, and the cultural history that they experienced, and their geography and influences
All
from
of that. Yeah,
yeah,
I've already
yeah.
agreed to that many times, but people didn't hear it. I guess. Sure.
So if Tiberius states, well, yeah, it's their fault. It's mostly their fault because they didn't want it enough. They didn't fight for it, despite the fact that they had the ability to fight for it. Is your disagreement with him on the empirics about whether or not they actually had the equipment? Or is your disagreement on whether or not the Afghan people value democracy?
So now we're leaving our hypothetical and going to the actual
Yeah,
real world.
yeah.
Well, in the actual real world, there were a lot more uh, inputs than just the ones that you're stating. And uh, because of that, I simply wouldn't make the statement that it's because uh, it's there's a lack of desire for self determination. Um, uh, yeah, or that they necessarily prefer the Taliban um, uh, in the real world.
If you could
But
recreate the situation in Afghanistan,
mm,
but you did it in Texas with Texans, all other things being equal, other than they would be Texans, do
mm,
you think Texans would give up and run within a few days and give up all of their military equipment over to the Taliban? Or do you think Texans would be out there with their fat asses and their pet tigers and their rifles killing some fucking Taliban up until today, even if they lost?
Fuck yeah, that's what we'd be doing. Let me tell you right now. We're gonna be out here dying in droves, and we're gonna be dead in a hurry. But we're gonna be out
They have
there
different
fighting.
values. They have a different
Yeah.
culture, right?
I mean,
Texans are crazy.
as for that other point, by the way, while we're at that on that subject, it is different cultures. And as for that group that's fighting in Afghanistan, I did a little research. They have no international support basically at all. They have like very, very little. So
mm,
clearly, if you want to fight, it don't matter what support you got, you're gonna fight. And clearly, they didn't have the gumption to fight for democracy in Afghanistan. I don't even know how this is a real argument because Texas has already done this. We've already done it. I guess once
fight for
against Mexico.
democracy
Yeah,
or fight
we
for
fought.
slavery?
No, democracy.
Sorry,
I'm not gonna
which
not buy that.
conflict? Which specific conflict you're talking about?
I mean, I don't know why you think we fought for
Both.
slavery. We fought. Yeah, I mean, I guess we fought in the Civil
I mean,
War, but we fought
both,
for our
you know what I mean?
independence.
Yeah,
the first
And
time.
both are kind of about slavery, but we can leave that
Yeah,
part. Yeah.
that's false. False.
They
It
fought.
was gun
They,
rights.
hold on, they definitely fought for slavery.
Not near the first time. We're not talking about that the
Which
first time.
which conflict are you talking about?
Well,
Talking
Texas.
about the Alamo, motherfucker.
Yeah, the Alamo, bro. Remember the Alamo? Remember Goliad?
For slavery.
We came for you in the Battle of San Jacinto. Get you some.
For slavery.
Well, slavery was a
That was- that
wasn't for
reason,
slavery.
Prime, guys. It was
No,
not the
I mean, when
all
you
the
say
reason.
slavery-
It was a
when you
pretty
say
good
slavery,
reason. It was a pretty
when you
good
say
reason.
slavery,
When-
Well, I don't think
the
it's fair to
least
say
amount of
it's just
slavery-
about slavery.
No, I see what you're saying. I see what you're doing. Okay.
No,
fair enough.
cattle drives are just not inherently built for slavery like cotton is. So it just wasn't as big a thing here. So like the argument
Yeah.
that we're
It
like,
wasn't a big
pro-slavery.
thing,
No, it was not. We have the least amount of slaves of any state in the Confederacy, right?
but
And because
Well, you
cattle
also had the
drives,
least amount of people. Come on.
that's neither here nor there. That's neither here nor there. And
Well, per
we were
capita,
just
I think- I think as
Texas is
well.
very individual liberty, states' rights. That's what we were fighting for the whole time. We were fighting for our freedom, not for slavery.
Texas, to be fair, Texas is a little bit different than the rest of them because they never had tobacco, right? So they never had a use for plantations, and cotton doesn't fucking grow in Texas basically anywhere. So
Well,
they
South
never
Texas.
really
Probably
had,
true. Yeah.
So
South Texas.
yeah, in areas that like there wasn't a lot of control of until much later. So there just wasn't a large culture of slavery in Texas. I mean, there was to an extent, but it was more akin to like Maryland, right? Where like slavery was like a super wealthy thing you might have a couple of, but like it was more of like in the house type of thing. So like Frederick Douglass kind of slavery, if you've ever read his autobiography.
Now we just didn't like the government coming in and telling us what's up. That's the problem. We never like it when that happens, and we're gonna fight over it.
yeah,
Or
the government
blacks.
telling
I
you to
mean,
give up
also.
slaves. Like the government telling you to give up slaves, right?
Hold on, Prime. Would you
Well, they
agree? Wait, hold on. Would you agree that one of the contributing factors, probably the main contributing factor to the Civil War, was the deeply ingrained cultural value that white Southerners had in owning slaves?
Um, I would say following everything else I said, and working off what Scott just said, right? That the topography matters, the environment matters. So, and I don't, not that I understand Texas topography like extremely well, but I'm going to assume Texas isn't a great place to like grow cotton and other like cash crops. And so that has an effect on its people, right? Like in terms of incentives, and
And it affects
yeah,
their
less
culture
people.
and their values and their
I've
mindset.
said that many times, of course,
Yeah.
but you know I've said that many times, right? I've said that many times, right?
I hear everything that you've said. Like, I have no problem with it up until like the Afghanistan thing. That's like the one thing that I've just like. You
Okay,
have to
so
agree. You have to agree. It's because they gave up and ran. They didn't fight for
I
democracy.
did. I know they gave
Cut
up and ran.
rant.
I
Cut
agree they gave up and ran. I
But it's
100%,
because they didn't
but
value
why
democracy. That's the reason. That's the
is
main
that?
reason.
Yeah, and that's see, and that's yeah, that's the one part that
Yeah, that's the one
I
part.
am not
Hold on.
willing
Pause.
to say.
Pause.
But
I'm
just
not
gonna-
even willing to go that far. Like I'm not even going as far to say that the main reason they didn't fight is because of a value of democracy or whatever. It just as easily could be a fucking terrifying fear of the Taliban. The Taliban are a group of people that have had political control and support from a lot of different governments. These fuckers took out the Russians. These fuckers took out the communists when they came in. Now, granted, did they have Western support when they took out the communists? Yes. But the Taliban are called insurgents for a fucking reason, because they roll up in a fucking town and they grab a dude and they grab his wife and they grab his wife by the back of the neck and they say, if you don't tell us where the here's a radio and a sorry, it's getting late. Here's a radio and here's a dirt bike. You're going to tell us when the Americans are here. And if not, we're going to rape your wife to death in front of you. So go ahead and go. Like, a lot of people had a deep, deep fear of the Taliban. So, I mean, like, I don't know that it like I said, from the polling data, 2/3 of Afghanistan preferred democracy.
It was a
It's not the
prefer.
same
It's
thing
a
as
light prefer.
92% in America.
Well, it's also not the same
Yeah.
thing as are you willing to die
They
for
don't
it?
deeply value it. Right. They don't deeply value it the way that Americans do, because our culture is different. And so, yeah, it's certainly a factor, but I'm saying there's a billion of it.
But Scott, what
It's too strong to say it's the only factor.
No,
or
but
the predominant
at the end of the day, it's the only factor, right? You could say there's like, yeah, your fear, it's whatever.
What? No.
But no, hold on. But at the end of the day, the only reason they didn't stand and fight is because they didn't sufficiently value democracy enough to face that fear and to blow up some Taliban, right? With the guns that we gave them for ever
okay.
how many fucking
Right. But you could do that with any factor,
Yeah.
right? Because you could do
Yes.
that with weapons. You could say at the end of the day, they didn't have enough weapons. Even though they had more weapons, if they had fucking lasers that guided them to immediately wipe out Taliban with a click of a button, then like you could just say, well, at the end of the day, they didn't have enough weapons.
No.
If they had more weapons, right? If you take any factor and make it
No,
larger,
because I'm
it will
comparing.
eventually-
No, it's not
it
true.
will
That's not
eventually
fair.
get rid of the other
That's not fair
factors.
because I'm directly comparing the Taliban with the Afghan army here, right? The Taliban had
Mhm.
fewer people, so it wouldn't make sense to say, well, if only the Afghan army had more people, when they outnumbered them more than 3-1, right? Well, what about weapons? Well, the Afghan army was still ahead in
Yes, it would.
weapons. Like the seemingly the one factor was will to fight. Like this was the one differentiation between the Taliban and the Afghan army.
It's not,
That was
it's
like the
not
critical.
one factor.
It's the big one.
It was the biggest
Biggest one.
one. How
Biggest one out of
how else? Okay, can you name me like in any scenario where you're ahead of somebody 3-1, where you have way more weapons than them and you lose without even fighting, where will to fight isn't the primary factor? How can there be anything else without even fighting at all?
You're calling it the primary factor. And there's
Yes.
a multitude of factors, right? What I'm saying is that the explanatory power, you can surmise that the explanatory power.
Yeah,
that
50
that's
plus
the majority.
1%. Yes.
Right. Like, I don't know is all I'm saying. Like, I'm saying that's a bold claim. And there's
Well,
not a ton of evidence.
Just look at it in reverse,
Sure,
though, right?
it's
When we came in
okay.
and took out the Taliban, right? We came in, we're the
Mhm.
U.S. We came in full bore, gave them the whoopings, right? Took them all out. Everybody's taking beatings. We
I
took-
love how you talk.
Yeah, their leaders rolling away on a motorbike. They got a sample. They got taken out behind the woodshed, hiding out in the mountains, right? That's what happened, right? Nobody can argue that. For 20 years, we sat there, and the RKD ratio looked like a Call of Duty lobby, bro. 20-1, 30-1, mowing them down, baby, mowing them down, right? No big deal. Then guess what? Here comes the Taliban as soon as we leave, coming out of the woodwork. Hey, guess what? This is our land, bitch. And so clearly they had the will to live, and they had the will to win, while these other people, they just laid down and took it like a little whore on nickel night. It was a bad time. I'm just like, I mean, I
Yeah,
don't know how you can
listen,
argue
listen,
that
listen,
that's not what
listen.
this was, bro. Like,
No, listen. It's
like a
it's-
whore on
it's-
nickel night. Okay.
That's amazing. But no. Like I don't necessarily disagree with you. I'm just simply being logically like coherent here, which is to say, I do not know for a fact that is 51% of the explanatory power. I totally agree that it's obviously a large factor. My intuition would be to agree with you that that is the primary factor, but I don't actually know that as a fact, right? I can assume that. I can say the evidence suggests
hold on.
that.
Scott,
but I don't have
what
proof
factor
behind.
what factor would you surmise is like potentially more than will to fight?
What factor is potentially more than will to fight? I would say having seen and spoken to a lot of veterans and having seen a lot of footage, the experience of the Taliban army vastly outstrips the Afghan army. The Afghan army was full of people that were corrupt. It was full of people that didn't give a shit. As much as we
That didn't
attempted to
give a shit.
train them, they were terrible. For sure, but that's not the Afghan people, right? That's the Afghan army, right? These are two different people, right? It's whether or not the Afghan people take up arms with the Afghan.
Yeah,
army.
why didn't they join the Or
So-
is it just the people who couldn't fight, who had this strong will to fight? It seems to me that if the Afghan people had the will to fight,
But
like
again,
was the U.S. Army,
again,
would they
you
have
could
stopped
take-
them from joining the Afghan army?
you can take any of the factors, and if you blow them up, they will eventually become the primary factor. And that is just factually true, right? If there was a real world possibility that the Afghan army could have been equipped with a button that immediately killed all Taliban, then you could say, well, the fact that didn't exist, right? You could, you could take the will to fight against the Taliban to an extreme position where every man, woman, and child is ready to lay down their line and take 17 bullets Rambo style.
Yeah,
Right?
they
There is
probably
an
wouldn't have fallen.
They wouldn't have. Like,
Yeah,
for
and so Scott,
All
but
I'm
you
saying
could do
is,
this
like,
for
I
anything
don't-
too. You could also do this.
Right,
You
it's
could,
like,
you can do what you're doing.
You're taking me to task for just being logically coherent.
No. What you're
All
doing.
I'm saying is, like,
Here's like the
I'm
wrong
not
answer to
trying
this.
to poke holes. I'm
Well,
just saying,
it's just, well, no, it
like,
definitely
make
feels
no
like you're trying.
sense.
Definitely feels like you're trying to poke holes, right? Because
No,
you
I
can say,
literally said my intuition is to agree with you.
yeah, okay,
and to
then just
lean in your
fucking agree.
direction.
Yeah, then agree with me, okay? But because what you
just
be,
being factually
just no,
correct.
just agree with me. Just agree with me because
I'm just being
I
autistic
understand.
right now
I
because
understand. I understand
it's
you
not right to
are.
say that.
I understand because you can say this about anything. Like a company, let's say a company blows $50 billion on a failed project. This is the primary reason for their bankruptcy. Well, technically, if they had a founder that inherited $30 billion, then they would have not gone bankrupt, right? So isn't them not inheriting all the money they lost? Couldn't that also be the primary reason? Yeah, I suppose. Like we can think
company's
of
different because you can track their accounting, right? You can literally objectively determine what lost and made the most money.
Sure, okay, but they would not have gone bankrupt if
you
they had an
can't-
infusion of $30 billion from an inheritance that came from their founder's dead grandfather, right?
Yes, or they wouldn't have.
So
been
that was
they'd
the
be
primary
more
reason.
Efficient at at whatever it is that they normally sell.
Well, that's a reason. My intuition would make me seem like I would agree with you there, but we don't know for sure. It could have been a $30 billion inheritance that they just missed out on.
Yes, I told you I'm being fucking autistic about the technicalities here because there are unknown variables. And when there are unknown variables, I won't say this is the number one factor. I will just say, yeah, evidence points to that.
Scott,
Or that, yes, it appears to be.
Scott, hold on. Well, I'll go to you in a second, Michael, because I know you definitely want to say something. But Scott, it seems like we're getting along right now, and I feel like I'm going to ruin that in a hot second. But Scott, friend,
It's fine.
who I love very deeply, Scott.
Yeah.
The argument that you just made about Afghanistan, would that not have been my argument? Man, that
Yeah,
where
but your
I can't
argument-
say. Oh, no, just quickly, let me finish the point. Right, that like I can't say, or I don't believe that Ty can say that like the factor that is the majority that had the biggest impact was a lack of desire for self-determination. That I can't actually do that, right? That there's all these other inputs that happen, just like you talked about, like the Taliban being better trained and being fearsome and intimidating them, and them not having that level of cohesion, military cohesion, and falling back, right? Scott, was
Yes,
that
it's similar to
did
your
I
argument,
not
but no.
say that.
But the problem is that Tiberius said before you made that argument that it's like a game of like Civ, or there's other things where there are a multitude of factors, and
Sure,
that
sure, sure.
in that
Ignore that part. I just want to make sure that you.
no,
No,
right.
Okay. I just want to say, like, but it was my
Yes.
argument. That part was my argument. Okay, that's why I wanted to get.
Yes,
All
it
right, but
was your
there's other
argument. And the problem was
Sure.
is that your argument wasn't addressing his argument. Instead, you were raging about something that you already agreed with him on, but you were
But-
upset because he dared say that the continent that's mostly full of black people was sociologically stunted, and you got mad because the
No.
racism brain occurred.
No. Look,
Your end
No,
argument
sorry,
was his
I will
argument.
do it again. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. No. I got what I needed out of that. I got what I needed. It's okay. So you made that argument.
I agree
Okay.
that you attempted to take it and isolate it and not understand the greater context of what was occurring.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure. I will leave it at that. I got what I wanted out of that. Thank you so much, Aiko.
Yeah, I just wanted to what finally got me to where I wanted to end was when someone said, "Okay, what is if it's not 50.1%? Like, what's everything else?" And I think that we all know what these things are because we've talked about them over the past 20 years. But when you list them kind of in a row, it kind of like makes a cohesive sense, right? And one of them is that you don't have a single Afghani people, right? You have many tribes. But if you want to simplify it from there, you would just say you've got the urban Afghans and you've got the rural Afghans. And the rurals are, yes, divided among many tribes, but the one thing they had in common was the Taliban would show up in their village and terrorize anybody who disagreed, and would continue that process over and over to the point where the rural parts of the country were pretty much unified, not ideologically necessarily, but pragmatically unified under the Taliban. Plus the fact that they had tons of advantages. There's something called the incumbency advantage in any given situation. In the tech world, they call it like the first mover advantage or whatever. But if you're the first one there, you know the lay of the lands, you have access to the people, you have a big sort of cultural advantage. And one of those unifying things is religion, and the fact that they were able to tie religion to their cause. That made it very difficult to sell them on what America was offering, which included secularism, which I don't think was very appealing to anybody who wasn't like maybe inside Kabul already, which was maybe 10, 15% of the country. Then there was insider versus outsider bias, right? Obviously, you're gonna trust your own people more than somebody from the outside who's gonna tell you how things have to be. And all of those urban or rural areas that the tribes were in were at higher elevation, because cities, you don't put cities on mountains. So they had the high land on top of that. There were so many different advantages that could partly be rolled into culture, but aren't entirely culture, that it's difficult to then just say, oh, it's, that culture is the main cause or something like that. And the last thing I would say is that I wouldn't say it's a lack of desire. I think the polls are true enough, but you'll often see in polling, like for instance, what Americans' opinions on abortion was before Dobbs, right? And the majority of Americans were pro Roe v. Wade, right? But they didn't feel it intensely at that time, right? And so that's why
Likert scale.
Yeah,
Likert scale to really get understanding what's going on.
So I wouldn't say lack of desire for democracy so much as lack of hope or lack of like faith that democracy could be accomplished. You have to believe that it can happen in order to,
for sure.
I guess I was wrapping that up, right? Like in will to fight, this idea of the value of democracy, like valuing democracy.
I agree with will to fight. I just don't think that means they don't want democracy necessarily.
I think that I think that there's a large contingent of Afghan people that like probably have like a preference for democracy, and that probably say like, yeah, like I'd like it, right? But I don't think they're willing to die for it in the same way, obviously, that Americans are. Just straight up, right?
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true.
Hold on. You know what I just realized when I was looking at that polling data is I'd have to go back and actually look at the polls, but it didn't separate men and women when I thought about that. And women's opinions are pretty close to fucking meaningless when it comes to who's willing to fight in a war, right? So if it's like 80% women and like 30% men, right? I don't know how big the split is, but I'm willing to bet that women are more likely to be like, yeah, I don't really like the Taliban compared to the
fair.
dudes that are, you know what I mean? And
fair.
like that's going to change how many dudes are willing to fight in a war if
Yeah.
the dudes are only like 40%, right? And they're actually a minority. Because now
I-
because like
And I
women
agree
really
with
don't
Ika,
have
what
that
what
much
you
of an
were
effect in the war. Yeah.
saying, because you talked about like focusing on secularism, and that was
Mhm.
a big
Yeah,
disaster
there's
there.
no way. Yeah, that's going to work there.
When it
There are several
came
things
to-
that you need to make democracy work, in my opinion. One of them is rule of law. If we aimed lower, we would say, okay, number one, we want rule of law, and we want separation of powers. Like if you had those, the other ones are freedom of the press, and then eventually, when you can get there, secularism, and after that, you can do democracy. But I think you
Well,
need
probably
those
have to do what
things.
they did in Lebanon.
Yeah.
Like if you want to give democracy to a Middle Eastern country, you probably have to do how Lebanon was under the French
I
mandate.
don't know what did happen in Lebanon. I don't know.
So in Lebanon, you had the Christians were essentially held the presidency, and the Sunni held the Senate, or like their version of the Lords, and the Shia held like the House, right? So they had a balance of power, but they understood that you have a culture that's extremely more focused on religion than they're focused on, let's say, like separation of church and state. And so, because the value of separation of church and state doesn't exist, they created separation of powers in the government between the religious groups so that no one religious group dominated the other religious group. And this basically worked until Black September, when the Palestinian communists came in and started a civil war to kill all the Christians, because Palestinians like to kill Christians. That's just like, they love that shit. And so, yeah, well, the PLO anyways.
Sure. But okay, but that's interesting. So yeah, I mean, it dovetails what I was going to say, that like when it comes to like female issues, right? Or like imposing Western feminism on those societies, right? Like there was a lot of Westerners saying, well, this is how you should be liberated, and the women on the ground saying this is not helpful to us, right? Like what we have to work within the system of like a Muslim rule, right? That's going to happen. You're basically just trying to dismantle these Muslim institutions, but you literally can't do that. So like this is a checklist, and it's like they were shooting lower, right? Like there was an article, I wish I could find it, but like they were basically shooting a lot lower than what the Western feminists wanted. But like these were the practical things that have actually helped them improve their lives, while like working within the culture that
So-
they had.
All right.
So
I love
here's
you
the thing
guys.
is-
It's 1:30 in the morning, and it's Christmas, and I had my kids this weekend. I got to dip out.
Have a good one, friend.
All right, brother. Peace.
So I was gonna say probably
You were triggered, not me. Fuck you. That it was.
Nah, dog. Fuck, whatever,
You are
whatever,
absolutely.
dude.
You were literally the one triggered, because I agreed literally at the beginning. Oh, hey, if that's what you mean, then this is it. Then there is no argument here. But then you had to jump in and make it your arguments. I don't know. Whatever.
You're so full of shit. You were
You-
so
you-
goddamn
you-
mad at
You
Tiberius
so you were.
for saying that Africa was sociologically behind.
And
you
I
can't fucking
asked
admit it
them
now.
to clarify
You're
it,
fucking
and I
full
asked
of
them to
shit.
clarify it. Hey, if it's not this definition, then I guess we agree. And I said that multiple
Yeah,
times.
and he kept giving you answers, and you kept
just
yelling
as-
at him.
Just as
The
long-
hippo
but
answer was kind of funny, though. I'm sorry.
the hippo. The hippo answer was
Dude, pause.
stupid.
That
No,
was
pause,
funny.
Pause. No, pause. Hippopotamuses are the only thing that I've ever seen Steve Irwin be genuinely terrified of.
No, they're all
Steve Irwin. I saw a video of Steve Irwin when I was a kid, and he was in a John boat, and he was like, "Oh, crikey, there's hippopotamuses up ahead." It's like, so we're gonna get on the shore and make sure that we maintain a distance of at least 100 yards. And it's like, and I was like, "What the fuck are these things?" The dude that will wrestle crocodiles was like, "No,
Murder
we have
them.
to stay 100 yards away from these. Don't even.
Extremes.
Hippos are fucking terrifying."
They'll fucking murder you. So they're murder
And
machines.
I'm leaving on that. I'm leaving on the note at the end that
Yeah.
hippos are terrifying. Goodbye.
We can all agree on that.
So that's why we don't have Wakanda, because of hippos.
It's because of the
Yeah,
invasion of the
clearly.
hippos. Yeah.
Clearly because of hippos.
Yeah.
Which-
Yeah.
So I thought that was interesting. That we kind of mentioned like there's the Mideast kind of in some of this, right? Like there is some examples of secular Mideast countries working, right? I hate to like bring up Saddam, but Ba'athist countries are very secular, right? Like if you see like what's his name, and I can't think Assadism. That's a whole form of Baathism, right? Saddam was pretty successful. In fact, I have a lot of Iraqi friends, and the ones that aren't Kurds love Saddam. They're all like, "Hey, we like living under Saddam. It was, pretty good. We had pretty much all the Western shit. We were all rich. Everything was good. Now the Kurds, they didn't. My Kurdish friends, they didn't like Saddam much. I don't think we need to go into why. Pretty obvious why they didn't like him, getting gassed all the time. But like Saddam was over here being a strongman and was able to hold these kind of like multi like ethnic culture groups that are usually like very anti each other, right? Because what are these drawn by the British Empire?
Goes
Right?
all the way back to Nasser.
Right, yeah, they just go back. They drew them up there, right? They drew up these countries, and only a strong man's been able to hold them, right? And it's because some of these cultures, I think, do respect strong men, and they're like, oh, okay, we'll be willing to thrive under that, as opposed to like, hey, let's do democracy. Like it just doesn't seem to work in some of these places because they need a strong man to like keep all these other various groups in check. That's why I always was like, oh, we took out Saddam. Well, something bad's going to come out of this. We're going to let something fester, right? Like, and sure enough, what came out of that? ISIS. We let something fester in there. That was a problem, right? So it's just kind of like, and now what do we do? We're having to ally with different people. And we're establishing probably some new strongman's going to appear in some of these areas. Syria has survived because they've had a strongman to fight ISIS to some extent, with outside influence. So it's kind of like interesting because there are examples of secular cultures like kind of like starting in the Middle East, like just whenever they've had a strongman, which leads me to believe that it's the democracy that's just not liked by the kind of some of these areas.
Not in the short run. I mean, you have to accomplish some of these other things first. And yeah, sometimes it is secularism that gets accomplished first, like with Saddam or with Nasser or with Assad, even though they're using it like to their own ends. But if you secularism is pretty good, but if you don't have rule of law, then it's not going to get you very far. And I think that was the real problem. There was no rule of law in Iraq. There was no rule of law in Syria. Or maybe you could make the argument that Turkey had it for a while. I don't think even Egypt under Nasser had it. Secularism, yes. Rule of law, no.
So the biggest question I have is how could we have instilled a strong valuation for Western values and democracy in the Afghan people? I don't know. I mean, open up more schools. I mean, how do we accomplish that? Or
I
I
don't
guess
think
it's
you
too late
do.
now.
I think that's one of those examples where we like empower a group and we keep them in power. Then it's like better the devil almost. Like we were talking about this earlier with the whole what was the topic? What were we saying? Hey, should we buy from these countries that are selling things that are unethical or illegal? I think this is one of those cases, right, where it would have been better to empower a group, that's our friends. Instead, now we have the Taliban back in power, who are awful, as opposed to hey, let's try to force something into a culture that's not that culture.
But I think to some degree, I think it's not accurate to say that we haven't accomplished that part of that goal at all. I think that there is a subset, especially in Kabul and in some of the larger cities that are 300,000, 400,000, 500,000 people, where people remember they have a generation of girls that got an education that still exists, that still live. Like they don't have the rights that they had when they were under occupation, but they remember it and they have those skills. And then the Taliban, when they took over, they realized, oh shit, we don't know how to run a country. We have these we have these technocrats from the former regime that we can use to build infrastructure and develop relationships. And the Taliban is actually trying to do that. I don't think this is the same Taliban as 20 years ago. I think this is a Taliban that, this is a little bit like in physics where a larger object moves the smaller one, but the smaller one moves the larger one a little bit. I think the Taliban has been moved a little bit, and they have some reason to want to sort of have a better relationship with the world community than they had before. I don't want to overstate that, but I do think that there is some reason to hope that 20 years of educating girls in Afghanistan has had some kind of an impact on the culture in that country. They just don't want to be ruled by a foreign country.
We may have moved the ball a little bit. I'm concerned that they're just going to seek allies that aren't going to like require them to change, right?
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah,
I
sure.
saw a doc. I mean, I've watched so many fucking documentaries in this country. There's one, I think it was a Vice, but it was so sad because it was a documentary in Kabul before the Taliban got there, like just before the Taliban got there. And again, despite the fact they had all these troops on paper, it was just sort of vanishing as the Taliban got closer and closer to Kabul. And all the like the shopkeepers were like in the barber shops were like tearing down pictures of women that they had up on the
Mhm.
windows for different like styles of women's haircuts. They were all tearing it down so the Taliban wouldn't catch them with it. I think there was something beautiful that was happening there that died when the Taliban came back. And
Yeah, I agree.
it's, I just don't know how I mean, 20 years, we couldn't do it in 20 years and we're America. So, I mean, how the fuck do you get this done?
I think.
I mean, McCain said 100 years is what it would take.
Yeah, but it's 100. It's not. But it's not 100 years just doing anything, right?
Mhm.
Like not just 100 years of the American flag flying over
Just
Kabul.
being parked, yeah.
Yeah, right. Like it's 100 years of doing something very specific. I think what you were saying previously, Aiko, is exactly right in terms of like how do we interact? Like what institutions are we building? And like what does power sharing look like within this country? Talking about those different tribes, right, and like combining that with what Scott said happened in Lebanon, right? Like, do all these tribes feel invested, or are they looking out at this and saying, well? It looks like the judiciary and the executive, both of those are heavily filled with our enemies. I don't want to be a part of this thing that's clearly going to be biased against my group. Like how do you incorporate these different societies? And it didn't seem like I don't have the full history of how America tried to impose all this, but it didn't seem like we were doing that very effectively. We're making deals with these different rural groups that like, hey, like there's a reason not to kill our soldiers, right? Like we'll provide you with arms or whatever, or women. I don't know. We did a lot of shady shit. We're gonna provide you with all these things. Um, but that's not like unifying behind the central project.
There was a lot of
Yeah,
corruption. And not in the American troops actually, but really among the Afghan government. Like the American troops, at most would like turn a blind eye as to some of the shit that was happening. But I mean,
Too much of the child rape.
yeah, the child rape in particular was pretty well known. Like there's a lot of American soldiers there that complained about having to turn a blind eye, that they couldn't do anything about it.
Literally happening in the same room as them. Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know, but I mean that could be true.
they had it. It happened in the barracks. Some of these warlords were like in the barracks.
Oh, okay,
Um,
sure. I mean, I haven't seen any evidence that U.S. troops were involved in any of that stuff, but I mean, I
well,
wish
not,
that the U.S. could have stopped it from happening, and that
not
may
that
have
they were
helped.
involved, but just like yeah,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
if we're housing these people and then they've got like their boys with them, then ignore it.
One of the
Civilians.
funniest parts of the documentary was the U.S. troops were like trying to teach the Afghan soldiers how to like dig a trench or whatever because they had like just finished digging and they were like, okay, now you guys go. And so like the Afghan troops like went over and like dug for like about 30 minutes and then they stopped a passing car and forced the people in that car to finish digging the trench for them. And the U.S. troops were just standing there like, are you guys fucking serious?
On that note, I'm also out, guys. It's been fun. Gonna be
Have a
good.
good one. Yeah.
one of
Uh,
the stories I kept hearing about Iraq was that as American troops were leaving, it was always like the locals who would beg them, "No, please, because if you leave, you'll be replaced by um, Iraqi troops, and they're going to be much worse." Like the locals came to. This was all part of. This wasn't the case throughout the war, but this was part of the hearts and minds strategy that Petraeus was implementing in Iraq to say, we've been doing this wrong. What we needed to do really was, can make a concerted effort to convince the people that we're here for them. And my, cynical mind rejected that strategy entirely because why would anybody believe you, right? But it worked. Like they went into these villages, they made themselves available, they tried to mediate disputes and do everything as fairly as they could. And I mean, look, in the American Revolution, one of the most famous documents we have is Jefferson's letter to the Danbury Baptists, where you have two groups of people. You have a group of people in Pennsylvania, one of whom believes that their kids will be forced to go to the Anglican school and learn Anglican theology. And Jefferson writes a letter saying, no, like, we're neutral to all like religious denominations. In other documentation, he even says that he's neutral between Christians and Jews and Muslims. So that need for secularism came out of the fact that people in different religious denominations and who were members of different religions all didn't trust each other, yet had to live under the same government. And this was after 400 years of religious warfare in England. So that was an incentive, right? 400 years of religious warfare sounds foreign to us, but it doesn't sound foreign to Afghans. And I think if we could have figured out a way, because we know that all these tribes had disagreements with each other, all these squabbles with each other, if we could have figured out a way to say, hey, there's a way to mediate between you and the tribe next to you without resorting to violence, let's make this happen. That would have been one of those like first steps, that instead of going to all the way to democracy, at least you can get to some level of religious tolerance.
Well, I mean, I think we never had a plan, right? Like we never. I mean, I'm sorry. I think we formulated a plan later on.
Mhm.
But like we went in there, and there was this neocon desire to like implant democracy. We're going to implant
Yeah.
It specifically said Jeffersonian style democracy, right? Like, there's even more ways that democracy can look like, right?
We will
But
be
this,
greeted with hearts and flowers. That's what we were
yeah,
told.
yeah, right. Like they're like the flower wreaths. They're gonna
Yeah.
throw
Yeah.
over our shoulders as we march down. But like if you go in there thinking that I that I'll take no cues from like the culture, from the people, that like my values are the values, right? Even if you have, I think you can have a goal. I think you have a goal, but that goal has to like interact with the reality on the ground. So like if like what is the goal? Is it to create an ally? Right? Like is that what you want to do? Well, then there's lots of ways to do that. You can just put an autocrat there and then he can do it for you, you know? Or is it to create a democracy? Well, what does that democracy look like in the face of the history of these people? But we didn't actually take any of this into account. And we spent a lot of years. So it's like, yeah, we spent 20 years there, but was it 20 years doing anything effective? Like the first like 5 years, like did we like
Mhm.
do we do anything that any of us here would consider an effective use of our time, right? And then after that, there's 15 years, and I'm being generous here, but like 15 years of trying to get tribes to not murder us, and to prop up a government that had every incentive to be extremely corrupt, like literally putting drug dealers in charge of a fucking government, and then wondering, in the end, of Ty saying, "Well, they just didn't fight for democracy." I was like, "There's lots of things that happened there." It's all
I think what
Well,
we should have probably done is just directly stop fucking around with this Afghan government kind of shit. Just do what we did in Japan and Germany. Just directly have the military administrate that whole country for like 5 years, right? And then build some kind of government out of that once we felt they were ready. But you're right. I mean, there was massive problems with corruption, and one of the ways to alleviate that is you make the ruler of Afghanistan for a while like an American general. Like the military is in charge of this area now, and
Mm,
there is going to corruption obviously is going to be at least lessened, right?
mm.
I think we split our forces between Afghanistan and Iraq, and that was a big problem too. Like that's why we didn't get Bin Laden right at Tora Bora, because we had to trust Afghan forces to do it, and of course he just bribed his way out. And had it been just American troops surrounding that area, we would have got him earlier. That would have given us two things, two possibilities. A, we could have just left and said, okay, our goal was to get bin Laden, we got him, we're gone. Or B, if we had chosen to stay and try a new government with them, we could have had the full force of the United States military there, and instead of having the bulk of them in Iraq, and which, we at least could tie 9/11 to Afghanistan because of the training camps. We could never tie anything in Iraq to 9/11. There was just no justification for being there.
All right, but like, fair enough. If we had a direct military administration, I mean, we could still have like auxiliary forces there, right, of the people who live there. But I just the level of corruption, I think, there among the government, like
It brought society.
yeah, it did. Or it did. Like they would sell U.S. military equipment on the black market as soon as they got it. They would sell the gas from vehicles. They would like do the shit that we made fun of the Russians like for doing when they first invaded Ukraine. That was endemic, like in every fucking place in Afghanistan. And then you had like the really fucked up stories of like the little kid parties and shit where like the top military officials were involved in. And it was like, yeah, I mean, if none of that happened, I wonder if there would have been perhaps more of a support and more valuation of democracy and more of like a well-run government that could transition into something more serious. Because again, rule of law, I think, Aiko, I agree with you. They didn't achieve full rule of law in the same way the U.S. military could have.
The Taliban like ended the boy rape.
Yeah, they did.
Like that's the thing that happened. And it's like if you choose if that's a factor. I know there's many other factors, but if that's on your mind that hey, like we're letting in these warlords who like rape kids on the regular, and I'm against that. If you choose the Taliban, does that mean like you're not choosing democracy or you're like not choosing a corrupt system? You know?
By the way, I think they actually banned it not because of like the reasons we would want to ban it. I'm pretty sure the Taliban banned it because it's gay. that's what little like that was their argument, and like they punished the victims often, right? If like the kid who was involved with it, they would punish them as well. So I mean, the reasons.
But this is a strategy. This is a strategy that Hamas does too, right? Whereas they'll do things like open up a hospital because they know that it'll highlight like Israeli failures in that region to take care of the people that they're occupying, or they'll if someone is a suicide bomber and like sacrificed his life for the cause, they'll take care of that family or whatever. It's not because Hamas is like full of good intentions, but it's because they know that there's PR victories in this and that they can see that, oh, people wearing that uniform are taking care of my family, and so I'm going to support them. And Taliban knew how to do that kind of stuff too.
Yeah, even terrorists can
do
PR. Like,
yeah,
in fact, a lot. That's a lot of terrorism is PR of another kind. That people.
Yeah, you remember ISIS? They were the first ones to have these like swooping camera angles of people being like beheaded and stuff. Very high level, very high quality, like cinematic quality to this like base brutality.
There was Al Qaeda had the magazine teaching people how to make the homemade bombs in the West. And like they were like, make cool. Hey, like jihad's a pretty cool thing to do. So here's the tools to do that. But
they were the first free speech absolutists in the West, right? Because they liked using American social media accounts to recruit terrorists in America. Yeah.
What do you think? Oh, Lactide. What do you think about that? Lactide. Would you allow for terrorist accounts where they're like literally teaching people how to? They're not advocate. They're not going to advocate. But I'm just like, hey man, if like jihad's like a cool thing that someone somewhere likes, like here's ways to like build bombs. Would you ban those accounts?
Yeah, I'd probably ban those accounts. I think that it's got to be content though, as opposed necessarily. This gets dicey, but not as opposed to like the identity of the poster. So like, let's say this is something I struggle with. Like, let's say ISIS had an account, but they weren't posting anything against the terms of service. Like, they were just like posting some like pretty milquetoast shit. Would we allow that? Do you guys think that that account should be allowed to stay up? I don't know.
No, like when it comes, hmm, shit, that's actually a good question. If
There
ISIS,
actually were some arguments in the CIA for some accounts where they would say we want to keep them up because it helps us like triangulate the positions of people
Yeah.
like in different accounts and who this account's talking to this account and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So if there isn't like a clear and present danger, they'd say, yeah, let's see where this goes.
yeah, it's interesting, but that's like even
But
if
that's
it's
more a
just,
strategic argument than a moral one.
yeah, but like that's super interesting. If ISIS is like posting cat videos, it's definitely
Yeah.
ISIS, right?
Yeah.
But they're just posting cat videos, like
For some reason, they're into cat videos. Yeah, I don't know.
That's super.
That's what
interesting.
Epoch Times does, right? Like they're very, very, very far extreme right like publication that's mostly doing conspiracy theories and they'd like to see Biden executed and stuff like that. But they're mostly known for their cat videos on TikTok.
Seriously? Oh wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. That
Yeah.
was just an example I came up with.
Yeah.
But
I
yeah, but
wouldn't go
like
so far as to say they're a terrorist organization, but they're like in the neighborhood.
it's like when does a is a terrorist organization doing harm, right? Like,
Right.
um,
Right.
hmm.
Epoch Times is run by I think a Japanese cult of some kind. I don't know. You could ask
Yeah,
Lethe Waterkai knows all about it.
yeah, they're super weird, but like I feel like I don't know. I've seen some of their articles, and this is like when do you when can I move away from them for a second? When can I trust a Fox News article? Right, like or Fox News video if like they've given me things that I can verify as facts, right?
Mhm.
Then can I trust them? But if their analysis twist those facts, like is it still
Right.
a something I can reference?
Fox News is a reliable source because they won't outright lie to you, except when they do. But when they do, like they pay a pretty big price for it, so they avoid it. Uh, and they do have a legitimate news division that still does most of what a news division is supposed to do.
It's their editorial division.
It's their anytime they have an opinion, then of course
Yeah.
it's going to be super biased. But actually, yeah, I mean their fact checking is decent.
Cato's known also for having a
Yeah.
bias, but having very good fact checking and very accurate, very firm editorial standards.
I trust the data that comes out of their research division, and also Reason Magazine, which is a libertarian magazine, but very high quality.
Yeah.
And with them, I don't even think they're all that biased. Like, I mean, we know what their opinion is. They're going to give you the libertarian take every time, but they're not going to try and hide it. I don't think they're going to resort even to subterfuge. They won't. Not only will they not lie, they also won't misrepresent things.
Well, that's perfect. Yeah, I don't think we should. I don't count against Fox News for being conservative. Like that's great. That's fine if you want to like present things from a conservative perspective, or a libertarian or whatever it is. I don't think it's really possible to not have a bias. Like
well, the difference is Fox is willing to be misleading, which is different.
It's a being misleading. How do
they won't lie
the facts? I don't know. I think sometimes they lie. I think sometimes they
sometimes they
outright
lie. Yeah. Well, obviously
sometimes they do.
They've lost billions because of that. Yeah.
Yeah. It's you. But I think you need to be honest about your bias because what did Fox News start off? Well, I'm not sure if this was their first slogan, but like fair and balanced, right?
Mm-hmm.
That
we still say that sometimes.
Yeah, that we were the only ones that were actually truly neutral here, but they weren't.
Right.
I think with Trump, I think they have some actually like to stand on here. I'm pretty sure I'll go back and look at the actual stats, but when Trump was president, like 52% roughly. I don't know if it's in the 50, like it's roughly half of the coverage was pro-Trump and roughly half was anti-Trump. And then for every other major news like media, it was like over 90% anti-Trump. With Fox being like the most split.
Except in prime time, where it was 100% prime time.
probably. I mean, there's some personalities on there that are going to be like super pro Trump.
Yeah.
Sean
All
Hannity.
all
yeah.
of the primetime ones, yeah. The news division was 50-50, like you say, but the opinion division, like they did that, 100% pro Trump.
The one thing I was in debate with somebody, and I cited the Institute for Family Studies, IFS, and
Mhm.
that's another one that gets flack for being like biased, but they let on authors to like publish stuff on their website that disagree with almost everything that they stand for, and they'll still like publish those articles as long as
Yeah.
the finding of the article is in overall agreement with their ultimate point. They'll they'll
And what
let.
difference does that make?
Mhm.
Well, so for example, it would be like it would be like an art like a libertarian magazine like posting or allowing Karl Marx to like write a piece as long as like the end of the piece was like somewhat libertarian. Um, Generally speaking, you'd be like, well, I can't trust anything from this newspaper, but it's like, well, I mean, the fact that they let Karl Marx write anything here at all,
I see.
Yeah.
That Karl Marx happens to have an opinion that
Yeah.
that's libertarian leaning, and that gives the appearance of like, oh, there's a wide number of perspectives, but like, okay, interesting.
Yeah, Fox News still likes to introduce Alan Dershowitz as a Democrat lawyer, when it's so very obvious that that descriptor doesn't apply to him anymore. It hasn't for years.
Well, they're also bringing on Tulsi Gabbard a lot too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but at least she finally came out and stopped pretending to be a Democrat.
Yeah. Like Lactor, what do you consider Tulsi Gabbard to be?
She definitely comes across as like a centrist Democrat. I loved. I'm gonna love her forever after what she did to Kamala Harris in the primary. That one, the weed point that she made, that was just devastating. That was sick as hell.
I don't remember that one.
Well,
I remember
so
the school bus.
yeah, it was so good. Like you'll have to look it up. I mean, she just
Yeah.
eviscerates.
I mean, I'm sure I saw it, but I just don't remember it. Yeah.
That was a great. It was a
But-
great point, and she's I think definitely comes across as like a very strong personality, which I don't know makes me accept her authority. I think more
she's more of a crypto. She's more of a crypto fascist, like with like her BJP. Is that the one I'm looking for? Connections. Like she. I think she hit her power level very well for a very long time, and she was happy to cosplay at first as a progressive. She barely did anything to earn that title, but like people were very willing to accept her into the
Even
group.
after her racist past, which was amazing to me.
Yeah.
Wait, what'd she say was racist?
Oh man, what was
she's
it? Let me look it up.
super anti-Muslim. She
Muslim's not a race, so we gotta.
Well, I fair enough. Okay.
Hold on. It might have been homophobic, and not racist. I get those mixed.
Oh, come on. Everybody was homophobic in the 90s, right? You could look up fucking Obama didn't become like in favor of gay marriage until what, 2000?
No, it wasn't that she opposed gay marriage. It was way worse than that. Hold on, I'm looking it up. It's been a while.
Yeah. No, but she so you understand, you've been looking at the BGP? Is that the?
Are you talking about like the Hindu Nationalist Party in India?
Hindu Nationalist Party, right?
Oh yeah, she
are
was
you
in
familiar
that,
with them?
I'm somewhat aware of them. I understand like they definitely, like a lot of parties in India, have like a far right bent. They're Hindu nationalists.
Yeah, I've from everything I've seen, they're basically like Hindu's version of fascism.
Well, they control the government, right?
Well, now they do. Yeah, now yeah, they do.
Yeah, I think they have for a while now.
Yeah, now they do. Yeah, yeah, I agree. Now they do.
Okay,
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that was completely recently. I was just now they control the government.
Oh, sure. Sorry.
Okay.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
I watched the
Alright.
Namaste Trump event, where Trump went with the president, who was a member of the BJP.
I'm saying that it's like with her commentary, especially on Fox News, it's clear that she's a conservative. I think she's always been a conservative. You actually like watch her, like clips of her and her her criticisms but like you can't deviate them from Fox News at all. So I wouldn't go so far as to say she's a centrist Democrat, even though I think centrist Democrats are actually to the right of the political spectrum.
Sure.
You know that, but even then, she's much farther than that.
All right, let's see here. So she's against wars, specifically regime change wars. I remember she said that all the time. She's
What's her position on
for the legalization of she's for the legalization
Gaza.
of marijuana.
What's her position on Gaza?
Let me see.
That's a real acid test as to whether she's actually anti-war.
I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, she would be if she had the position that she.
I would be shocked.
Pretends she has, then she
Yeah.
would have been calling for a ceasefire like from the beginning.
Yeah, I would be shocked if she's not in favor of bombing Muslims. I would really be shocked. If that's actually her case, then I would say, okay, maybe I have to.
Okay, hold on. So in 2013, she was an initial co-sponsor of the legislation to repeal DOMA. The year before, she apologized for all of the anti-gay advocacy she did beforehand.
That was when she flipped.
Yeah,
that was when she flipped.
That's when everyone flipped. Yeah, that's when everyone flipped. And by the way, I'm looking at the quote unquote statements that she made.
Right.
She's all the statements here are like that I'm seeing at least are kind of in line with things that like Obama and Clinton had said, like protecting traditional marriage. Nothing here is like super homophobic, other than again, unless you consider that to be kind of the litmus test.
I think at that time, I'm talking about pre-2012, because Obama was against DOMA, so she when she was for it, but also Obama like wanted to leave it up to the states when it came to gay marriage, and he said his personal opinion was that he believed in traditional marriage, and then he flipped on that in 2012 and went full on like in support of the Supreme Court overturning it, which was part of his leading from behind strategy, right? He didn't want to, he was a coward on these kinds of positions, but he wanted to leave it up to the states. She was at the state level specifically wanting to ban it in Hawaii, which is not a position he was for. And he also, had a connection to Hawaii.
Do you think Obama... Sorry, go ahead.
But that's not such a big difference that I'm willing to say that Tulsi was like that much more, that much worse than Obama on it.
Yeah. Do you think Obama was like the assumption when he was first elected? If you go back, you can see.
Yeah.
I remember there was a town hall, like an LGBT town hall that he was part of, by like equality something. I forget what it's called. But anyway, by some gay organization. And they asked him directly on his feelings about gay marriage, and he stated his usual position there. But everyone was like, the takeaway was that he doesn't actually mean it.
Yes,
like in 2007, like he didn't actually mean it.
Everybody said that in 2007. Yeah, that was absolutely. I thought that in 2007.
Okay, so I'm looking here. Let's just summarize. Okay, so she has criticized Israel. She criticized in 2017 Israel's use of live ammunition at the fence. She also, in 2019, co-sponsored and supported a bill from Ilhan Omar to legally protect the BDS movement. She is in favor of. She is not in favor of wars. She is in favor of legalizing drugs. She protested the construction of the Dakota Access Pipeline. Has spoken in favor of the Green New Deal, but expressed concerns about vagueness of some of the proposed versions of the legislatures. I'm just like going through here. She supports expanding Medicare and Medicaid from the Marshall Islands, and she wants to introduce a universal health care plan called Single Payer Plus, loosely modeled after the Australia system, and allowing for both supplementary and duplicative private insurance. And then she, since 2013, has been in favor of LGBTQ rights. She's a Republican. What specifically has she said besides, I guess, wanting to strengthen the border? She did say that. It's like the one issue I'm finding. That
she has a show on Fox, Rick. You can watch it each time. Like, I've never seen her do a segment that would indicate that she agrees with the Democratic Party on anything.
Well, I know
I
she
agree.
left them.
I agree that she said those things before she flipped, right? Before she stopped pretending to be a Democrat. But at this point, no. Like I'm still looking for. She's probably dodging her position on Gaza because it's too difficult to actually come out and flip on that one. But the one article I did see from her, which was from the 29th, Tulsi Gabbard, Hamas's goal is to eliminate Israel, not peace for
Yep.
Palestinians, which
Which
I
is
happen to agree with her
fair.
on.
Most
But
lefties
she's
should agree with that.
Sorry, what?
yeah,
Agree with what?
that Hamas wants to eliminate Israel, like, which is true.
It's in their constitution. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But my point is, she hasn't said anything about stopping this war or doing that. I can find. Maybe I can find it. Yeah, I agree. In January of 2019, she made that criticism of the live fight, but that was 4 years ago.
Yeah. Look, you could
5 years ago.
Sure. Yeah, you could. I'm sure you could find. I mean, I'm reading right here. She's apparently taken some more conservative positions on the transgender thing, which
Mhm.
I suppose
yeah.
that's been kind of a recent
She
development.
no longer
That's
has
the
to
l-
pretend to
that's
be
the
pro
least of
queer.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I wouldn't even.
there are like that's a murky. Like there are people who are not necessarily on board with the transgender thing, even if they're on board with like the other elements of the LGBT.
Oh, here we go.
Part.
Tulsi Gabbard calls out Biden for not attending the March for Israel rally in D.C.
Yeah.
So every time she speaks out, it's on behalf of Israel and against Palestine.
So
Yeah,
this makes her a Republican?
So I'm looking at all the positions. Like I'm looking through a Wikipedia article.
Yeah, that's
the
what I did.
positions
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and all of these are old. I'm like all
Yeah.
of these are old. So yeah, before that flip, then she said a lot of great things. I 100%
Yeah.
agree. Which is why I was supportive of her.
A lot of
initially,
people
actually.
never even believed her when she said those things back then. They just didn't trust her because of her history with the queer community. But is she? I don't know if she's officially a Republican.
I don't think
Political
so.
party.
No.
I think she says she's an independent.
Yeah, she's an independent. And, you know, I guess the question, like, what's the barometer? I guess this is likely just going to come down to a feels position, which is fair. I'm not criticizing that necessarily in this case. So do you guys just feel like she is more of a right winger at this point? Like she's just more of a Republican leaning person?
I think she knows that that's where her bread is buttered. So that's the way. That's the idea. I think for a while she thought presenting as a Democrat would get her a certain amount of cachet, which it got her on the debate stage. So I think she was right about that. But I think there came a point where the visceral reaction against her among Democrats was so great, and the love that she was getting for being a bull in the china shop, because she very well might have spoiled Biden in a way that people perceive Jill Stein to have spoiled Hillary, that she started seeing a lot of love from the right because of that. So she started parodying stuff that they would like for her to hear.
Do you
And
see
if
like
there's
Jimmy
anything
Dore? Do you think Jimmy Dore, is he like a left winger or a right
Yeah,
winger?
she's a big,
Yeah,
she's big
I
into-
see her
yeah,
the same way I see Jimmy Dore. Yeah, for sure.
exactly. Yeah. In fact, she goes on his channel all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I
I'll be right back.
yeah, I pretty much agree with Aiko here. It's just that like I don't have a list of Tulsi Gabbard's statements. I mean, because I don't keep a list for these things. But
Yeah,
like
neither do I, to be honest.
yeah, I've watched lots of videos of her talking, and she talks as a Republican. I've seen her clips on Fox News, and beyond that, her other proclamations. And I've seen people interview her, like in contentious interviews, and she's proven herself to be either a hypocrite or a liar in those past positions that you were talking about. So I just have to leave it at that, though, but because I don't have a list of these things for a debate.
Let's just
You
take
know,
her. Let's take her for her word. Let's just say that like everything I just listed off for Wikipedia is her like ostensibly like the only position we know her to have.
Okay.
Based on that, would you think that my categorization of her as like a centrist Democrat is probably pretty fair?
Yeah. Based
Okay.
on what she was like previous, I think she was based on uh, that and how she previously presented herself, she seemed like a progressive. She had a progressive sheen to her.
Well, I don't think she
And
was a
I was like, really,
progressive ever, actually.
She presented
I
herself as a progressive. She said she was a progressive. She said that the
Did
rest
she?
of the party was conservative, and she was reacting to the Democratic Party's conservatism.
when she threw
I
her weight
always
behind Bernie Sanders during the race, she like basically resigned from a position in the Democratic Party. You know what I'm talking about, Ico, right? She
Yeah,
resigned from
yeah.
a position within the Democratic Party because in protest of like what was done to Bernie. Um, that like I remember being excited about her. Like I didn't know a bunch about her. She was new to me on the political stage, but I was like excited about this woman. I really want to learn more about her.
Bernie rejected her endorsement.
well, hold on. So the first thing I'm looking
Really?
up is that she endorsed Biden when she ended her presidential run.
Yes, she did. And here's the story of how that happened. She called Bernie and wanted to endorse him, but he rejected her endorsement. So then
There's
she called.
no way. How do you know this? This is some like deep
This
level
was big
shit.
news at the time. No. Hold on. It's probably somewhere in the Wikipedia article. If it's not, you'll find other articles about it. Because then the next best thing was she tried to endorse Elizabeth Warren, who didn't return her calls. And then finally, she just said, fine, at least.
Oh, you're talking in 2016. Yeah,
Maybe?
sorry. It was 2020 that she endorsed Biden. And then
Yeah,
you're
yeah, yeah,
thinking,
yeah. We were talking about before, not 20.
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, nobody else wanted her endorsement. He wanted it to so that he could at least say that he had like some unity from around the party. And at that point, he was inevitable. So she wanted to be able to say that she was endorsing a winner, but she absolutely did not like Biden, and at the time was fronting as a progressive.
Well, in 2016, it was Clinton. Or I'm so fucking confused. Hold on a second.
Hold on, I'll do Gabbard,
The
Bernie.
2016 campaign with Bernie. 2012
Right,
before
but
would
but
be President
2000
Obama's reelection.
right. So 2016 was Clinton was like, and then 2020 was Biden, right? And so
Yeah,
she
but
endorsed Biden, but then in 2016 she endorsed Bernie over Hillary.
She endorsed Bernie over Hillary in 2016. I don't.
That's the
I
timeline I'm
don't.
looking at when I'm like, so CNN is
Well,
2016. Tulsi Gabbard endorses Bernie Sanders. This is from 2016.
Yeah, so I don't know the story that Aiko was referring to. So I just know that she left.
Well, I'm looking it up now.
It was in
Yeah, she left. She
2020
had a
that
position within the Democratic Party.
I think he
Sorry.
accepted her endorsement in 2016. He did not in 2020. But hold on, I'm gonna look.
Yeah, so like
I'm talking
she
about
had a
Bernie.
position deep within Democratic machinery, and then she abandoned it. She said like the way, at least from what I remember, that Bernie was being treated unfairly, and so I'm going to leave. That got her a lot of points, but I don't know when that exactly happened. I thought that was 2016.
I don't think that Tulsi Gabbard ever endorsed. At least I can't find it. I don't think that she endorsed Bernie in 2020.
Yeah, this is kind of deep in the weeds, so I might have to.
I think that she ended her campaign and then endorsed Biden.
She did, and all that was left was, I don't think
It
there's
was
anybody
Bernie and
left on
Biden.
stage.
No, it was the only two people were Biden and Bernie Sanders.
Hold on, let me find. I remember the story when it happened because it was reported on at the time. That means I should be able to find something, if nowhere else, on the Wayback Machine.
Okay.
I
think you guys give her a hard time. I think it's about time that we have women's empowerment. Tulsi Gabbard could have been our first woman president, but you guys didn't select her.
I want to ask you about that then. Now, since we're here and we're still bullshitting, I'm surprised Lactoid is even still with us at this point. I've been expecting you to leave because you usually leave.
He usually hangs out with Corey.
But okay, but the Trump made a comment about like how the Democrats aren't stuck with Kamala Harris. That like she's a bad VP, and you're not stuck with her. And like, what are your thoughts on this? Like, do you think? Okay, two things. One, do you think that if Biden is the nominee, meaning he doesn't croak, right? are we stuck with Harris as a VP, and or two separate situation? He does die likely, and she becomes a candidate. Do you think Democrats are stuck with her being the nominee?
I think Biden's stuck with her being the VP. I think switching VP would be really difficult. And if he actually died and then she like during the campaign and then she was like, I'm gonna run as president, that would I guess I don't think she'd beat Trump, honestly.
I don't think she beat many people. I don't think she
No,
beat many
she's
people at
not.
all.
I no, and she. I didn't find her debate performances to be particularly spectacular, especially because again, Tulsi destroyed her. It's very clearly on YouTube. You can find it. Yeah, I don't know.
Kamala Harris is not very bright.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. No, that part I wouldn't say. Like, I think
If
she's
you listen to her interviews, she can never answer a straight question. Like one of the ones that amazed me was they asked her what I thought was a layup, and they said, "Hey, you remember that time you asked that question about the school bus to
Oh yeah,
Biden?"
It's
And then
bad.
she said, "Oh," and her response over and over, they give her multiple chances to answer this question. Each time she said it was a debate. The assumption
Yeah.
being, "Oh, if I say something in debate, you can't trust it. It's
I
not
remember
true.
that. That was
It's a lie.
awful.
Like
It was
nothing.
awful.
You
I
can't. It was such a dumb answer, and she
so
gives answers like that all the time. Very non-specific, very focus grouped, but also like also off in terms of its of the effect that it has. She's just not. I don't want to say she's not smart, like maybe book smart
which is
or
what you keep
something.
saying. But like, but that's okay. So that's my only disagreement with you. I don't think she has any sort of political chops. I'm
Right.
baffled in how she became the senator. Was she appointed senator the first time? Like that might explain how she got into the Senate. She has just none.
She
And
probably was.
Well, I mean,
she
a
was
big reason why she got picked is because of her race and gender, right? I mean, I mean,
yeah.
Biden said there's going to
No,
be a
no,
black
yeah,
woman VP, right? And she was the pick.
absolutely 100%. Like I won't disagree with you there. But like, um, but that's why I was focusing on specifically on the senatorial run. And if someone can someone look that up? Like, was she
Yeah,
appointed?
I'm looking it up right now.
Because like how does she run a race? I don't know. I just don't know. Now, I'm not saying she's dumb because I feel like her, she was AG, California AG, I think at some point.
Yep.
Well, yeah, that's where Tulsi Gabbard criticized her was that so she was caught
Oh,
up
she
like
was not appointed.
she was like I think the exact quote was like you arrested people for marijuana and then laughed about it at the same time while admitting that you smoked marijuana yourself. It was something like that, and it was
Yeah. It's Obama supporting the drug war when he dabbled himself. He just didn't get caught, which is why he could run for president. Yeah, I hear that. Um, but uh, but anyway, this woman, like when you see her, like it was in her Senate hearings that like I became interested in her because of her the way she would do what Elizabeth Warren does sometimes, right? Or Katie Porter does, where she like dismantles a person's uh, testimony in front of Congress, right? She did such a good job of that, and so I assume, and I think many other people assume that also translated into like political ability, but she doesn't seem to have that at all,
Yeah.
like at
No, I don't
all.
think so.
I don't think she's
I think she
stupid,
was picked
but
because, in part, because she had history with Biden. Number one.
Mhm.
Number two, like she won district attorney races twice. She won attorney general, which was a statewide race in the biggest state in the union, and then she won that twice, and then won statewide for Senate. So she won 3 statewide and 2 district-wide like races in her career. So on paper, it looked like she was a good politician.
Yeah, like is there because I'm thinking of like comparing her to Hillary Clinton. I think there's like a lot
Yeah.
of parallels here. Where people say, like you hear this constantly, right? Like whenever Hillary Clinton's brought up, people say that she is actually incredible in really like face to face interpersonally, she is a great person to be around. But like on the political stage, how? How does she
Yeah.
fuck up so badly? It's
Yeah.
unbelievable. Like sticks her foot in her mouth constantly and the
Yeah.
worst possible ways. And great at like demolishing coalitions that she might be able to build. How does she do it? How? But so like this feels like Kamala Harris that like for some reason when she's on the national stage, she just can't perform. I just don't understand it. I don't understand it. I don't
Yeah.
think she's stupid.
Well, I think she's stupid when the cameras are on her. I think her emotional intelligence is not very high, right? Which is something, say, Bill Clinton had, like off the charts emotional
Yeah.
intelligence.
Yeah.
She does not. Now she might be good at, like, I don't know, on a spreadsheet or something. I don't know, but she is not emotionally intelligent, and that's what it takes in order to like do well in these kinds of races. I mean, maybe it's because it was California and like there's not a lot of
No.
competition at that top level. Like, you
For
know, once you
senator? For
for
senator?
senator, yeah, because I mean everyone's going to vote Democrat, right? So if you're
No, I
going
mean
in,
on the primary. I mean on the primary level.
yeah, oh, in the primary, yeah, at least, yeah, sure, but that's one race. And then I guess you had those attorney general races. But
Well,
again, it's also one of those situations where if you're AG, you're just expected to run either for governor or senator. Like that's your next step up on the ladder.
when you're a district attorney running for district attorney, like it's a low information race, and if you have the Democratic machine behind you, right, and she is a connected woman,
Right.
then that's easy enough. And then for AG, I
AG.
imagine, I think those races can be explained by the Democratic machine. Um,
Right.
And then I don't know what that Senate race looked like in terms of the primary. Was she facing people who were just complete jokes? And then compared to her like impressive resume,
Her
and
opponent was Loretta Sanchez, whom I've never heard of. So I
that
don't know.
sounds
Do you guys think Trump's gonna pick Vivek to be VP? I think Vivek's been pushing for it pretty hardcore.
I mean, he'd be smarter to pick. The person it would be smart to pick, he won't pick because he wants somebody who'll be absolutely loyal. But the
Vivek
smart,
would be loyal.
yeah, Vivek would be loyal, but I'm saying the smart pick would be somebody like Nikki. But I don't think
I don't think he's already come up with a name for her.
she's
Bird brain.
obviously, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he
She's
doesn't
not
like her.
sufficiently loyal. So if he's going to pick strictly on loyalty, yeah, Vivek, I suppose, is as good as
No,
anybody. I could even
but-
see him.
But he won't pick strictly on loyalty because he doesn't want anyone to outshine him. Vivek will like he has like the ability. He has charisma. Right?
I think he'd be willing to play second fiddle though. I
Of
think
course
the bigger thing I think is that great
Because who knows how long he'll live, even.
the
Like,
great replacement comment that he made during the debate. That was like I had to do a double take and like rewind the fucking live feed for a second. Like, did he just say that? Did you guys see that at all? Do you guys watch the Republican primaries?
I watched the debate. I don't remember this particular comment. What did he say?
He said the great replacement, it's not just like a myth spread by like extremists, like it's the modern mainstream Democratic platform. He said that like as a statement.
Yeah, that's
So hold on,
that
he's
is
saying the
ridiculous.
Democrats are run by the Jews to
He didn't say that.
get rid of white people.
He
Well,
didn't
that's what
say-
great replacement is. If he'd said demographic replacement, I could see.
He definitely used the word great replacement.
Okay,
That
the great
phrase-
replacement theory is Jews trying to get rid of white people in America.
I almost think that he doesn't know what the great replacement theory is because that was my understanding of it too.
Right.
No, I think all he's saying is that like immigration, like that's all. Like immigration equal bad. That's all he's saying.
He just doesn't understand the terminology.
I don't think he cares
could
about
be.
the terminology, and I
Yeah.
think like it works from either way, right? Like he might. I think he probably does understand it, but he knows that like this will get him points. The
Yeah, sure.
like in all spectrums of the conservative field, like this gets some points. It gets some points for Republicans who might just like regular like center right Republicans who hear immigration equal bad, and then for far right Republicans who are like, oh yeah, like the Jews, it's their fault.
Right.
It's like there's just no downside to saying that in the conservative debate at all.
Although the current war sort of complicates that a little bit.
Yeah, but you don't have to. As long as you don't say the word Jew, then you're fine, right? Then you can just hide
Right.
behind anything. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
know.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. What do you, Lactoid? Who would?
Ron
What-
DeSantis.
Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, I know he's weird, and he probably eats pudding with his fingers. But
mean
you
the
know,
bobblehead guy.
yeah, look, I don't think he has charisma as much as like Vivek. I'm mispronouncing his name, I'm sure.
Yeah, we know. Yeah.
Or
That's close enough.
or Teflon Don, right? Where I definitely think the insults towards him stick, and just ways they just don't with Donald Trump. But just in terms of like a proven track record of getting shit done, I
Fighting
think
the woke.
yeah, fighting the woke, right? Which is my main concern at this point. I think Ron's a good guy.
But you don't think he's a mirror of the woke? Like he's the way he bans books in his state, and
We can have a
you know,
whole debate about that.
wants to do cancel culture with all these corporations. Like
I don't consider him to be banning books. We can have a whole conversation about that. He's removing from from school libraries, which is different because there's plenty of books that aren't allowed in there, including Mein Kampf. Would you really want little children reading Mein Kampf untended? And
actually,
unsupervised?
I actually checked out Mein Kampf from my high school when I was a kid.
Yeah, that shit don't happen anymore. I don't know. Maybe things are a little bit different, okay? But you cannot find that shit in a elementary school library. Now that was high school. I don't know. Maybe high schools currently have Mein Kampf. I doubt it.
It was your elementary school library that you found Mein Kampf?
No, high school.
High school, yeah. High
Even
school,
that's
yeah.
pretty intense. Yeah, that's you're not gonna.
I was doing a research paper. It was there.
I feel like that should be there. Yeah, it should.
Yeah.
It should
And
be there. Yeah. it should be
also, you
Mein
can get
Kampf
full
should be
text of
there.
it on
Why
the
not?
internet today. Like it's even easier now to get it.
No, I understand that, right? And ultimately, I think that we need to do a better job at controlling what children read on the internet, but then also empowering parents to control what children read on the internet or watch on the internet, like pornography, which was included in some of the books that were banned from these fucking elementary school libraries, right?
Well, we have Banned Books Week in I think late September of every year, where all the high school libraries like put on display all the books that have been banned across the country, like in recent years. So, and kids have a way of knowing what it is they're not supposed to read. So, in a lot of ways, like a lot of these efforts to ban books have sort of backfired because they've got these books. If you go and look at their like a bestseller status or whatever, it always gets a spike whenever there's some story about that
I'm
book
sure.
getting banned somewhere.
Yeah, and there's no way you're going to stop that, right? Like,
Yeah.
I'm sure there's people who seek out Mein Kampf or seek
It's the
out, like-
Streisand effect.
Yeah, like who seek out like there's a lot of like pro-slavery literature that came from the South prior to the Civil War that you can find, and I'm sure there's people who read that just because it's hidden, right? Of course, there's going to be like motivation there.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like I generally am in the belief that access for especially for children, like opportunity to access materials just makes it more likely that more children in the long run are going to come in contact with that. And I do think that a lot of the books that were banned were inappropriate to have in a children's library.
What do you think of the Moms for Liberty fiasco that's happening now?
Wasn't that? Yeah, I don't even. So wasn't that like the founder was a woman, and then or like some higher up? Whoa, some higher up was a woman, and then she like was organizing a threesome with her husband and another woman, and then
Right.
like,
Yeah. So like the co-founder, her and her husband, who's like he's in some position in Republican politics, but like some like powerful position there. They were like apparently like doing a threesome with this other woman. And but this is not the first time. There's actually other evidence that's come out that like this is a thing that they've done, that she's done. She's engaged in like homosexual activity multiple times. And like, but what
has she
what are your
advocated for
thoughts?
banning homosexual activities between adults?
I think almost. Well, actually,
Unless she has specifically advocated for illegalizing homosexual activity between adults, I don't think she's a hypocrite if she fucks another woman.
I would be actually. I don't know her exact position on that topic. I would be um uh I I think though that making hmm, that implying that LGBT individuals are a danger to the community is the issue. That would be the thing I focus on. I don't know her specific thing on adults interacting, but like uh the whole groomer um discourse that we've had recently. I think playing into that makes you the hypocrite right there.
I
Did
don't.
you hear about
I don't think it makes you a
the
hypocrite.
there was a school board in Utah that had to ban the Bible because the rules that they had created for banning books in those districts uh, were loose enough to where if first of all it didn't get reviewed. If a parent objects to a book, it just gets pulled because too many parents were complaining, and so there wasn't time to like do the official process of review that it would take for every single book that got challenged. So as soon as the book got challenged, it would just get pulled. So of course somebody challenged the Bible because there are some pretty steamy scenes in the Bible, and it got pulled in Utah. I don't know if it's back or not. Surely somebody changed the rules after that. I don't know.
Things here. I'm tired. But this was a fun conversation. Frustrating at one end, even though I was right the entire time. Um, but
We should do banned books week when it comes around again.
banned book. What does that mean? Doing
There's
banned
something
books?
banned books week is in like late September every year, and we should do a panel on banned books, or like to Lactoid's point, whether or not pulling books from school libraries can be considered a ban.
Um, hmm. Okay, yeah. But shout out to my man Aiko, who I miss, and it was really nice having you here. And I'll invite
Yeah.
you next week if you want to be a part of that. I'm not sure if
Yeah.
you're still be on break.
I'll be
All
around
right,
still. Yeah.
I'll hit you up next week.
I might
know-
even. Yeah. My first day of school is on the 8th, so
Oh, okay.
if the 8th is a Monday, or if the 7th is a Monday, then I can. I don't know what day that is.
Is a Monday.
Okay, I may or may not be available that day, but
Okay.
certainly on the 1st.
I know. Shout out to your friend, and shout out to
Or
my
whatever
friend
it is.
Lactoid. Thank you for coming through, like on Christmas night and hanging out with us.
Merry
and getting
Christmas,
super
everyone.
frustrated with everyone.
Yeah.
We can I guess if you're still streaming, I guess I could raid you.
Sure. I'm going to be
Yeah.
shooting off to someone else pretty soon, like immediately. I don't know if you wanted to raid
I
them
don't care.
yourself,
I'm
but
just
it's
gonna
up to you.
raid you. I don't care. I'm just gonna raid you. But
Uh-huh.
yeah, this was a whole lot of fun.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for this countdown to go down. It just takes fucking forever, and off you go. All right. If you'll stick around, I'll stick around a little bit with you guys. If not,
Yeah.
then I'm gonna go to bed.
Yeah, I'm heading to bed. I wanted to say one thing though, and I don't know how much we're able to talk about this. So stop me if you guys know more about these rules than I do. How much are we able to criticize Twitch?
Twitch?
Yeah, like
Of course I Twitch all the time.
Yeah,
I
hear people
remember-
criticizing Twitch on stream all the time. I've never heard of anyone getting punished for it.
Okay, so maybe this is less of a criticism of Twitch and more of a criticism of like society. But like I was the other day going through the just chattings, right, to try to find like other political streamers that I could raid on out into if there was nobody available that I knew, and 80 to 85%, maybe even higher, was just titties. It was just titties.
Oh yeah.
Boom, 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 titties. I'm scrolling, and it's just like this is
Yeah, that's a new. Yeah.
It sounds like a success story to me.
this is is this like is like game it like okay. How much of the titties is like the dark underworld, and how much is of the titties is like
Dark Under
Twitch? Like, I mean, is it
I
like is
think
it a
it's
titty
because of
stream
the-
website with like some politics on the side, or
I think it's because of the recent toss changes and everyone's
Yeah.
experimenting. I don't think it'll be that way for very long.
When I was, when I used to do that, go through just chatting, I never saw it previously. And like
I hear
now,
tell of what things were like when hot tub streaming first arrived on the scene. But
yeah. But even then, there was only a few. Like I'd have to see what you saw, Lactoid, but there wasn't actually that many individuals. But like the ones who did do that, they were in just chat, and they got like quickly got a lot of fucking attention. And then they
Yeah.
created the polls in the polls in hot tubs category.
to be fair, this was like I think this when I was scrolling through, it was during a stream. So obviously I was there's witnesses. It was like at 2:30 a.m. Like it was super late. That probably was the reason why. But like
I'm
yeah,
looking
it's
right
just-
now and I'm seeing.
it's just titties, isn't it? That's all
Yeah.
it is. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, I mean it's not 80%, but it's I'd say a good 30%, which is a lot.
Hold on, I gotta look at this.
Yeah,
thing.
just go to just chatting.
for research purposes. I
And it's not just titties, it's like there's other anatomy
yeah.
there.
Let's see. Come on, I don't want to update my fucking.
It's like, have these
Like,
people never heard of a fucking like you go on Twitch for this shit? Like,
Yeah, I mean,
Right, there's porn
absolutely.
sites, like sure.
I just yeah.
I think absolutely that makes sense in my. I definitely.
I guess
have to
talking to
back.
somebody live in that
Give me a
situation
hot
might
second.
be a
I'm
little
still
bit-
listening. I want to come back before you leave. I want to come back
Okay.
and.
I can see why he'd want to check it out. He does tend to raid attractive young streamers, if you know what I mean, sometimes.
Well, he rated me, right?
Yeah.
So that's what.
Well, you're a Swedish model.
Thank you.
no, he-
I'll take that. I'll take that. It's like an underhanded compliment, like in the good way. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Right. No, but you know what I'm talking about. There's 2 or 3 or 4 that he raids to a lot. I can't remember their names, but they tend to dress skimpily and, you know.
He did pick a bad time to go to the bathroom. That's for sure. Right after we're talking about this.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, I thought he was going to a different screen to check out just chatting.
I think he's not on. He's not like his chair is empty. He must be using the.
Oh, okay. I see. Oh yeah, that makes sense. If you're doing shows, and usually he's doing a show and then the after show, at some point you've got to go.
Yeah.
Have you run into that problem since you started streaming?
Yeah, I pee all the time. Like I'll get up and just go pee. Constantly.
Do you show a video or whatever?
No, I just leave it
Okay.
share. Well, because I drink so much, like, it's like these, for example. I've drank 7 of these, and I stopped drinking them like an hour ago. So I mean, the first like, or more than an hour ago. So like for most of the show, I'm just chugging fizzy waters.
We were just
Yeah.
discussing whether or not you were streaming on your stream.
Yeah, I'm not streaming, and okay.
Like no, the other kind of streaming. The
Oh, that
IRL
was,
stream.
I was doing that. I did pee. Hey, you
Okay.
guys are having an interesting conversation there, and I haven't rated like that type of streamer for a long time. Usually because there's like, I don't know, the people that I used to rate aren't around anymore. So, but I'm looking
Okay.
through this, and there's not nearly as much boobs that you're talking about. Like I see some attractive women. I see some people showing cleavage, but like that's like the regular amount.
That's
of
Like
boobs.
normal cleavage.
That's the
Hold
hold on.
That was if you're just saying cleavage in general, then yeah, there's a lot of
Okay.
cleavage.
That's
Do
the
you see
selling point.
Victoria?
Victoria. How like I was where how much
She's on
is
the
there
top
compared
left
to
on
yours?
mine.
Well, I was okay. Hold on, I gotta open up.
Maybe
new
yeah. It
thing.
just occurred to me we might not be saying the same thing.
Yeah. 1 second. Let me open up. I'm gonna open up a new private window so there's no so there's no
I
algorithmic.
mean, nobody's outside of
trickery.
TOS on this, but
But just chatting.
or deathly
um,
ill. That's kind of
hold on.
explicit.
So we're going to are we? Oh fuck! Turn off. So we're looking at views from low to high, or are we? Oh, I see Victoria there. I see this Victoria
Okay.
here. Are you guys looking at for or recommended for you or views low to high
I'm
or high to low?
I'm just seeing live channels.
I'm not looking at this shit right now.
It's how you sort it. But anyway, so
Oh, I
so
should go high
I'm
to low.
scrolling. Yeah, so I'm scrolling down. And I see one
Oh, okay.
guy.
Yeah, you're right. I'm not seeing as much.
Yeah.
Turn it this way.
If you're gonna recommend things, then
I see
you're gonna
Victoria.
recommend boobs. Apparently,
Yeah.
I see this deathly person with her like legs spread.
Yeah.
On her,
Yeah.
yeah. And then next to her is this
But yeah, you're
I
right. The numbers aren't as high. Maybe they've done
Yeah.
something since Electoid last looked.
Yeah.
This was
so
just the other. This was just the other day. I remember scrolling through like trying to like find
I mean,
somebody
I
does
remember
politics, and it
hearing
was
that
just
they
titties.
reversed
It's
that
2:30
advertisers
a.m.
didn't like it, and so they reversed themselves.
But
on the
I think
toss
they only
policy.
reversed themselves in part of that, and then
Okay.
not the whole thing. That was like because people were doing nude drawings.
Right.
Because they said like you could do that like artistic drawings, and then there were just like apparently lots of pictures of dogs on screen. But yeah, I'm like scrolling through. There's like hardly anything at all actually. Like I don't know what you guys were
I
finding.
think this was a function of Twitch's like woke bias because I think it came down to the fact that TOS was allowed men to show their nipples or breasts or whatever, but didn't allow women, and they wanted that difference in policy by gender to not be as stark.
Is that a woke bias? Like,
Well,
I
yeah,
think
you've never heard of like the free the nipple movement or
yeah,
whatever.
I know for the free nipple. Is this? I don't know. I just object to the use of woke in general because it hides whatever you're actually trying to say. But yeah, like I think
I agree with a lot of woke stuff though.
I don't think
So.
that. Yeah, but like I think the thing that was really makes things difficult is like the trans debate, right? Because they had to put in language saying, "Oh, female presenting individuals showing their chest." Like there is a spectrum. There's a large spectrum of people who are on Twitch, right? Like you have to keep making all these determinations. They want to
Yeah.
make as little of those determinations as possible
I
because they
agree.
keep getting in trouble with that.
Yeah, so if you're a trans man and you're topless on Twitch, like should that violate TOS or not?
Exactly. Like, and someone was making that determination, and then they kept getting in trouble over things like this.
Yeah.
And yeah. So like,
I can
don't
see
know.
you getting in trouble either way. Like whichever, like you can't be safe with either decision.
I think if we're gonna desexualize nip, like this is kind of I don't know, this is a weird take, but I understand the concept of free the nipple, but I think it does lack nuance. Where obviously the female nipple is more sexualized than the male nipple, and if we want to ignore this and just say, well, no, it's the same thing, then I mean, if I run up and I feel up a guy's nipples in public and I grab him from the back or whatever, I'm not gonna get the same level with a guy. You think I'm gonna get a sexual assault charge if I grab a guy's nipple, like a purple nurple? This shit back in fucking elementary school and high school, purple nurples. We never got any trouble for that shit. Yeah, but for a woman, it's sexual assault.
If they choose to prosecute, though, I can see the law going that way.
Well, but hold on. So is it sexualized or is it not sexualized? Because the level of I want some consistency here. Okay, if nipples are sexualized, then we just shouldn't allow male nipples or female nipples. If we really want to sexualize the male
Right.
nipple in the name of equality, right? But if we're going to say free the nipple, if we're going to say well neither should be sexualized, then touching them shouldn't be sexual assault. It should just be assault, right?
Just assault. Yeah, I can
Which
see that.
is
That's a
dramatically
reasonable-
less, yeah, which is dramatically less like impactful in someone's life than sexual assault, right? Because regular assault is a misdemeanor. Sexual assault will get you on a fucking list.
But if you want to be consistent, all that really matters is that you treat them as the same, right? So you could say they're both sexual, and then they'll be easy.
Sure, we could like cover our eyes and put our head in the sand and pretend that male nipples are sexualized. Sure, that's fine. And then I can go on the beach with my shirt off, and no one will give a fuck at all because no one really sexualizes male nipples, right? But we can just like have this weird pretend thing where we all agree, yeah, I guess it's sexualized,
No,
but it's
I
not
think-
though. But we all know it's not.
I'm trying to. Sorry, I had arguments for this like worked out, but I haven't thought about them in a while, so I'm gonna try to like rebuild them. And I might now reserve the right to change. While I'm trying to work this thing out. Like I think the goal is to uh say that these things shouldn't be sexualized, right? That like we acknowledge that society sexualizes women's chests, but that they should be treated in equal fashion. So I think if you're talking to like some sort of hardcore free the nipple activist like would, then I think maybe they might agree that um if I mean if they're being consistent, they would have to agree that grabbing a woman's chest would be should be treated the same in the law as grabbing a man's chest. If you're saying that like women should be able to bare their breasts in public, then touching them non consensually should have the same consequences. Does that make sense?
Sure, and then it should also be when it comes to like I guess this is the whole point of the Free the Nipple campaign, right? Like on a beach or in the street or in a book, in a children's book, or in all this shit. Yeah, it's just the same. The issue with this is like, what organs are like sexualized? I mean, this is gonna be up for interpretation to some extent, right? Like you could say, well, the genitals, obviously, and it's like, well, but like all the genitals, like, what if I just showed the top of the shaft? Would that be sexualized? It's like, well, kind of. Well, what if I just show the pubic hair? Well, that's kind of sexualized, right? I can see the pubic. Like, is it though? Like, what if it's just peeking at the top? What about just the balls? Just the balls. I cover up the tip and you just see the balls. How's that? That's not really sexualized, right? You're not seeing the sexual part. You're just seeing like the sack that holds the balls. Like this is covered up with skin.
Cleavage.
It's covered up by skin, right? So it's like cleavage there. And so I could like go on and on about like, well, it's not I'm covering the tip technically, officer, but like where there's gonna be some kind of societal arrangement.
Penis pasties.
In which we agree. It's like, no, like you don't get to whip it out. And I don't care if you have a piece of duct tape on the tip of it. That's sexual, right? This is sexualized because we all sexualize this. And it's just a fact of reality that a woman's nipples are sexualized and a man's nipples aren't. So if you go on a beach and you see a guy with his shirt off, no one gives a fuck. The cops don't give a fuck. The women don't give a fuck. The guys don't give. Nobody gives a fuck. If a woman is walking around with her tits flopping around, I mean, I might not give that much of a fuck, but a lot of people are.
I think so. I hear you. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right in terms of how society currently works. I think this is more like an aspirational movement, right? On saying that we should rethink women's bodies and that breasts shouldn't be any more like offensive, because then you have like the opposite thing that happens, right? Where people freak out over nipples, right? That you can have in this society, right? A woman in that bikini because she has to have her top on, okay, very important, right? But like the covering can be increasingly small, and as long as the nipple isn't out, right, well then we're good. Like the children have been protected, and like when you work out like what are we actually doing here? What are we protecting? What are we hiding here? were just hiding the nipple, if that nipple had come out, that would have been a problem. But you see like the whole boob, is that not a problem? Like, so if you work at it from that direction, like the logic goes, well then like
Now, I can work with that
why
logic.
should this be treated any different? Sorry, go
Well,
ahead.
so hold on, but because we treat the nipples differently, right? Like we obviously do. And you see a woman with a bikini on, and she's walking around with her nipples covered. It's not going to be sexualized at all in the same way, right? And in the same way, if the nipples are out, and this is just an opinion I hold.
Really? Like if she just has pasties?
Okay,
That's
You
perfectly
unmuted yourself.
you activated your
Oh,
Yeah, I got you. Oh,
If she had pasties, like given the environment, I think it could be sexualized. It could be inappropriate, right? If she just has like she's a teacher and she's walking around the classroom with pasties on, this could be less appropriate than if it's a guy without his shirt on, depending on the class. Like if it's PE or something, I don't fucking know. But like there could be situations in which this is the case. I I strongly believe that like the definitions of sexual, like what's sexual here, is yes, you can argue the gray areas, but there's gonna be a difference between people with different parts, right? There just is, and leaving the trans issue aside because that's an interesting discussion we can have. Let's just move forward with just the
Okay.
cisgendered understanding.
Uh-huh.
I think women's nipples are different. I think they provide life, sustenance in a way that men just can't. I think they are
You
very much.
can if you
Not
try.
only are they more sexualized, but like at least in my experience, they are very much more sexual organs. I feel as though compared to a man's nipples, at least by my experience.
what does that have to
Well-
do with giving sustenance, though? Like, does that mean we have to view a hamburger that way too?
Fluid,
Like,
fluid shooting out of
sustenance?
fluid
And
shooting out of
I-
somebody has always been like seen differently.
If I take enough hormones,
So crying.
right, and I'm not transitioning, but if I take enough hormones, like I can lactate. Like all of us, all men can lactate if you have enough hormones. And if you have a hormone imbalance, like a man will lactate. And so, since he can give life sustenance, right? Lactate can attach his lips to a man's
No,
chest.
no, we're not talking about that. First of all, I don't want to think about that. Second of all, Prime,
Wait,
like,
does that make him submissive?
No, it does not. There are. I mean, if I did it, it would, but I don't do it, so I'm not submissive.
It's very clear
But
about
I
that.
want like, and this is why I want to put like, because I kind of lump this in with the trans conversation, and that like you come across exceptions, and then the question is like, for the what kind of benefit or what are we aiming for when we make exceptions, and should we make exceptions, and how should we make those exceptions? I'm willing to have a conversation there, but even if you could convince me, you're not going to convince. You're just not going to convince most people tomorrow to not think it's silly hold on. Most people agree there's a difference between men's and women's nipples. Okay, any argument of the contrary is going to be seen by those people as silly, right? Obviously, it's silly. If you try to go stop a man walking around with his shirt off, everyone's gonna roll their eyes at you.
I
Because
agree.
it's deeply culturally entrenched that like this is not the case. Men and women are not the same. They are different, and this is one of the ways, and they're different in that men have a penis, and then women have a vagina, and then two nipples, and that's their sexual equipment they're working with. And then the men have one.
They all have two nipples.
Yeah, we all have two nipples.
Yeah, they're very different nipples.
Maybe Lactoid has 3. He might be one of those.
Apparently, Harry Styles has 4. I didn't know that until I looked it up.
4?
Mm.
Yeah, there's a few times. Yeah, 4 is like super fucking rare. But I don't know. Whatever. Right? More nipples for Lactoid to suck on.
I don't like where this is going.
But in a non-submissive way.
In a very dominant way. very, very manly man. my friend Lactoid. But like we were talking about this like from a regulation perspective, right? And like shifting the culture because like it doesn't make sense. Like when the more you think about it, like the more this breaks down. So just backing out to Twitch just for a second, right? For Twitch, as you've seen, I'm sure, a few times, that it was perfectly legal for women to show a massive amount of cleavage, right? Like vertical cleavage. So like a plunging like a dress, like where like the boobs are shown here, right? This part of the boobs is shown. That's illegal. But the underboob is illegal. So if
It's
the
way more
shirt comes
sexual.
off, the underboob specifically.
So much more
why-
sexual.
Why is the underboob more? I think it's. What it
First of
is
all,
is
it's
that
obvious. Second of all, like when you see the
How is
under,
it obvious?
it's absolutely obvious. It just look. It is. Look at it. But second of all,
It
like
is.
whenever I look at underboob, I
Great
can.
argumentation for my way.
It's true. It's a good argument. But the main argument is that whenever you see like the underboob, like the cutoff or whatever, like she raises her arms and then whoop, they flop out, right? Like a simple flick upwards, a simple flick upwards, and then boom, and then that's all you're thinking about.
Around with plunging necklines, right? Is because they have double-sided tape. You know those like loose dresses they walk around with the plate. That's double-sided.
Yeah,
tape.
but they
You
can't
have
fall down
double-sided
any
tape
further
there.
because like the cover's on the underside, so they can't like fall out of something. Like I
I'm
guess it could
saying
like
you can
flip
take-
out.
My point is, you can take precautions of one or the other. But if it's just to hide the nipple, then you can hide the nipple. You can ensure the nipple doesn't come out in an underboob situation.
I think
But,
underboob
like,
is so
to say
much
that
more
it's
sexual.
self-obvious
I mean, the
is-
Oscars adjudicated this about 5 years ago, and now you see it every year at the Oscars.
Because they're looking for sex appeal. So that's exactly proving them right. The underboob is more sexually appealing than the overboob.
But does it violate toss?
Well, that's on Twitch. They can make their toss whatever they want.
The Twitch
Well, I
is saying
mean-
that the underboob does. Like they specifically say the underboob.
The rules
does,
of television
violate.
is what I meant, but yeah.
Oh yeah. But I would say that what makes things sexual is their rarity, right? In fact, there are other cultures.
That's
where,
part of
like,
it.
the women's boobs are just like out, right? It's just like whatever.
Wait, so you want to ruin the mystique of boobs for us men? Is that what you want to do, Prime?
That's the idea, actually, behind the free the
That's
nipple movement
basically-
is to de-objectify women just generally.
yeah, exactly. But go on.
It's their parts in the same way that Wait, can I walk out with my dick flopping around? Don't objectify me as I wave it in front of your face.
If women hide their ankles all the time, and you're told, "Hey, you can't look at a woman's ankles," or like if you see her ankles, that makes her a slut, and that you're doing something pervy.
Sure, that's
by
the
looking at her
reductio.
ankles,
That's
and you're
reductio
gonna
one way.
jerk off to her fucking ankles.
Sure, that's reductio one way. Here's the other reductio. Should women be able to walk around in an elementary school with their her labia like stretched open with duct tape? Like the hole is perfectly visible. No, absolutely not. And then you can say, well, you just gotta stop objectifying women. Like it's just her labia. She's a person, you know. Yeah, I understand. It's a person with labia, and
I can accept that compromise. And I'll go one further. I'll say, in every school I've worked in, women can't take off their shirts in that way, but neither can men.
Yeah, like basically it's equal.
I can't walk around shirtless in a high school. You can get arrested.
Okay, but if you go to a beach,
of all the high school girls who would just be on top of them, like it's just a danger to the public. Really.
Yeah, the only times this really matters is like the beach and mowing the lawn. Like I can't
and Twitch.
And Twitch, I suppose. Correct. And the internet, right? Oftentimes, let's be fucking frank, it's people trying to get away with as much nudity as possible for the whole sexualization angle, right? Because they're aiming to sell sex. That's what they're doing. And so for normal people, like who aren't trying to sell sex, what are they? Where does it depend? Like, okay, at the beach, mowing their lawn, I get the complaints. Okay, mowing the lawn fucking sucks when it's hot out and you're just like, I do not want a shirt on. I get it, right? Same thing with the beach. I get it. I'm most sympathetic to those people because they have a genuine non-sexual interest in trying to take their fucking shirt off. Even though, like, I'm not fully sold because, yeah, like, it is sexualized and you're flopping them out now in front of kids. I don't know. Not sure I'm okay with that.
Like to it. I want to be clear. Are you for equal treatment under the law?
If you define equal treatment, that like
I will define it. But go ahead. Yeah, equal treatment under the law.
So you're saying that if I touch a male's nipples, I should go to prison for sexual assault?
No,
the same way that if I touch
assault,
a woman's nipples.
Assault. No, you just assault.
Just
right?
assault. And if I grab a woman's nipple, I'm like, hey, just assault. Just assault. No sexual.
Just assault. Yeah, just assault. Equal treatment on the law.
But it's sexual assault. We all know it's sexual assault.
No. I'm saying lactoid.
It's a sexual organ.
What? No, lactoid. Let me ask you again. Are you?
I wish my name was different for this
Wait,
conversation.
it's not a sexual organ. You can call it a nutritional organ, I guess, but not a sexual
It
organ.
absolutely is a sexual organ. Okay, I don't want to go in too far depth. It is a fucking sexual organ. If
You don't need it to procreate, so it's not.
Well,
sexual.
women apparently need it to to have the full experience. Yeah.
To attract a mate, you mean?
No, to actually to finish.
Listen, everybody knows when that hunky next door neighbor mows his lawn and he's got his shirt off, the ladies notice.
Yeah.
But it's not because of the fucking nipples. It's because of his delts, man, and his biceps. He's jacked.
The whole package.
That's what they're looking at. They're not. Women are not focusing on her fucking his fucking nipple. They're not like, ooh, I just want to pinch it. No, that's not what women are thinking. They're like, oh, I want that man to come dominate me. That's what women are thinking.
I'm just telling you, pinching has happened before, all right?
Yeah, it's a thing that women do.
Yeah, that's the thing that women do.
Women
don't pinch
other than missionaries, so he wouldn't know.
Look,
I would never let a woman pinch my nipples.
Yours might not be as pinchable, okay? I'm not judging, but I'm just telling you it happens.
Are you in favor for equal treatment under the law? I'm not letting you go.
I don't think so. If it leads to crazy fucking scenarios like this,
hold on. How can you call yourself lactoid if you don't have functioning nipples?
I have got two nipples, and they function as the male's nipples are supposed to function, which is
they don't lactate,
which is nothing. Which is that they are a mistake by God. Obviously, it's like the appendix. Okay, it's just something that doesn't actually have a function. Literally, by the way, I'm not wrong on this. Like, there's no reason for male nipples. It's like the appendix. Yeah. Like you can remove them, and it won't affect my life whatsoever. A woman's nipples serve a function. Like not only a sexual function, but also like a life-giving function.
But men, hold on, sorry, I'm not one of them. But there are a lot of men who derive sexual pleasure from their nipples. That's the thing, right? They like to touch their nipples. Like
there's a lot of nerve endings there. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
It's an erogenous zone. Yeah.
Yeah, for men as well. But only for some.
Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like those men. I don't like the fact that this happens.
I don't like those men. But
I think we got a third gender now. We've got women, men, and men that lactoid doesn't like.
Men that like the nipples pinched. That's like the third. That's what we got.
Yeah.
Like,
third gender.
When I see it happen in porn, it freaks me out. Like it freaks me the fuck out when that happens.
It would freak most people out, wouldn't it? That's the litmus test. Okay, if it happens on the beach, would you be like, "What the fuck? What the fuck is that?" That's
but like I'm not gonna. But I wouldn't arrest the man for like pinching his nipples.
Okay, hold on. I can build a bridge with you here a little bit. If a woman's mowing her lawn with her breasts out, like I'm not in favor of taking her to jail. Okay, maybe the cops swing by. Hey, cover those up. You know, if she refuses a citation, reasonable enforcement. I'm not saying like throw the book. Just in the same way, I don't want to throw the book at somebody who's like reasonably like just trying to pee in public, not trying to like use it as an excuse to show off to kids, right? I'm perfectly fine being reasonable.
As long as I'll be reasonable too. There's a reasonable fine for men for ever showing their nipples as well. I agree.
But men's nipples aren't sexual. They're not.
But I'm making equal treatment under the law. Now, lactoid has no problem, as we've discovered tonight, right?
How do you treat people equally with different parts, right? Like, I hate to use this phrase. This is a little kind of, to me, a little bit of like a separate but equal sort of situation where like
of course it is.
It has to be, right? Because like can I walk around with my balls hanging out? No. Oh, but women don't have to worry about this because they don't have balls. Yeah, that's something they'll just don't have to worry about.
We would treat the genitals, right? The primary sex characteristic the same.
Oh, so we're just gonna lump genitals into but genitals are different. So we're treating them different. We're treating them like we're trying to approximate.
We're saying primary. No, I can make a rule. I can make it a simple rule. Primary genitals are to be hidden, right?
Is my scrotum a primary? Is my scrotum primary?
Yes,
Why is my scrotum primary?
I believe because it's like part of the actual act of reproduction.
My scrotum, the skin? No, it's not.
But if
you remove the skin around my balls, I will still be able to procreate.
Are you sure about that?
Uh,
Just the skin, not anything
Prove
else.
it.
What
I
else?
am not gonna prove that, but I'm like, if you look at it biologically speaking, right? Like just the scrotum sac, like you could absolutely like pull a whole bunch of skin off that and throw it away, as long as you still got
Well,
the
you can
testicles
make
and
the
the
skin get about. I
Like
guess you
right
can make
before
the
you
skin like,
die.
thick skin. Like I don't. They're
You're
part of the
right.
whole.
Exactly, exactly.
But no, I don't know
They're
exactly.
they're components to the whole, and the whole here is the sexuality, and the components for a man are the balls and the
No,
dick, and the components for
they're-
a woman are the nipples and the vag, right? So it's two things for us, the balls, and one thing, the penis, and then for her, it's two things, the nipples,
Wait a minute. Wait a
and
minute.
one thing, the
You can
vag.
get milk.
That's more equal.
You can get milk out of a breast even if the nipple's been cut off. By the same logic.
Oh, but you, I don't even think that's true.
It is true.
No, because the
It'll
nipple
be more
like,
leaky than normal.
No, it wouldn't
might
because
have some red to it, but
I don't think that's how that works. Honestly,
no,
I think
like
the nipple has like
the
very
mammary
specific
gland is
milk
below the
excreting.
nipple.
Right, but the nipple is very specific milk excreting phenomena that I think is unique to the female nipple. Hear me out. Like, I think the true equal
the male
treatment.
nipple can do it too.
No, it can, not
They
unless
absolutely can.
their anomalies exist. Okay, we can address those anomalies at a separate time.
Not enough hormones. If lactose, if I load you up enough hormones.
Okay,
I
how
can
many men
milk
have
you.
those hormones?
Some of them.
Some small exception
would,
do.
I would no. The only men who sorry, I gotta label this correctly. Okay, the only males who generally have this, right? One are those who have some sort of genetic malfunction. Right?
An exception.
Or two, trans females, right? So people are born male transitioning. But I'm saying if you apply enough
Trans woman.
hormones, that is the case. It's not that those people have special nipples. It's that you just apply enough hormones and then you can express milk.
Yes,
Yeah, that's true. They're the same function. Like those, the nipples for men and women have the same function. It's just that one's activated in order to work, and the other one isn't.
Yeah.
And
That
actually,
matters.
even for women, they're not activated to work unless you get pregnant first.
Yeah.
With some exceptions.
No, okay, but there is the potential there, the natural
As
potential.
long as she's not Frigo.
So no, hear me
There's a
out. Hear me.
potential.
No. Hear me
There's
out.
a
Hear me out.
potential now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a non-artificial potential. That's not an exception, right? Like this is the true test of equality. Okay, I have two things that I can't show in public, and then one thing that I can't show in public, right? I can't show my balls, the two things, each one of them. I cannot demonstrate them in public. And I also can't show my penis, right? So 1, 2. It's the 1-2 rule.
Women
okay?
can also show their ovaries.
No.
too. Like,
Well, that's
women
internal.
do
That's
that,
internal.
No,
That's not visible. It's not visible.
Your scrotum's internal. Well, sorry, so your ball. Your
No,
balls
the
are internal,
the
right?
scrotum's not.
Your
No,
balls
I
are
still
internal.
can't whip out my
Your balls
scrotum.
are
I
internal.
still.
Your scrotum, yeah.
What if I remove my scrotum? I still don't think I can show my testicles in public. But when it comes to women, the 2-1 rule applies. It's just like different directions. So it's 2 nipples and then 1 vagina. That's the rule.
Our friend Lactoid.
Is this like the 2-hole rule?
Our friend Lactoid has very little experience because he only does things in missionary, like looking directly at his pelvis. He hasn't had a chance to examine the woman vulva. And that's
Oh
what
no,
she
I
does.
examine them beforehand every
He
time
has it.
with a light just to make sure there's no funky business going on down there.
You better enjoy it though, or it's submissive.
The vulva has multiple parts to it. So there's a clitoris, right?
What if she enjoys the examination? Then does that mean you're submissive?
Each lip.
No, that's
count.
just like it's medical at that point. I gotta make sure, it's.
There's the outer lips, and then there's the inner outer labia, and there's the inner labia, right?
They pee through a separate hole. That's wild. I didn't know that for the longest time. I thought it all came out one hole, but it doesn't.
When I was
Crazy.
This is 2-hole theory. Yeah.
Yeah. When did you find that out?
Like a couple of years ago. That there's actually because I thought it was like the
That's when House found out.
I thought it was like the male where like it all at the end. There's like one hole at the end where it all like comes out. But no, it's like an actual separate hole, which is like just much more ergonomically designed than ours. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, I found out in high school. So that's when I found that out. Oh, interesting. But like, how did you find this out? Did you find it out by your examination, or were you
By
like
watching
how?
Haas.
Oh, maybe, yeah. Like, how did you?
Someone told me, and then they were like, it was a woman who who was my girlfriend at the time, who was very upset with me for not knowing that. And I was like, "Are you kidding me? Like, I don't think most men know this." And she's like, "Yeah, they do."
I think by the time that your age, most, but I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure. I would have to take a survey, and
I
I'd
think this
actually
was
be
probably
interested in the
3 years
result.
ago. Yeah,
I'd be really
3 or
interested in the
4 years
result
ago,
because,
because I was still with my
well,
ex. And
we know there was a survey of people like asking them like what are the parts of the vagina the vulva, excuse me, I don't want to be like lactoid, but what are the parts of the vulva, and a lot of people could not name the different parts. In fact, well, there was one particular girl, won't name her because of reasons here, but who didn't know, and I had to like, I literally showed her, like, here's a cartoon diagram of your vulva, and these are the different parts, because she didn't know. So, but I think she knew she had like a urethra and then like a
I
I think some
also,
assholes.
I also don't understand. Like, this is another thing where it's like, okay, if you're in medical school or like studying to become a gynecologist, I can understand why you should need to know all these fucking parts and everything. But like, I hear people say like on Facebook they post a shit too. Like, most men don't even know what this is, and then it's like one specific part of the vagina, and it's like, why are we? When did this become the fucking just like an expectation that I memorize the physiological biology of like that I don't have? First of all, like, do we do that? Do we really do this with the penis? Like, oh, what's this specific like gland called that exists right here under the foreskin? Oh, you don't even know? This is obviously a failure of our system. It's like, is it?
I
How? Why do we need? Why do we really fucking need to know where the like what's
for
the
the thing that
vulva?
you apparently are not interested in, pleasuring a woman, like
Oh
understanding
my
these parts,
god.
like having a deeper understanding of a vulva, right? Its different parts and how they feel to a woman when they're stimulated in certain ways. Yes, you can become
Do
a
women
better listener.
memorize like the glands to find out what part to
Oh,
like that they know is gonna like?
oh,
Oh, this is
if
where
you're
you
saying that,
tickle.
like,
It's like
yeah,
no, it's
if you're saying that, like, I like, do you have to be able to know like the gynecological term for these different things? And then I would say no, you don't have to. But,
well,
like,
not just that, but also
understanding
the
different
part.
parts of the, sorry, like, okay, well, understanding the outer labia is less sensitive than the inner labia, but both can you can derive pleasure from both, and you can stimulate them in different ways, right? Like that's that would be useful to know, right?
I don't think. I think that a lot of the okay. Here's my position. I don't going back to the it's treated equally. Okay, I think there's a lot more recently cultural emphasis on memorizing like the vaginal structure as opposed to the penile structure. And if you want to be okay with that, if you want to say, well, yeah, it's different because like a guy is gonna get off no matter what, and that's just like how the fucking life works.
Well, no,
I would accept that. I would accept that. You're
I
right.
don't
We
accept
we
that.
we, we do need to memorize the fucking like vagina because I mean, she's going to take 3 hours, and like it's like it's going to be very specific things you need to do in a very specific sequence. Otherwise, it's too sensitive, and you have to stop. Like there's very specific things. I get that, right? Because there's a difference. Because there's a
I
difference.
I love
Same
how
thing with the
Lactoid
nipples.
seems so completely overwhelmed. Like, no, friend, I I want to. I think I'm meeting you halfway, right?
At the 3 hour mark.
um, the 3 hour mark. I think I'm meeting you halfway. I think women should also have an understanding of the penis, right?
No, they. Why do they
No,
need
no,
that?
because hold on, because not all men are the same, right? Not first of all, not all men come in 5 minutes, right? Like some men have a lot of sexual stamina, so that's one thing in itself. But uh, when we're talking about pleasuring the penis, some men like prefer different sensations. They like different techniques. This is a thing, right? And if you use the wrong technique, it's either going to take him longer or he won't be able to finish at all. So yeah, if there is value in understanding the structure of a vulva, right, which I believe there is, then there's equal value in understanding the structure of a penis, right?
I've never in my life heard a guy say like, yeah, like that biology textbook she read really changed things up in the bedroom. Like she knew exactly where
It's
where the
hold on,
frenulum
no.
was.
But
She
hold
knew exactly where this
no.
thing was. It's like, no, it just doesn't fucking matter. Like,
No, well, no. Oh, okay. We're mixing multiple things. Okay, if you're saying, like I said previously, if you're talking about strictly knowing these like the gynecological and urological names for these things, like that has limited utility, right? It's how does a lover interact with that? That's the thing that matters. When and I admit people online mix these two things together because they assume for certain reasons that if you have a greater knowledge of the vulva, right, then you'll also have accompanying knowledge of how to interact with those different structures. So, but those are two separate things, right? You don't have to have the knowledge, like a deep knowledge of the vulva, to be able to interact with those structures in a very pleasurable manner. Correct?
I understand the delineation you're making. I just don't think like either is particularly important. I don't think that like at least important from like a social movement perspective, I suppose, right? So
Not
like
important to pleasure the vulva to be able
not to make a social movement about it. I guess that's my problem. Like I'm fine. I'm fine. Like yeah, if you want to say like yeah, like I'm gonna sell a book. Here's 10 top tricks to get your partner off in bed. If that's like a problem for you, yeah, sure, you can go ahead and
course
buy
you're
the
going to
book.
make a social. Why wouldn't it? The social
But it's
movement
like
that
it's
you're
linked with
talking about.
feminism now, right? Like
But
these
yeah,
women are
yeah,
saying that
I
like
know you hate that so
I'm a
much,
fucking
and then it's
chauvinist because
awful
I
to
don't know where
you.
the clitoris is.
No,
Like
no,
that,
hold on,
like how does that
no.
affect like treating women the
It's
same?
it is
Are women owed
it
an
is
orgasm? Just answer that
okay.
question. Are women owed an orgasm?
Okay.
I want an
Look at it
answer.
this way. It's
Ab-
an advantage to the man in the relationship to make
Mm.
sure that she does have one. I don't know if you call
I don't even know
that
if that's
being
true.
owed or not, but it isn't.
Yeah, I mean, if you force her to stay with you with violence, it's fine. But like,
No, from
as
like a
option,
social movement perspective, why do women feel so
but
entitled to an
hold on,
orgasm that they
I'm
shame
trying to.
me for not knowing where the clitoris is?
They don't need
Oh,
to
okay.
shame you. They can just find another man.
Exactly,
Like
but
they
that's
can
not what they
skip that
do. That's
step.
not what they do, though. They
Okay, now I
shame
have
me.
to ask because I think this was a joke, but I have to ask. Do you know where the clitoris is, friend?
Okay, I know where it is now. Okay, but I'm just saying, like, it
When?
wasn't
Now,
particular.
when did you discover this?
I don't fucking know. It was some time ago in the past. I can't. I don't know exactly when that went.
Was it last
Okay,
year?
okay. But
It was
even if
not
you
last
didn't,
year.
well, hold on. To be fair, in Lactoid's defense, if you didn't necessarily like know what the name of it was, right, or what its technical function was, if you just know that if you paid attention to that spot, that it gets a reaction, you knew that much, right?
I knew the name before I knew the location, and first of
Oh,
all,
okay.
I knew the concept of it, I suppose, and I'm sure I saw some fucking infographic somewhere in health class where it's like this is where it is, but like I didn't know exactly like where in real time. I didn't know exactly where it was like at the beginning, right? Okay,
When he
and
was
and
live streaming in real time, he didn't. I hear
and
you.
yeah, exactly, and
I'm not trying to
again.
shame you. I'm sorry. I'm
I
not
don't know.
trying to shame
I know
you.
you're not. I know you're not. But there's a lot
You're
of
not going
women.
to find out in an Andrew Tate video. I'll
There's a
tell you
lot
that.
of women that do. There's a lot of women that do.
Yeah.
And in fact, this is just like I'm gonna make a social movement out of this point. Just watch this shit. I have been shamed because I don't go down on women, and I have made this clear. And I don't see anybody shaming a woman for saying I don't suck dick. Right? She can say that.
Absolutely.
So a social
absolutely do that.
shaming. A what?
Men absolutely. It doesn't come out in the same way. We're just like she's frigid or some shit. That's what we do. Yeah, she's frigid. She doesn't want to go down. Like I've
Okay, that's fine. But like women like get it together and they talk amongst themselves and they're like, Lactoid, he doesn't like doing that. It's weird.
We shame, but men talk to other men and say like, yeah, she doesn't go down on me. So like, fuck that. Like
I've never heard
this
this.
is the end of that. situation because
Oh, are you kidding me?
you're not interested in blowjobs. You literally aren't. So like, of course you're not. You haven't heard this.
I haven't heard it from other guys though. Like when I'm talking to
Okay,
guys, like I've
listen,
never heard a guy like, "Oh, she's great, but she doesn't suck dick, so she's awful." It's like
we had a running gag with like a bunch of my friends or whatever.
gag.
That one of the gag, yeah. That one of the great currencies of the universe is blowjobs. That women actually run the world, but by strategically like placing their blowjobs or whatever. It was just a stupid joke. But I was dating a girl at the time who didn't give blowjobs, and she was super sensitive about it. So every time we said that, like every time one of those jokes like sort of came up in casual conversation or whatever, she'd get really quiet, and then later on, she'd yell at me because she thought I was doing it to send her some kind of message that I wanted to blowjob or whatever. But the point is,
that would have been me.
She got mad at you.
That would have been me. But go ahead,
yeah,
sorry,
because
sorry.
she thought we were doing what you were just talking
Yeah,
about. which is
she gets mad.
She thought we were shaming her for not giving a blowjob, which
But you
my
weren't.
friends had no idea.
Yeah.
But she was a little bit OCD about it. It was a texture thing. She was a little bit autistic in that way, and she just didn't like texture. She didn't like the texture. Okay, like there's also certain foods she wouldn't eat because of the same like situation. So anyway, this was years
This
ago.
is the
She
best
doesn't watch.
conversation.
Yeah,
I really wish I was recording it now. This is the
Yeah.
best conversation. But okay. Oh my god. There's so many ways we can
That's-
take this conversation.
yeah.
Lactoid, friend. Look. So
I'll be right back.
sure. What you're talking about previously in terms of the female social movement, yes, that is related to feminism. Like feminists, like women got together and they realized they weren't being pleasured. Women altogether have less orgasms than men, like less frequent.
And a
within
big part of that's
heterosexual
biology.
big hmm, yes, that is true, but that doesn't explain, like, that is something that's easily overcome. It's not that like women have trouble having orgasms, is that like men like traditionally just haven't been told the best, most efficient way of doing that, right? Of getting their partner there. So like, if once you understand that most women don't come through vaginal penetration strictly, right? Well then, and the clitoral stimulation comes in, well then that changes your interaction with sex, right? It changes what positions that you take, even if you're doing penetration. It changes your pregame, right? It changes all of that. It wants to know that that's the nexus of most women's pleasure.
Here's
It's
what
not
this
like
is, Prime.
what?
There is a difference in orgasm rate. There's also a difference in a biological difference here in effort it takes to get there. And this is, I think, this is a statement I think you could make about like how the wage gap is presented as well, where
Oh,
the
boy.
wage gap is presented
Of course.
despite the fact that men work more hours, right? That's ignored when they bring up the wage gap, and then the orgasm gap is brought up, and they ignore the fact it's like this difference in effort in the bedroom. It's not difference in fucking effort. It's that the guy 95% of the time can come more easily, like with like a less than an eighth of the effort probably than the woman, right? If he's really trying to get it out, probably, right? So the feminists have gotten together and they want men to do more, right? They want men to put in more effort.
Okay,
Why
yeah, for one thing,
And they
women
turn
are
it into a
capable of
social movement.
Women can have
What?
3, 4, 5 orgasms in a session. Like they're capable of having more.
And
of them,
not a
which
single one
means
of them
that
is my
there's-
responsibility.
That is,
But it
that-
might be the responsibility of the guy who takes your place.
yeah, exactly. 100%. 100%.
Well, then we should stop educating these men that might take my place. We should educate them. We should not educate them to do this, because otherwise then they pose a threat. And I'm not comfortable
Yeah.
doing this. So
Yes, they do pose a threat. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know. Like, it's hard talking about our own experiences because when you talk, when a man does it, it just like sounds like bragging. So I'm trying to keep that out of it.
Right.
But like in the abstract, men who pay more attention to the vulva, right? Who take the time to get that knowledge, explore that, you can get better results faster. Like with anything, like with any task that's multi-step, right? Like if you have practice at it, right? If you gain more knowledge at it, you can be more efficient at it, correct?
Yeah, I'm not denying that you could gain this skill. I'm just saying that like the difference in orgasm here gap here, like this difference is not like men aren't trying as hard as the women are trying. I would argue
It
no.
is.
I would
A lot of
argue.
it is.
I will make the statement. I have no stats to back it up, but if I look it up, I know I will be right because this is just intuitively true. We all know this to be the case. In the vast majority of sexual encounters, who's doing the thrusting? Who's doing the moving? Who's putting in the fucking physical effort? And who finishes first? And who? Come on, right? There's an expectation on the man to do all the fucking work, all the extra work too that it takes to get her there because she takes all this much more work. And then if we don't want to do it, it's then I'll go find some guy who will. Easily replaceable, expendable, right? Kind of going with the trope that men are expendable. I am not just my penis, okay? I am a person. This is truly objectifying. Absolutely not.
Your lips as well.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
If you use them, then keep a girlfriend.
I think I've got this figured out. I think the thing is, Lactoid knows better, right? But he wants to say the opposite to everyone in chat, so that
I can replace them. Yeah. That's not why I'm doing it. But I mean, that would be a good move if I was doing that. So
I misunderstood what you meant by effort, right? I thought you meant effort to make sure your partner achieves an orgasm.
Yeah, because they don't have to do any effort, right? They just, they lay there and it's.
They just, I mean, I don't know.
Most of the time,
I have sex with are a lot more active than what you're talking. If you only
there's an easy way to find this out because
Lactoid, I am so curious about your sexual experiences now. I am so incredibly curious because like your reactions here, and again, this is not to shame or anything, but like your reactions here are baffling to me. If you've had just a few sexual partners, are you saying all your sexual partners have starfished? And by that I mean just like lay there. Like
I'm not saying they've all starfished, okay? What I'm saying is that sure, have there been times in which some effort has been demonstrated? Sure, okay. But if you were to calculate like on net the most active ones, like it's not even 50-50, right? And then if you were to calculate the least active ones, it's not even 95-5, right? Like it's like we're so like the ratio. Like if feminists truly, this is what the meninists need to like fucking rant, like fucking march about. Like yeah, you want less equalized effort in the bedroom. Like she gets on top, right? And then
you're but okay, plenty of women do. Plenty of women
not enough, not enough.
More women should. No, I agree. I've complained about that previously.
Oh come on! Don't make it a social movement. Who cares if they don't? We're gonna have our thing.
No, I care. I care if they do. I care. Like, hey, man, like I've done. I'm agreeing with you here. I've done a bunch of thrusting. It's on me. Like I did the thing for 10 minutes straight. Okay, I did that. And I want to take a breather. Okay, right. But we want the action to continue. Right, rather than you just shifting to another, you being her, shifting to another position and expecting me to immediately go afterwards, or you could just like get on top, you could do some, and then we can go back and forth, right? That's the efficient way where one is resting, and the other person is more active.
So I don't mind being active. I just here. Do you agree with me? Starfish should not complain about the orgasm gap.
Oh, absolutely. Fuck them. Fuck starfish.
100%. Well, literally, but okay, sure.
Yeah. Well, no, there are pillow princesses out there. That's more of like a lesbian term, but like it applies. Like a pillow princess is a person who lays back and wants their partner to do.
Starfish is very vivid. It's a very vivid kind of.
Yeah. But
I can imagine. It's weird. Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah, but like they shouldn't be able to complain about the effort I'm putting in. If you put in literally zero effort on your end, fair. But we're talking about orgasm equality, right? Not indeed, it takes a bit more effort for women. I think that effort is worth it, like in terms of like physical effort, if that's what you're talking about. But what women are pushing for is orgasm equality. They're like, if you get one, then you should make the effort for me to get one,
Why?
and that
If one takes more
because
effort and the other one takes
you
less
just love
effort,
her,
okay. If one takes more effort and the other takes less
and you want to
effort,
keep her.
one take. Hear me out. Okay. Well,
Okay.
hold on. We're talking about social movements now at this point. So I think this is somewhat self-reinforcing. If we didn't have the movement to try to encourage women to expect orgasms, they might not expect orgasms. Am I wrong about that?
I mean, yeah, we socialize them to say that like sex is usually just a
So
whatever thing
sure.
for you.
So
Well, then
what
they'd probably
what
become lesbians.
what is the purpose?
Yeah,
What is the
what
purpose?
they discover.
Right. What's the purpose of trying to educate women to expect an orgasm? What's the purpose there? To expect one.
Lactoid. If you look at this like through like a market analysis, right? If you look at it through strictly like a zero sum game, what am I losing for what they're gaining? If you look at it in that fashion, then yeah, I guess it doesn't
Time
make
and
any
effort.
sense, right? Like men, yeah, it strictly from a self-interested standpoint, it makes sense for men to want to encourage a culture where they have to put no effort into giving their woman an orgasm and just receive orgasms. Yes, that's strictly the case. But like within the context of a relationship that we want to keep, right?
Sure, if you care
then
about a guy and you care about his relationship, you could like give him some tricks or tips or whatever the fuck, right? What I'm trying to say is that like to me, I would find it equally weird if like a bunch of men were like, "Yeah, all men need to come during sex." It's like, why? Why are you guys like? Why would we be training men to the expectation that they need to finish during sex? Like, what's the
no,
purpose
no,
here?
I don't know. I don't know if I guess that's how it's the short rallying cry is that like all women should come, right? That I guess is the way to boil it down. I think though, like the heart of it is that men
Except for Kamala
should
Harris.
value women's pleasure, right? And not that you should necessarily finish every time, because you can have like I think we should change the culture that you can have good sex without like orgasming, right? Like you can feel like a lot of pleasure, but you don't necessarily have to finish.
Then
So
why
if
do
a
we
guy
bring up the
doesn't
orgasm gap?
uh hold on, let's take it one step at a time. So but I think that should be a cultural shift in general. But that's different from saying that I don't value my girlfriend's pleasure, right? Like me valuing her pleasure is taking the steps, taking actions that would give her pleasure, right? Like specifically tailoring my actions to her erogenous zones. Her erogenous zones, right? Like would be like stimulating the clitoris, just one example, right? Um uh and so that's like the focus is that to put female pleasure on equal pedestal to male pleasure. Now, does that mean that they have to have an equal number of orgasms? No, that'd be like ridiculous, right? Like you, like I, in my turn, in my case, I want to give my woman way more orgasms than I have at the end of it, and that works for me. But
Humble
like,
brag.
no, but that's as I said, that's my goal. Yeah, sure. I don't know what to say to that. But anyway, but that I think that's the goal of the movement. The goal of the movement is that like you simply put the effort that like men don't use women just like they aren't the same as like a sex toy, right? Like if I get a fleshlight and I just like I'm penetrating it constantly, right? I don't care about the fleshlight having pleasure. Many women feel like a fleshlight in bed. The guy is basically using her to masturbate rather than taking her pleasure to account. So that's changing
That's a
that
Catholic
culture.
doctrine too, by the way.
Yeah.
You just recited a
There you
Catholic
go.
doctrine.
See? So like that's what they want to move away from rather than like specifically orgasm parody. But it's easier like as a slogan to say like, we should all.
Well, to be clear, then, Aiko, as a Catholic, you would agree with me that we shouldn't be doing this, moving away from Catholic doctrine, right?
We should not be moving away. He's the one that's recited Catholic doctrine. What he's saying is you shouldn't view the other partner as an object, right? But that you should like care about their needs. And so if your perception of their needs is that they need to have physical gratification, then yeah, you should care that you're giving.
This does not sound Catholic.
Not that you're
based on everything that I'm aware of.
No, it's true. No, it is that you care about your partner's needs at least as much as you do your own. What the difference is, what would not be Catholic would be if you don't like if you view the physical pleasure as an end in itself, that there's no emotion attached to it,
The
that
orgasm,
there's no love, that there's
right?
no there's nothing wrong with the
right.
orgasm.
So seeking so seeking the orgasm, like talking about the orgasm gap, this is seeking like a physical pleasure as an end in of itself.
The orgasm divorced from all emotion is what would be the sin.
Yeah, dude, the people posting this shit on Facebook, they do one night stands and shit, right? That's what they're concerned about. Like for those people, you would agree that's not Catholic.
Yeah, I would agree that's not Catholic. But what Prime just said, which was that he cares about the other person and he wants her to have a positive experience, that's the Catholic position.
So, fair enough. I think that reality.
There's other things involved there that are not Catholic, right? Like sex before marriage and all that. But I'm just saying, in the encounter itself, you absolutely have to prioritize like your partner's experience.
So
in the
it's all fair. I guess this is like something I learned, and I think this is especially true if you've ever worked retail, for example, which is that so much about life is just managing expectations. And whenever you set a high expectation and then fail to meet it, it looks really bad. But if you set a low expectation and then fulfill it, like it looks pretty fucking good, right? And so, like, I'm gonna ask this again.
In the legal world, that's called collusion, right? When you say, I'm gonna make sure my hamburger doesn't taste any better than my competitor's hamburger, so that both of us can put out a terrible product, and we don't have to worry.
And
about,
it is
like,
exceedingly, first of all, it's exceedingly profitable. But second of all, like, you know.
That's collusion, right?
No. First, no, that wouldn't necessarily. Well, it could be a crime if you weren't. If you advertise here,
it's anti-competitive behavior.
It wouldn't necessarily. Yeah, you're right. It's anti-competitive behavior to some extent. Okay, but like, why are you like? It would be like trying to like teach people to have the expectation that every hamburger needs to like be this incredibly good hamburger. Or like really. Sometimes you just need a quick hamburger and then be done with it. Sometimes the hamburger ain't going to be so good.
Sounds like a great ad.
You're right. So I understand. Okay.
Sometimes you just
collusion is always illegal. By the way, I'm just saying, like in a broad cultural perspective, what it seems like is happening is there is a. Well, hold on. This is a better example, actually. It's like a social movement to expect people to make hamburgers for them. Like that's a weird fucking thing to do. Yeah. Why do I owe you a hamburger, right? Now, if I'm selling hamburgers, if I'm selling hamburgers, I have an expectation to deliver the kind of hamburger that I promise you. I get that, right? But like, should it be expected that I make you a hamburger? What if I don't like making hamburgers? Like, why is society teaching people?
No, you're right.
If you had a woman who doesn't,
expected that you date somebody either. It's not expected that you have sex with every person you meet either. Like you will
100% agreed.
Be attracted to some, and vice versa. And if it's mutual, then
yes.
You go into that relationship.
Yes, and maybe a guy just wants to come and doesn't want to make her come. Maybe a girl just wants to come and doesn't want to make him come. I think everyone's orgasm is their own responsibility, just like everyone's survival is their own responsibility. And I genuinely think that like it's bizarre to me how like this has become a social movement to shame men into doing extra work, unpaid labor, by the way, in order to get women off.
If it's a one-night stand, then it's not going to matter, right? Because you're never going to see her again anyway. So what does it matter if she's disappointed, right?
Well,
they talk,
but
of course it matters.
No, I'm saying from a pure selfish point of view,
Oh, okay.
if you're only going to encounter somebody once and never see them again, like I can see the logic that train that Lactoids. Although, if she talks to other women and it gets around that you're not very good in bed, then that could still be a problem for you.
Well, I think I think that would be fine. I'm not worried about like, yeah, sure, that's fine. The concern I have is for like men being shamed if like it's like even if they're not from their sexual partner, but like men being shamed for not caring about somebody else's orgasm. You would agree this is happening. At least this is a phenomenon that's occurring where like I remember one time actually, this was in class. This was in one of my undergraduate classes. I don't know why this conversation came up, but it did come up. And it was asked, it was like a philosophical question, when does sex end? And one guy raised his hand and said, when the guy finishes, which is a funny answer. I think it's probably a relatively accurate answer.
It's a very accurate answer.
It's a very accurate answer for most people. Yeah. Okay. But the women like fucking got super angry at this guy and they were freaking out. Like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah. But hold on. But
why should he be shamed if that's his belief on when sex ends?
So I think it's less that it's his belief, but it's the cultural expectation that sex ends when the guy comes, right? Like now, it's fine if the guy.
I got mine.
First. Yeah.
And if she comes first and she wants to stop, good for her.
Hold on, but
I'll go finish myself off. I don't need her, right? So I mean, if she wants to stop, then she can stop. That's fine. She's not responsible for my orgasm
because it implies, and maybe improperly implies, right? Because maybe in that guy's head, he's like, it ends when the guy comes, but like him, in his mind, like he has a lot of sexual stamina. So by the time he comes, she's had several orgasms, and like when he does orgasm, yeah, then that's the end of it, right? We've done everything at that point, right?
Or when he comes, it's no longer pleasurable for both parties, right? Because like there's just a biomechanical thing where it goes soft, right?
But
and then
more
you can't.
Sex. There's more to sex than penetration.
Yeah, but that's not pleasurable. That's not pleasurable anymore, though, for both parties. It's only pleasurable for one party.
Wait. It can be giving pleasure can be very pleasurable in and of itself.
I don't understand this concept.
I know you don't know this because you don't. You very much stated your preferences here, and that's okay. So I'm just like explaining this to you, right? This is like you're coming down alien to a foreign world, right? And I'm telling you that for some of us humans, right, that giving pleasure is as pleasurable or more pleasurable
submissive,
than
actually.
Receiving pleasure. It's very submissive. I don't know, whatever. Like, think of your like alpha, beta wolves, like bullshit, Red Bull, whatever, how you want to interpret it. That's fine. Right? But giving pleasure can be just as so. For me, and I've stated multiple times on stream, right? Like, my favorite sex act is to go down on the women. The thing that
wild. I'm not even sure I believe you. Okay, look, you can say that, and by the way, if it is true, right? Then obviously, if this is true, this is not the target of the social movement to like encourage men to give women orgasms, because this guy's like, that's all he's interested in doing anyway. Now, could that guy be you? It could be that you genuinely derive pleasure from like drinking fucking juice. I don't get it. Okay, you can do what you want to do. Okay, weird.
Lactoid.
Okay, so why? Okay, you're an Austrian, right? You believe in the Austrian school?
Not really.
No. Oh, I guess that's Scott. Okay, I'll put it this way. Even red pillars talk about men having to be high value men, right? Mm-hmm. And by high value men, they don't just mean make a lot of money, although that's certainly part of the equation. They mean that a man has to have something to offer a woman. And even if they're going to if they're going to expect a woman to put up with the unequal treatment and for the man to step out on the relationship, but for her to be loyal, all that kind of stuff, right? In order to justify those demands, even they will say that a man has to have a high enough value for a woman to put up with all that, right? So that means you do care to some extent if you're a red pillar, what the woman is getting out of it.
So this is fair, right? And I don't disagree that if you're in a relationship where you have a lot of one-sided expectations,
Mhm.
you probably, you know what? Actually, I don't even think that's fair. If you have high standards, if you want to enter into a relationship where you have all these
Mhm.
expectations, but you really have nothing to offer, that's your right. I think you have a right
But
to
then
do
why
that.
do you have to be a high value man? What
Well,
does
so
that
a
mean?
high value male isn't like a moral expectation. It's more of like just a practical
Yeah, it's a
reality.
pragmatic one.
But it's
It's
a
how you get.
right.
It's how you can make your demands.
Exactly.
I
It's a
I
negotiation
understand. Yeah.
tactic, right? And
Right.
so the expectation, like there's no kind of like social movement to like a moral failing of a guy who's not a high value male but has these super high expectations. It's just like you're probably not going to get what you're looking for
Men are
because you're
shamed all the time for not being high value men. There's a movement, the red pill
okay.
movement.
Not by
pays
me.
people-
Sure, some
Okay,
people
fair enough.
might, but not by me. And so if you've got a guy who doesn't bring anything to the table, but he's like, you know what? I want him to have triple D's. I want him to be like, wear a maid outfit every day, to call me, but whatever the fuck. Like if he
Yeah.
has his expectations, good for you. I'm gonna tell him, look, you got to get your shit together, otherwise this probably isn't going to happen. But don't settle, right? Of course, you're perfectly rational having your perspective. But I don't have this
This is how
expectation
incels are made.
potentially, right? And you could even say what's best for you is to not do what you're
30
doing.
years later, they're like, why didn't this work out?
Right. But at the same time, the question is one of like who has an obligation to who. And the reality is like women don't like we don't owe women shit and women don't owe us shit. Just flat out, right? And so if you're going to get into a relationship with somebody and like, hey, here's the expectations I have, like XYZ. Oh, here's the expectations I have, XYZ. They're incompatible. Then they probably shouldn't date each other, right? They shouldn't
Right.
get angry and act like childish because this other
I-
person won't do
okay,
sexual activities
so
that they want them to do.
Sure. Okay. No, that part. No, that part is true. Within the individual
Yes.
context, I agree with you that like if that's not something you're comfortable with doing, that specific sex act, you shouldn't be pressured within that context, right?
Or by society.
But sure, yeah, I guess society shouldn't necessarily shame you, right? For not doing that act. Okay, I can agree with you there, right? But it's not just about a specific sex act. It's about like focusing on women's pleasure, however you manage to do it, right? Let's say, okay, Lactoid, like he doesn't want to get juices in his mouth.
Definitely not.
I hear you, right? But does that mean that? Oh, okay. Well, I Lactoid has finished. He's expended himself, right? And his lady is laying there twiddling her thumbs, and so, but Lactoid's like, I'm gonna finish you off. So Lactoid reaches into his nightstand, takes out like a bullet vibrator, and uses it on her until she
I
comes,
don't do
right?
that either, though.
I know you don't. I'm giving you options. Is what I'm doing here.
What if I don't want
Now,
any other option? Then at what point? Like, are you just?
Then
Am I flawed
yeah.
because I
So
don't want to
we,
engage in any of those specific sex acts?
so okay. So let's move away from sex just for a little bit, right? Let's talk about the rest of the relationship. Right? Let's talk about the attitudes there. Do you
Oh, the extras.
think?
Sure, go ahead.
I would never shame Lactoid for being ace. All right, if he
Yeah,
if he wants
like the deep.
if
I'm
he has no
picky.
interest in sex beyond a certain
No,
point,
I'm picky.
temporarily ace. Like you're straight until a certain point, and then after that you're ace.
I
until
become
you're
ace
straight.
immediately upon completion.
Yeah,
and then I'm ace.
right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. I will not shame you for that.
Lactoid. Okay, Lactoid. You like in the past you've told me a little bit about your like your path relationship. You haven't gone into detail, but you told me only of like a brief overview. So I don't have a deeper understanding. But do you feel that with when you're with a partner that within reason you should do things to fulfill her emotional needs? Right? And that she should, of course, do the same with you. That it should be a partner's obligation. That if partners need certain things, right, to be done, like need to be held. Like, hey, it helps if you hold me, sometimes, or tell me that you love me, those types of things, right? That partners should
I've been told
strive
this,
to
yeah.
fulfill within reason. their partner's emotional needs.
I think that doing stuff like that can like make the other person feel good, and it can even like potentially prolong the relationship. But I don't feel an obligation. I don't feel an obligation. Like if I didn't do it, I'm not a bad person.
I know. Okay. All right. So we've got it. We've got.
There's a reason why my
gotta
relationships have
disambiguate.
had issues.
We
Okay.
gotta. Yeah. We gotta keep this ambiguity. Like this is. You were like Lactoid. I don't think you could have done anything else in your life but be a lawyer. That's what
Yeah. Yeah. That's true.
Things have turned out well for you, at least occupationally. I'm just gonna leave that there.
Now, was I destined to be a lawyer, or did the lawyer life twist me into this weird amalgamation that is Lactoid?
I don't know. The philosophical.
I have been
undertones
told.
here.
I had a friend of mine who was a priest, but before he was a priest, he was a lawyer, and he said going to law school changed him. And
It
he
does.
said, "Never go to law school. It will make you somebody you do not like."
There are
And I was
statistics
like,
behind this, by the way.
yeah, that's why he became a priest, because he got sick of the
Okay.
person he became.
Alright.
Man,
So I gotta so then as Lactoid's friend, I consider myself to be Lactoid's friend. I gotta deprogram him. So it's gonna be a project that I'm working on. This is like debothification, right? Like
yeah, yeah.
De-radicalization program, yeah.
Exactly that. so
Back to the
Lactoid,
Afghanistan conversation from earlier.
which I was right about. But anyway,
Are you drinking a whole like fucking carton of milk right now, Aiko?
Lactoid. So obligating, right?
Yes.
Whether you are a bad person or not, right? I think maybe we can separate that out, right? Like if you don't feel the need to fulfill your partner's the obligation to fulfill your partner's emotional needs, like are you an immoral person? No, you're probably not an immoral person. You're probably just not a good match for that individual, right?
Sure.
But should partners do that, right? Is that an ideal relationship that we should
Yeah,
strive
sure.
for?
Yeah, if you don't do it, like they tend to get like feisty and emotional, for sure. So it's something that like in order to keep the peace, you probably should do it and make them feel special. Yeah.
Okay.
Or do you think, because you said a couple times that the same is true of her, so you're not just applying this to yourself.
I
do you
require
think-
very little emotional maintenance.
Right. So
I believe that.
what if you put in your Tinder profile or whatever that you're transactional and you're looking for a transactional relationship and you expect the girl that you're looking for to be transactional?
I think they would get the wrong idea from that though. Like just in terms of, terms of
Well,
service.
explain it. Like, say it in the way that you mean. Like, you can say, I know how that sounds, but all I really mean to say is anything I do is going to be for me, and I expect you to do the same thing. Do you think you'd get a lot of bites, like, with that kind of an offer? Like, some people value honesty
Yeah.
in those.
Well, but like not everything I do would be like for me. Like I think it's actually the
Oh, what?
no, because I'm describing the opposite. Like I will do things like that I don't like to do just to like keep the other person happy. This is often the experience a lot for most things, right? In a relationship, but like I shouldn't be shamed for not doing them.
So
And-
Lactoid.
And there's some things that I won't do, like eating out. Like, it's just not one that I'm willing to do.
So no, I hear you on that one. But Lactoid, you make an effort to fulfill
Yes.
your partner's emotional needs, and
Yes.
hopefully she does the same as well.
Yes.
To you, right?
Mhm.
And so should we also should this be the thing that we're striving for, is a culture where sexually we strive to fulfill those needs as well. Now the method in which we do that might change, might vary, right? And of course you shouldn't be shamed for not wanting to do an individual sexual act, but the point is that you're striving for to fill the sexual needs of your partner.
Sure. I guess like for marriage counseling, they should talk about orgasms, I suppose.
No, don't even, not even that far. Don't let's not complicate things of orgasm.
Okay, well, it's important how we frame it, okay? So I'd be okay with this. But like, I don't want it framed in like, did you know there's an orgasm gap in which women orgasm much less than
Oh.
men do? And this is like systemic of some kind of broader blah 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 blah. No, it should be framed like this. Women,
don't think most
you
women
take
talk
more.
about that.
Nah, okay. I'm referring to the ones that do, and there are, right? I think this is how the propaganda campaign should be framed. It should be framed like, women, you take more work to do this. So men, if you want to satisfy the extra work that women take for this thing, then here's how you can do it if you are so interested. Like, put it more like on her for taking so fucking long, as opposed to on him for not putting on enough effort. It seems like we're so comfortable like shaming him as opposed to like this. He's doing a nice, like any guy that goes down on a girl is doing a nice thing, just like any girl that goes down on a guy is doing a nice thing, assuming that he likes that, right? I mean, that's like it's a favor, right? For sure. But at no point should you ever feel an obligation.
What part of but hold on, that counts?
That's why it's called a favor. That's why it's called a favor.
No. But that counts for sex in general, right? No one should be obligated to anything. Like, you shouldn't be obligated to penetrate a woman, right?
Absolutely. This
So,
is
like,
why I said no one's entitled to an orgasm.
No. But like, we're pulling back again. Like, you're focused on orgasms for the first time in your life, but like pulling back from that. Pulling back from that, we're talking about the act itself, right? The act itself, and then is a favor, right? Like it doesn't have to happen. Like, within the context of a
Right, but if both parties are
of a loving
deriving
relationship, you don't have to have sex. Period.
Sure,
So
I
anything
disagree.
that-
I don't disagree. But if both parties are deriving pleasure at exactly the same time, I mean, I guess they're favoring each other, kind of. But like they're both benefiting from the activity as it's currently ongoing. And then like, okay, one party's no longer benefiting. You want that party to keep going. Why should that party keep going?
Why should she be your girlfriend?
Why should they be obligated? Why should they be
Again.
morally obligated to keep going?
No, I'm
That's
not
the-
saying. I'm saying no. We shouldn't morally obligate. No,
Okay.
I've already agreed there.
Sure. So that's my only gripe. The feminists that are posting memes on Facebook saying basically what you said at the beginning, which is women are much less likely to orgasm. This is endemic and systemic and fucking, what's the other word that's used? Intersectional, whatever. Like, there's all sorts of,
Intersectional.
yeah,
Just
there's like
use
all
the buzzwords.
these are the buzzwords that are used, right? And then like the meme lists them off, and then like, you know, the end result is feel bad about yourself, you fucking man. It's like, well, I'm not gonna. I've got too much respect for myself.
Right.
Women are not entitled to me. If they want me, they better be good.
I don't think that they are. I don't think that they're clamoring for it.
You don't know that.
Look, but
In this economy, I own a house. I'm just saying.
I think you check off a lot of check boxes for women. I think this is one that you skip, and that's okay. But I feel like if we don't have a lot of viewers here, but if we did, right, I think some of those would be women who are questioning. I think this would make them
Questioning
confirm
what?
lesbians, questioning their sexuality. And this bod would make them be confirmed lesbians, because, like, in the context, okay, let's take men out of it. In a lesbian relationship, which none of us here are familiar with because none of us are lesbians, but in a lesbian relationship, would you say that, like, if one person goes down on the other, right, and then that person finishes, right? Sorry, the receiver finishes, that they shouldn't there shouldn't be a cultural expectation that they reciprocate.
No.
Okay, all right. So
Did they? Well, unless they agreed upon that beforehand, right? But like, no. One party might like to give them, the other party might not like to.
That's why Lactide will never be a good lesbian.
Never be able to. Agree. I mean, Pillow Princess. Lactide actually would be the Pillow Princess here. 100%.
Actually, I've heard this from gay men, that they say that one of the advantages being a gay man is that they can easily find a partner that's as transactional as them. and so they don't have to necessarily like. There are expectations that women have that a lot of men don't have.
That's true.
And so it's just easier for them to like find a buddy, go find a convenient place or whatever, and not have like super high expectations. Whereas with women, yeah, the old joke is, what is a second? What does a lesbian bring to a second date? A U-Haul.
Yeah.
So yeah, so there are some of those expectations that go.
So it's weird, lactoid, right? Like I don't like you agreed with me before, but then you seem to have changed your mind. Like you agreed before that there should be a general cultural expectation that the thing that we should be striving for is that like two partners in a heterosexual relationship should do their best within reason to fulfill each other's emotional needs. Right? You agreed there. Then I got you to agree to that previous with sexual needs.
Well,
Right?
here's a better way. I think that there should be a understanding in society that if you want to have a good relationship with somebody, you're going to have to keep them satisfied and make them happy, right? And then there can be a conversation as to the different ways to do that, depending on what they're requesting, right? And what for that specific person is necessary for them to be happy. So this is why they talk about love languages, right? Some people are much more about like touch. Some people are much more about acts of affirmation, et cetera, et cetera. Knowing all that can be useful when you're trying to keep somebody in a relationship or when you're trying to attract somebody in a relationship, as long as they're willing to do that, right? But like there should never be, and I know you've agreed with me on this, so this is fine, right? I just want to emphasize that there should never be an expectation in the sense of if I don't want to give gifts, like, and I've made this clear, fine, right? If I'm all about physical touch, if I beforehand I'm like, you know what, like I understand that, you want to be happy and these are the things that make you happy, like I'll try to make you happy. My only fucking gripe is like turning it into a social movement where the men who aren't satisfying these specific needs that we feel are important for women, then like there's a problem. Like, well, no, it's on the woman if she doesn't want, if orgasming is super important for her, then in any individual relationship, she should make it clear at the beginning, I will leave you unless you make me come, right? That's what she should be saying, not some fucking, feminist website telling me I'm an asshole if I don't do it.
There's the cultural level, and then there's the individual level. This works on a cultural level, and that we want to have a society that cares about each other's pleasure. That women aren't specifically being left hanging when it comes to their fulfillment. And as you've already agreed to. It doesn't work in the specific, and it doesn't work with feminist language in the individual relationship, because feminists will say that a woman should not be forced to do any specific sexual acts, and so that also counts for men. A man shouldn't be forced to do any specific sexual acts. That doesn't preclude, though, the largest cultural zeitgeist. I don't know.
Would you be okay with like, let's say there's an ad campaign that was launched by like some pro-chauvinist group, and they were like, women, if you want to make your man happy, show up in a maid's outfit and suck his dick every day, right? That's what makes men happy. And then like women are like, what the fuck? Like, why am I seeing this on my timeline? And they're like, look, we're just like trying to make a social change to make men happier.
I'd be fine with that. Yeah, go ahead.
You'd be fine with that.
Sure. I'd be fine with that. Like, go ahead. Why shouldn't they be able to advocate for the things that they want?
Advocate for women wearing maids' outfits and okay.
Yeah, they can advocate for that. Why wouldn't they be able to advocate for that? Why would you think I would say otherwise?
I would be a little bit annoyed, honestly, if I was going through Facebook and I saw like an ad come up, from some fucking dude who's like telling women what they want. Maybe this is just like a problem with advertising generally.
That's the red pill in general.
No,
right? Like,
no, red pill sells to men. Red pill is men selling to men, not men selling to women.
Yeah, sure. But I'm saying that like red pill makes broad generalizations as to what people want. right? It makes broad generalizations as to what men want, and say like you to be a high value man or something, a worthwhile individual, worthwhile man, you have to fit within these constraints.
Yeah.
And a worthwhile women fit into this other set of constraints.
So
That's
you're
what
red
does.
pill, Prime, is what you're saying.
So I'm the opposite of that. Why would you?
Because you just said like you're fine with having like these kind of social constraints, like in these boxes placed around people, like specifically when it comes to like giving women orgasms. You said that's fine. You would have a problem with people advertising that in the same way you wouldn't have a problem with people advertising for women to give men orgasms.
No, I'm fine with red. The way you constructed it is like, hey, would you be okay with like seeing a social movement, whether like interact with social media and push a message that they agree with? Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with them being able to push whatever social movement that they want. I'm fine with red pillars being able to say the thing that they want.
Okay, and
I
you're opposed to
disagree
the
with
shame. You're opposed to the shaming. That's the big one.
the shaming, yes, and saying that I'm opposed to a message in general.
Isn't
but
that what the
specifically
whatever
shame.
stream does? They invite a bunch of women on and they just tell them why they should do whatever men want them to do. Like that's pretty much what that whole podcast
And
is.
shame them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. So, like we don't even have to make
Is
that
that-
hypothetical. Like that's what the red pill content does.
Sure. And so maybe this is honestly like what I was seeing was just like the reaction to the woman red pill, basically. Maybe this is what this is. Like men, you got to step up and learn like how the vagina works. You got to start giving us more orgasms. You got to start doing this, right? Like in the same way red pillars maybe like, kind of say that to women.
Make me a sandwich.
Yeah, like exactly. So perhaps this is the case. Like I'm just like, and the reason why I'm incensed by it is because it's from a bunch of people targeting me. Perhaps that could be true. Here's what I'll say. At the very least, we all agree that I should not be shamed for not eating pussy, and I can tell you that I have been shamed, and I think that there's an epidemic of men being shamed for not doing this. Especially by women, but no, by women, especially by women. I think we should shame women who shame men for not eating pussy. So,
Right.
if you see something, say something.
But you're one of the few men who's publicly known to not do this, right? Like
because there's so many of us in the closet.
99.9%.
They're in the closet.
Yes, they're all in the closet. If I had that stance, I would be in the closet too. I don't want her to find out until it's done.
Until they put a ring on her finger.
Yeah.
Like like I don't know. Like I think that you're correct. That if you, especially if they're coming from a feminist standpoint, and they might not be, but like if they're coming from a feminist standpoint, then they should understand that you should not be pressured to do something that you don't want to do in bed. But even then, that's like talking about a specific act, because that's what you keep focusing on. It's a specific act.
Or any act following my completion is what I'm not comfortable with.
Okay, what about before your completion then?
I'm also not comfortable with that either. I'm only comfortable with one specific act. And you can't shame me for any other act I don't want to do, right, Prime?
I can't shame you, and I
so
I just
the
think
women
it's
who shame me are wrong. You would agree?
They are wrong. They are wrong in the individual, but not in the cultural.
I think feminists might just be reverse red pillars, honestly, at this point, because they do like want to set these expectations on men that suit what their interests are and what their like fantasy of what a man should be.
If she's not going to sleep with you, then it's not her business what you do in bed. Right? So like to the extent that anyone individually has a conversation with you about this because they saw you on a podcast saying that you don't do that, it's not her business. Like I don't think a woman should be telling you or lecturing you about that.
Yeah, I shouldn't lecture a woman about.
If she's considering dating you, like if you were in the process of asking her out, and then she brings it up, well, then it would be fair.
Yeah, and if I were to say, sorry, I don't do that, and she says, oh, that's okay, it's just not what I'm looking for. Very adult, responsible way to have that conversation, okay?
Right.
Totally understand that. That's totally fine. I have no qualms whatsoever, okay? The only qualm comes up when like it becomes like a social movement, when it becomes a problem,
No,
when
no,
it
no.
becomes like
The
a
social
shameful
movement.
In the
area.
aggregate,
keep
it can
saying,
be a social movement. Like you can still
yeah,
talk about it in the aggregate. It's
yeah.
just if you're telling an individual like how they should be in bed, that's a different story.
Well, you're telling men how they should be in bed.
Or versus a man.
Well, hold on, but
Yeah.
who are these fucking people to tell men how they should be in bed?
The women. The
They're,
women.
honestly, they're probably just bitching with their girlfriends about it. Is really what they're doing.
But
Thank
no,
you,
no.
Aiko.
No, no,
Thank
women.
you. No, no,
They're
no.
the
That was the
partners.
most accurate
No,
thing
no,
that
no.
was said.
Yeah, I
They're
think that's true.
who you said who are they to tell men like men in general, again,
Yeah,
once
rise
again, we're
up.
talking about the group, right?
Right.
Like what should and shouldn't happen with relationship. They're the people who partner with men. They're the people who partner with men. They actually should have a say in how they're treated, right? Like within the context of the relationship, as part of. So this is
Grab back.
negotiations.
But
No,
okay, but the
this is
cult.
a negotiation in on a cultural
Oh,
level, right? So we're disambiguating things, right? Because Mr. Lawyer Brain, we're disambiguating things. There's a cultural level of negotiation and then individual negotiation.
Okay,
As you've said many times before, individual negotiations are different, and you shouldn't be shamed. But on the cultural level, yeah, it makes perfect sense that the
sure.
partners of men, because these heterosexual men, like that's their only option, right?
So there's
That
nothing
they have
wrong with culturally instilling in men the
it's a
expectation that
cultural
women.
negotiation.
Right. There's nothing wrong with culturally instilling within men the expectation that women don't work, that they stay at home and do the dishes, and then that can be individually negotiated later.
This is the social contract. This is the social contract, right? The social contract, like writ large, sets a whole all kinds of expectations, and we are constantly in the matter of renegotiate in the process of renegotiating that social contract. This is part of that.
Yeah, why are men just like giving up the fucking goose? Why are men just not sticking by? Like, no, we expect women to wear a dress and to show like to make my dinner. Like, why has this not
Because
been so like steadfastly? Men
here's the
who
thing,
say that are like denigrated on the internet and denigrated generally, are they not?
and if on the cultural level, they absolutely should be. But on an individual level, hold on. This is my defense of the trad
Okay,
lifestyle. On an
sure.
individual level, if you guys want to do that, then that's great. I don't want to shame trad wives for wanting to live that lifestyle. That's okay.
So I can culturally denigrate women for expecting men to give them orgasms.
Go ahead.
Well, that's what I've been doing this whole fucking time.
You've been sulking about individual like women attacking you
That
individually.
well,
That's
that's
what you've been doing.
I've been sharing my lived experience as to the effects of this socialization of women on my life personally. Yes, and how I live with that every day. Okay, but I was generally talking about the cultural socialization and broad stigmatization of the intersection of male and giving women orgasms. Yeah,
I really wish like
systemically.
Scott had been here. I would want to know his opinions on all of these things. I think you two would diverge. I'm guessing you
I'm
two
guessing
like
so. Yeah.
heavily, but um, yeah. Mm, and I think what you're pointing to something that gets flattened, especially in social media conversations. Um, one with like slogans, right? Slogans flatten like the message of a movement all the
Yes.
time. Um, like all cops are bastards, true statement. But it doesn't give you the complexities of the movement. but uh, um, but but when you hear these slogans, right, they can feel targeted at an individual, or to make people feel that they are not living up to some standard that they shouldn't have to feel alike. Then they shouldn't have to do that. Like these slogans are better for like cultural shifts, right, and pushing them as cultural shifts rather than individual mandates. Um, do you not disagree or agree?
I don't disagree that slogans are used this way. I just think that like when you make broad cultural prescriptions, you're just essentially saying, I want people to have the expectation of this. And the only reason you're saying that people should have the expectation of this is because you want people to feel obligated to provide that. That's ultimately what you're looking for, right? I want to change the movement so people feel obligated to provide this to people. That's what's happening. So the ultimate goal here, these people want to create a society in which I am obligated to eat them out.
Um. Well, okay, I can't. I guess I can't speak for others. But it it's
Also,
instead of like
I'll let you guys like get the last words in, but it is past
okay,
3 a.m. for me, so go ahead.
it's fine. It's fine. Well, we can end things here. Um, but back to it, dude. Like, do me a favor, since you were recording here, right? Like, can you clip this whole section? This section talking about like sex in general, less the free the nipple thing, but like when we move to this, could you clip that whole thing, like that a VOD?
I think so. I'll have the VOD, so if you mean, I think I know how to do that, but if I don't,
Yeah,
I'll not let you
but
know.
like the VOD will expire at some point.
Oh no, I save everything over to YouTube, so nothing expires.
Oh, it's the same thing on the YouTube. Okay, great. Because I really, I want this conversation to live on in
Yep,
infamy.
it will be.
Uh,
Yeah, it will never. Yeah, and then fucking 4 years from now, somebody's gonna pull this up, and Lactoid, you said this XYZ. Do you stand by these statements? And I'm gonna look them dead in the fucking eye. I'm gonna say yes. Yes, I
yeah,
absolutely fucking do. I'm not one of these fucking bitch ass cowards just gonna apologize for saying some true shit. And this is some true shit, okay? You know it's true.
I think it's a difference. I mean, obviously, it's a difference in values. And like clearly, you have a more transactional expectation with your partners, and that's okay. You should be able to find a partner that feels the same way, um, and who what you're willing to offer them is something they're willing to accept, and vice versa. So there should be no shame in that. Um, fuck, I was gonna say something else. Anyway, we've said lots of things. It's fine. It's fine. I forgot what I was gonna say. Um, thanks, buddy.
Good conversation, guys. Aiko, we're heading off. Have a good night. Merry
Yeah,
late
we're gonna.
Christmas.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna head out. Bye. Bye, you guys.
And what if just dropped, by the way?
What just
What?
dropped?
What if?
Oh, the
Yeah,
Marvel.
yeah, they're doing one a day. The 9 days of what if or whatever.
Oh, I'm definitely gonna do legally purchase that. All right.
Yes.
Talk to you later. Bye.
Later. Bye.
All right, everybody. Thank you guys for sticking around. Oh, that's right. The camera's over here now. Great conversation, good debates, interesting after conversation. That's for damn sure. But I thought it went really well. If you guys liked what you saw, please consider giving me a follow. Thank you guys for those of you who are already following. And to all of you who gave bits or subs or anything like that, thank you so much. Really appreciate it, as always. I'm in this weird position now where I don't really know who to rate on out into. No, this person is no longer streaming. A lot of the suggestions that were given before, unfortunately, they're no longer streaming. So, we'll find somebody before said Aiko. I'll go ahead and just send it over to Aiko. Thank you guys. Merry Christmas. Have a great week. I'm probably going to be. I know for sure I got something coming up this Thursday, but I actually have off the next couple days, so I'm going to be hopefully streaming quite a bit more over this next week. So looking forward to that. Games and politics.